to stand down and denies the allegations. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Enjoy great deals at Snooze, plus free local delivery with orders over $999. Call or chat online. It's amazing what a little snooze can do. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
Australia's Karina Lee has become an Olympic bronze medalist. The surf swimming champion from the Sunshine Coast finished third in the women's 10K marathon swimming event. And Sydney is fighting to keep the NRL Grand Final. Both Victoria and Queensland have pitched to stage the decider in the wake of the city's outbreak. Melbourne Storm chairman Matt Tripp told SEN there's no reason why the southern state couldn't claim the hosting rights.
And the only reason I suggested that was because our members and our fans have been starved for so long, 2 years, possibly the most successful 2 years that the club's had in its history in terms of games won, and obviously a lot of them missed out on going to the grand final last year. I just thought, what better way to repay the faith than to attempt to bring the great game down here if we were fortunate enough to make it to the grand final.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Homebush West, the clear to crash on Parramatta Road westbound at Posh Street. Strathfield, lights are flashing amber. Homebush Road and High Street. Rozelle, some work on Victoria Road. The right-hand lane closed, westbound approaching the Iron Cove Bridge. Speed there down to 40 kilometres. In the Anzac Bridge, it's clear in both directions. Car City is the largest used car complex in the Southern Hemisphere, with up to 2,000 cars online at unbeatable prices. Find your next car at carcity.com.au.
SEN, the official radio broadcaster of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
UPIN Property. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. Australia's first seeking property market app. Download now.
Made in Sydney. Independent curtains. Call 9756 2900.
Windy and sunny. We're heading for a top of 17 degrees in the city, 16 in the west, partly cloudy tomorrow and 19. And don't miss the Opals up against the United States live this afternoon on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Good morning, everybody. Matt White with you for day 12 of Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. An enormous day of competition at the Olympic Stadium. We're getting into the decathlon for men, the heptathlon for women as well. The Opals, of course, will be playing against Team USA this afternoon in the women's quarterfinals of the basketball championship. We should be picking up gold in the sailing this afternoon as well. All that Matt Belcher and Will Ryan have to do is get out there and not get disqualified, and they will add to the gold medal tally for Australia. We've already got a bronze on day 12. It happened out at the marathon swimming at the Marine Park. Karina Lee, the 27-year-old from Noosa, who missed out on Rio, considered quitting the sport, has represented Australia in the 1,500 metres in swimming, comes back here and wins a bronze medal with a barnstorming finish. Her inspiration as she comes into these games is when someone says you can't do it twice and take a picture. She now has a picture that says 1,000 words. It is a bronze medal around her neck. Karina Lee coming home in third early this morning.
This is going to come down to the touch. Who can get a really clean touch on those finishing pads? Generally, we see swimmers swim through the line, but in this event, they have to touch the timing pads and make it really clear, and it's above the water, not underneath the water.
Right now, the greatest marathon swimmer of all time is going to take it out. You think she will. Touch for second and third. And she's got the bronze medal, the Australian. Well done, Karina Lee, the first Australian to medal in marathon swimming. Sharon van Rudendahl just touched her out. She's the defending champion. And what a victory for Anna Marcella Cunha, 5 times a world champion. And now she's got the Olympic gold. And Karina Lee, take a bow. What a performance from you. Hung on and hung on.
Just 29 seconds under 2 hours that entire swim for Karina took this morning. She's now an Olympic bronze medalist. Her coach, John Rogers, back in Australia watching it on TV. She jumped on the phone to him straight away. We'll hear from Karina, thanks to Seven's coverage, in just a moment. But welcome to you, John. Stephenson, as we get ready for another big day at the Olympic Stadium. Men's decathlon first up.
Hey, how you doing, Matty?
I'm good. You must be pretty
top of the morning to you.
Pumped after what you saw last night, especially.
Oh, it was brilliant. Steph's short tips came through. She ran very well. Elaine Thompson-Araz, who we're talking about in the women's 200-metre final, she absolutely destroyed him. And look, what I love about this, when you watch 200 semi-final and you watch her come back and absolutely deliver in the final, that's what I love. After such a big day, we're seeing Karsten Warholm run 45.94. Like I said, you will not see anything like that in your lifetime. I mean, that run by Karsten was the equivalent of Usain Bolt running 8.9 seconds in my eyes. So it was a good night. I'm very happy that for those that did take on the bet of Elaine Thompson-Araz, that you got paid last night. And always remember to gamble responsibly.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit more time to think about your sure bet for day 12 of competition. It's all thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Xero Online Accounting to help you do business but better. So we're going to start at the Olympic Stadium today. Cedric Dubler from Australia is out in Heat 2. So this is the men's decathlon, the first event of the gruelling decathlon's schedule. It is the 100 metres. So this is the second heat for the 26-year-old Queenslander. He was 14th overall in Rio, his second Olympic Games, on a beautiful day at the stadium. Let's take you to our 7 commentators as the decathlon gets underway.
In each of the 10.
So the fastest in this race is Kazmarek at 10.62, Dubler at 10.63, but he's restrained here. We know that with the hamstring problems.
Yeah, this is a really nerve-wracking occasion, not just because it is the Olympics, but because we're just going to get our first look at how Cedric is going to cope with that terrible hamstring injury that he is carrying at the moment.
On your mark. Like the hair there, Tamsin, on Shukenroff, the Russian Olympic Committee.
If he did that himself, that is impressive. Braided it.
The Norwegian. Martin Rowe at 8,055 this year. Here's Dubler. Great competitor, great character. Can he get through the first of 10 events? He was a bit wobbly, wasn't he, at the start? So let's see how he's going, Cedric. So far, so good at halfway. He's right up there with him. Urena from Spain's in front, so Dubler's done exceptionally well here. He really has. He's going to run about high 10.8s, 10.9, I think. But the important thing is the hammy looks like it might have held up. What's your first thoughts?
How did he do that? You could see that he went through the motions that he's trained, so hard on over the last year and longer. He did the drive phase. He just couldn't put that extra little bit of power on. And then when he was up there, Cedric usually would have run away with that, but he had to stay conservative, which I can't believe that he was able to do that. What a great effort, Cedric.
10.89 he's run, Dave.
My hammies were twitching just watching. I was anxious. And he would have been too. And we remember Jane in 1992 in Barcelona, where she didn't get over the hurdles in the first event. Your 2 days can come to an end very quickly.
So here he does the drive phase, nowhere near as much power getting put down as you would if your hamstrings were okay. Gets up to the athletes on the outside and then just has to hold. And see how he just switches off a little bit here. Usually he'd run all the way through the line, but he's just feathering that hamstring just a little bit.
So Ash Maloney next up. So a good start there for Cedric Dubler as the decathlon in the first of the 10 events here.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce McAvaney, Dave Colbert and Tamsin Manu calling the decathlon, and then the heptathlon a little later on this afternoon. No Australians featuring in the women's heptathlon, but we've still got Ashley Maloney in the men's decathlon, the 21-year-old on debut with his good mate Cedric, getting through there a time of 10.89. He likes to sleep in between events wearing compression boots because, as you just heard there, he's obviously had a few issues along the way. He does everything he can, Cedric, to try and make sure that you're there for the decathlon. Can you get your head around, Steph, a decathlon event? For somebody who blasted out in, 40-odd seconds, can you imagine doing a decathlon that takes you all that time and all those days?
Man, I struggle with a 400, let alone trying to put together 10 events over 2 days.
We are all decked out thanks to Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and our call team right here on SEN. Steph's always looking good. So you've had head down. You've been checking checking out the decathlon, you've got your eye on the program today. We've got basketball coming up. The golf for women is also underway. Heaps of action out at the canoe sprint. Skateboarding is back on the list this morning with Poppy Olsen in the women's park preliminaries as well. But we need Steph's sure bet right now.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one, Matty. Today, it's the odds aren't that good, but it's we're talking $2.10 for this multi. But it's a multi. You got to put it together. Another multi. Now, my track record with the multi is I got 1 out of the 2 yesterday.
Yeah, but you got the first one out.
Yeah, and there's nothing worse than the first leg going down, like a sinking ship. But she did lose only about 4 centimetres, so I wasn't too far off. But I like Sydney McLaughlin. She's the outstanding favourite. Yeah, I just got off the phone to her coach. He reckons we're going to see some Karsten Warholm type stuff in the final, which I love hearing that dirty talk, if you ask me, Matt. So, she's up against Femke Bol and from the Netherlands and Delilah Muhammad, who is the ex-world record holder in 2019. So it's going to be a bit worried with Sydney because she's in lane 4, and I think Delilah's in lane 6. That worries me just a little bit, but they reckon she's in outstanding shape. So I pick Sydney to win, and I pick also in the men's semi-final. I think it's semi-final number 1. I pick Ronald Levy from Jamaica to win that. So if you multi those up together, you should get a nice price like $2.10, I think. So
okay, so we're looking at the 400 hurdles final.
Yeah,
and we're looking at Sydney McLaughlin to win.
This is correct.
That's going into the semi-final
number 1 in the men's 110-metre hurdles, Ronald Levy to win. Semi-final number 1, Ronald Levy from Jamaica, into Sydney McLaughlin to win the women's 400-metre hurdles final, become Olympic champion for the first time. She's a superstar, Sydney McLaughlin. So I think I'm just this thing goes down in the first leg, I will be absolutely filthy, ladies and gentlemen. So you don't have to worry about you being upset. But I like this bet. Little $2.10, get us started for the morning. Then we'll look at what's on for tonight and get you coming home with a wet sail for tonight in the couple of finals on tonight.
Australia's Nicholas Hoff will be in that 110 metres semi-final. So we're looking at midday. We're looking at Ronald Levy from Jamaica in semi-final number 1 of the 110-metre hurdles for men to win that. And that's going to roll into at 12:30 the women's 400 metres hurdles final, where Sydney McLaughlin takes it out. So the American sprinter will be in lane 4. Levy into Sydney McLaughlin is Steph's sure bet of the day. Get on for the multi. You can let us know your thoughts on the Temper text machine. Come for the ride with us. 0457 736 736 is the number. Day 12 of Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. Ashley Maloney up very soon in the men's decathlon sprint.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
We're live at the Coalface track in Chatswood for the Best Boot Championship. The cars are revving up and it could be anyone's race. This year the car boots are stronger than ever. First bend, oh no! Mungle careers into Bloodston's boots. Hard Yakkers slammed into Steel Blue, but they'll all keep going with Steel Blue overtaking. Wow, strong boots indeed.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
It's time to complete your census. This year you can start as soon as you receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health? is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. Cedric Dubler already away in the decathlon at 10.89 in his opening 100 metres heat. Ash Maloney is next up here, the 21-year-old on debut. Began athletics life as a high jumper. He is now taking on the big stage as a decathlete.
Come on, Ash. Wanted to get out there and show his stuff. He'll be nervy. We are. Anything around 10.40 is going to be a good start for him. So Maloney 3 from the right, Warner 2 from the left. There are a lot of fast men in this. He was a little unsteady, Maloney, but he's okay now. Warner got away quite brilliantly from Bastian, and Maloney's having an excellent run here. Warner's in front. Maloney has to push, and he does. 10.12. I think that equals the fastest time ever in a decathlon in the 100 metres. I reckon Warner did 10.12 at Gotts's earlier this year. Maloney's best is 10.36. He's going to be close to that, isn't he, Tamsin, if not inside it? He'll be close to it.
You know, it was a fabulous run by Ash Maloney.
He's got a 10.34, guys. He's run his fastest, 10.34.
Wow, what a way to start the 2 days of the decathlon. Ash Maloney, well, if he was nervous, Bruce, he certainly blew the cobwebs away. An equal world best by Damien Warner. Gosh, he can sprint, can't he? But I think we've got one on our hands as well in Ash Maloney. That was a fabulous start to decathlon, and he's fast. I can't wait to see that 400 metres at the end of day one with that sort of pace in his legs today. See, he didn't react as well as Scantling on the outside of him, the USA athlete. But then he stayed relaxed through the dry phase, and he got up into his running. And even though he would be able to sense that Warner on the outside is getting away from him, he still kept the turnover. He's got great leg cadence that he just switches his legs over really, really fast.
That's a big run from both of them. You just want to know that you're in the shape that you think you are. You want that confirmation, just to stamp, I know I'm going well. And now he's confirmed that, and you would smile, and they're going to get on well, and that's a great start for both of them.
A personal best for the 21-year-old. He's a big boy, Steph, isn't he, Ash Maloney?
Big unit, big Ash. That's a very good run for him there. To go into the championships and hundreds on day one, it's a real clear indicator for your confidence that, hey, I'm in the shape that I need to be in to take out this competition. He's looking like a real big medal contender, Ash. And David Warner from America, wow, man, that's just a hell of a run. Wow.
Well, 10.12 Warner has run here, which is equal to the world best time, so they don't count world record times in heats of the decathlon here. So he's done a 10.12. When you're in a heat that is that quick, how much of it drags you along with you if you're Ash Maloney, your first crack at this big stage?
I don't think in that race it really was, though, sort of on opposite sides of the track with their lane draw. But let's put in perspective what the time Warner ran. That was, the same time that Rowan Browning ran in the 100 semi-final. So for a decathlete to come out and run that fast is absolutely world class. Not only in the decathlon, but also if he runs running in the hundreds.
So good start for Maloney, good start for Cedric Dubler as well. We'll be following the fortunes of the men's decathlon throughout the day. The men's 110 metres hurdle semi-finals will be taking place from about midday, and Nicholas Hoff, the Aussie, will be in semi-final number 1 there. We've also got basketball on the list today. China v Serbia to start the women's quarterfinals, and then Team USA against the Australian Opals. That kicks off tips off rather.
Game for
20-3. The golf is currently underway, so the women's individual stroke play, Minjee Lee and Hannah Green, will be heading out on course in about an hour's time. Let's do an Olympic medal tally update thanks to Rebel. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. So So day 12 looks like this. Movement already for the Australians on the list in terms of total medals and an addition to the bronze. China lead the way, 32 gold, 69 in total. United States of America second, 24 gold, 73 medals in total. Japan a third. So the host nation has 19 gold, 6 silver, 11 bronze, but 36 in total. Australia now has 34 medals in total, 14 gold, 4 of the silver and now 16 bronze medals thanks to rebelsport.com after Karina Lee took out the women's 10K this morning, collected bronze rather in the women's there in a time of 1 hour 59.31 seconds. It was an extraordinary finish after such a long race. She put the hammer down at the end and got herself into the bronze medal position. Here she is with Nathan Templeton from SEN.
Yeah, I've been really working on my speed to try, because I know that it's always fast at the end and you're going to have that little bit at the end. And so I've been working on that with my coach, and today I was able to hold on. It hurts so bad, but you have to think that everybody around you is hurting too, and it's who can hurt the most, and coming out third today is incredible for me.
We saw you on the phone straight after the race. Can you tell us who you were talking to, if you don't mind, and what's going to be happening at the Noosa Surf Club and with family at home?
Yeah, that was my coach, John Rogers, or JR. He couldn't travel with us, so it's really special to be able to talk to him straight away. He's just so stoked, and you watch the whole thing on TV. And I have such an amazing community around me in Noosa, where I live in Pacific Paradise. You know, it's incredible, but they're all in lockdown at the moment, so glued to front of the TV, and I know that my nieces in Terrigal would have been glued to the TV too, so say hi to them.
Well done. You've given everyone a big lift in spirits at home. Congratulations. We'll see you after your medal. Enjoy it. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Bronze medalist in the women's 10K marathon swimming at the Marine Park, Karina Lee. Congratulations. 7th at the World Championships in 29. Like she said, she missed out on Rio there, had a good think about it, came back to the sport and is now a bronze medalist in Tokyo 2020. Poppy Olsen, the 21-year-old skateboarder, will be out at the Women's Park preliminaries in about 20 minutes' time. So the skateboarders are back in action again, and we've got a whole stack of heats to line up at the Sea Forest Waterway, as well as the C1 200, the K1 500, the K2 1000 gets underway, and that will lead us into quarterfinals as well. It's a very busy day. You can be part of it any time here on 1170 SEN. 0457 736 736 is the Temper text machine number.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge: to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast, here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Injured in a slip or fall accident in a public place that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we do understand that an injury through no fault of your own can have long-term effects on you and your family. Call Bryden's Lawyers today for a free, no-obligation appointment to discuss what may be available to you. Let us help you get your life back on track. Bryden's Lawyers. We do more for you because we understand what matters most. Call Bryden's Lawyers today on 1800 848 848.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot. Your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your back.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. XERO.
Matt White here with John Stephenson as Day 12 of Tokyo Live continues on SEN. Steph, last night, the new superstar of the track, or one of the new superstars of the track, the young American Arian Knighton in the 200 metres semi-final. Is he your kind of guy or what?
I love this kid, but they've been really talking him up ever since he broke Usain Bolt's junior record. And it was really great to see his personality on the TV screen last night after the race. He had an interview with Jason Richardson, and it was cool to see his swagger. He's starting to really emulate the great Bolt. He ran very well on the track, and he has a great chance tonight to win a medal. And if he runs to what his personal best is, he can win the thing.
Let's have a listen to that interview with Richo. Arian Knighton. So he's, you know what I liked about it, just while we get that interview up, what I really liked about the way that he ran as well was, what about the amount of looks that he had?
He started looking at his competitors 80 out.
80 out, and it wasn't one look, it was 2 looks, and they weren't fleeting glances either. He was making sure that he had plenty of time to swing left, right with his head. All right, here he is, Arian Knighton with Richo from Channel 7.
This is a young man we're going to see plenty more of in the future. Arian, take us through that 200 metres performance in the semi-final.
Well, 200-metre performance, it was real well relaxed. I'll say that. Just waiting for the final. I'm going to put it all online.
Are you aware of the history that you're making at the moment? 17 years of age, you'll be the youngest person into an Olympic 200-metre final in the history of the Olympic Games.
True?
True.
Jeez.
You like the sound of that?
I do, actually. I'm just going to keep that to myself.
You got a bit up your sleeve for the final?
Yes, sir.
Look forward to seeing you.
For real? He says for real?
Hey, he's got a lot of swagger, that boy.
And he's got a lot of pace as well. So keep your eyes out for that young man, 17 years of age, Arian Knighton. Day 12 continues, but it's time for the news.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Making SEN news this hour, 16 cases of COVID-19 have been detected in Queensland in the past day out of 51,000 tests. They're all linked to the West Brisbane cluster. One other case in Cairns is under investigation. The reef pilot was fully vaccinated. The Brisbane Ekka public holiday has been cancelled. It will be rescheduled for later in the year. Australia Post has settled out of court with former CEO Christine Holgate, and drive-through vaccine hubs from September in stadium car parks, workplaces and shopping centres will double to increase vaccination rates. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
At Simply Energy, they're all about making your energy simpler. See if you can save at simplyenergy.com.au. Simply Energy, it's that simple.
Xavier Coates is fighting for a final game as a Bronco after being snubbed again for selection. Brisbane Open round 21 against the Knights on Thursday. In the AFL for a second consecutive year, the EJ Whitten Legends game is set to be axed due to the pandemic. And fresh from a major golf title win in France, Minjee Lee alongside Hannah Green will begin their Olympic competition shortly.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Morning Glory with Matty Johns, Fridays from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Made in Sydney, independent curtains. Call 9756 2900.
Windy and sunny, we're heading for a top of 17 degrees in the city, 16 in the west, partly cloudy tomorrow and 19. And don't miss the Opals up against the United States live this afternoon on SEN.
Yes, that will be starting at 20-3. Celeste, the Opals against Team USA. The women's quarterfinals will also be banking our sailing gold medal about an hour after that to Matt Belcher and Will Ryan in the men's 470. So looking forward to that as well. And Peter Bowl tonight in the men's 800 metres final. We are a genuine chance of picking up a medal at the Olympic Stadium later this evening. John Stephenson with me. I want to get your thoughts on Nicholas Hoff in the 110 metres hurdles last night. He's through to the semis. Very impressive.
2018 Commonwealth Games, bronze medalist in the 110 metre hurdles. He ran well. He's going to have it up against him in the semi-finals here. But Nick is a grinder. He's a bit of a plough horse when it comes to the hurdles. Strong boy, gets over the hurdles, crashes into most of them. But he's there. He's a fighter over the hurdles, so he gives himself every opportunity when he gets to a championships. And the hurdles is a funny old race. You can find the favourite crashing hurdle 8, and all of a sudden you're running over the top of making yourself into a final. So as I said before, you give yourself a 3 in 8 chance when you make a final. So that's the aim of the game here, and he should run well.
He did a 13.57 to qualify. He can go faster than that. His PB is around 13.3, but here's what he did to get through to the semi-finals last night. Nicholas Hoff, the 110 metres hurdles.
So he was slow half, wasn't he? And Holloway was away so well with Parchment, and Nick's got a fair bit to do here, but he's doing it pretty well. He's getting amongst those behind. Holloway's in front. I reckon Huff's a real good chance to get through. G's done well. He's got through for third. So it was Holloway and Parchment.
I'm pretty happy with that. Shocking start, but that's not unusual for me, and just glad to get through it. Job done, and come back tomorrow and do it again.
Dave Colbert in commentary with Bruce McAvaney and Tamsin saying you've got to go on the B of the bank. They know that you're always a touch slow away because of your stride pattern.
Yeah, I think I was just a bit nervous then. I've been doing pretty good starts in training, but that's the first race I've had in months. I've been stuck in lockdown in Sydney, so it's been hard trying to prepare for games without racing anyone. So I think I'll be a lot better in the semi-final.
Gee, that has been tough, hasn't it, for the Sydney-based athletes that couldn't get to Cairns. Thank God you raced tonight as opposed to in the morning, because the heat would have been a factor.
Yeah. No, it was definitely good to get that out of the way now. The semi is tomorrow morning, so it's going to be nice and hot, but luckily we only run for 13 seconds, so
exactly right.
It's not a long distance race.
And I tell you what, you gave a couple of those hurdles a fair old clip too.
Yeah, I'm known for that. I didn't have the best style as a junior, but so that I hit a lot of hurdles then, so I've got used to hitting them and it not bothering me too much. But I'm definitely a better hurdler than I used to be, thanks to my coach Anthony.
Mate, you're an Olympic semi-finalist. You've got a lot of family, no doubt, watching, mate. Give them a big cheerio.
Yeah, hi Mum, Dad, hi Penny. Thanks all for watching. Thanks for supporting me. Follow me on Instagram, Nick_Huff.
You don't mind.
Nick_Huff is his Insta account. He says, I don't do the sport for money, Steph, because there isn't any in it. The good thing is that he's a bit of an entrepreneur. He's got his own software firm that he started. He runs out of Sydney as well, and he referenced his coach there, Anthony Ben. So enjoying the moment sounds like it to me.
Well, I think he's one of the lucky ones that is able to diversify himself off the track and gets to do what he loves on the track.
Well, he says he's got no sponsors, so in a way his business is sponsoring.
His price sponsor.
It's his own business.
It's a tax write-off, isn't it?
Online writing tool called Outright. Surely you can find a way to mix hurdles into software.
I'd like to think so, right?
You'd make it work. Don't worry about that. We need to take a quick break. We'll be heading out to the skateboarding soon. We're getting closer to our Australian ladies heading out for the golf as well. This is day 12 of Tokyo 2020, thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Xero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Breakout River Meats has some advice on your food choices. Independence. We're talking good Australian family-owned businesses. If you don't choose to shop at independent businesses now, you'll lose them forever. You can't buy Cara lamb, Watervale beef, or Shiverton pork at the giant supermarket chains. So be part of Team Australia and buy from independently owned family stores. Choose wisely now and you'll have choices in the future.
Attention Sydney! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
G'day, it's Matt White here. There are all kinds of love. You can love your partner, love your sport, love your car. But if you can't say, I love my pillow, well, I'm feeling sorry for you, because people who sleep on the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow can honestly say they love their pillow. But make sure it's not an imitation. So watch out. Here's what you need to do to order your Spinal Ease pillow now with free delivery. Just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. And you can thank me later. Always read the label.
Ingleburn, good run on the motorway past Brooks Road as you make your way onto the M5 and M7. Roselands for COVID-19 testing. No problems. King George's Road into Roselands Drive. Roselle, work on Victoria Road. Lane 3 closed, westbound approaching the Iron Cove Bridge, and speed down to 40 kilometres. Until August 28, all non-essential businesses in Greater Sydney must close to the public and operate online or through click and collect only. Visit nsw.gov.au for the rules.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What? What?
but managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
QBE Insurance have sponsored the Sydney Swans for 35 years, supporting them through thick and thin. And now they're supporting you, offering you the chance to save $75 on new comprehensive car insurance online before November 30. It's super easy. Just get a quote in minutes online at qbe.com/au. QBE, there for you before and after. Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
And Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy is proudly Australian. At 3:30 today, Matt Belcher and Will Ryan will head back out in the final race of the men's 470 class in sailing. They have essentially locked up the gold medal. What they have to make sure today is they get through the course unscathed and they don't get disqualified. So very similar to our last gold there. So Will Ryan and Matty Belcher, all things considered, should be Olympic gold medalists today. This is them after clinching that position yesterday at the regatta.
Well, what a fantastic position to be in for our Aussie men's 470 sailing team. Matt Belcher, Will Ryan, congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you for your time. Well, we might start with you since it's your first gold. He's been there and done that all before. You probably waited 5 years for this. How special was that moment on the water when you knew you'd done what you needed to?
Yeah, I think I waited 12 years. So, and no, for sure, there's a smile underneath the mask. I think Matt and I, we know the job doesn't finish till we've kind of got in our hands tomorrow. So we do actually have to show up tomorrow and complete the racetrack, so there's that bit of pressure on us. But no, fingers crossed it won't go too astray. Yeah. It is really, really cool. I think it'll sink in tomorrow when it's real for sure. But no, great week of sailing with Matt. Like we sailed really well together, and I think that's what we always set out to do. So I'm really, really proud, and it's cool to be part of a bit of Australian history.
Absolutely, you've done a brilliant job. And Matt, for you, 9 years ago you experienced this feeling, and now you're going to do it again, all barring a disaster. I wanted to ask you about, the time away from family. Normally you'd have people coming onto the shore and hugging you and all that. How hard has that been, and how special will it be to finally get a chance to speak to everyone and see them?
Oh, it'll be really special, particularly with we've been locked up in Australia quite some time, and we were fortunate enough to get away and do one competition. But, one competition in 20 months is just a lot of time away, and, friends and family and everyone back home in lockdown, and just, super proud that we're able to deliver the performance that we knew that we'd hoped that we could deliver, and I think we're just kind of looking forward to tomorrow, getting the medal, and then actually getting home and hugging my wife and kids, and just getting back.
Yeah, brilliant. Now, one more important question. Who's in charge of setting the alarm and making sure the transport's all sorted and you definitely get here? He's the boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's all on you, Matt. We will definitely see you here tomorrow, no doubt about that. But congratulations, and we look forward to celebrating it with you tomorrow. Well,
it's a great story. Nathan Templeton speaking to the boys after yesterday's clincher. They've just got to make sure that they get through the course today. So let's lock them in for another gold medal. That will take Australia's tally to 15 golds and 35 medals overall. In Sydney 2000, Steph, Australia finished with 16 gold medals, 58 overall. In Athens, our best games, 17 gold medals and 50 overall. So here with quite a few days to go and some more medals probably heading our way, we're edging closer and closer to that. When Matt and Will get theirs this afternoon, that'll take our tally to 15. This has been a rock-solid Australian performance, started by the swimmers and filtering through the rest of the Aussie team.
I didn't know that stat, man. That's absolutely crazy. And I know I give swimming a hell of a lot of stick. If you've been watching me on Sunrise in the morning, I've been giving it to them. But they really did it. They did magnificent in the pool, and they really set up Australia every Olympic Games with their little medal hall that they do. And this, they really bounced back from Rio with this Olympics and performed outstandingly. So we've still got a few days to go, Maddie, so I reckon we can reach to maybe hopefully break those previous Olympic Games medal tallies.
We've got some good performers out at the Sea Forest Waterway today in canoe sprint. So yesterday we followed the fortunes of Alyssa Bull and Elise Wood in the K2 500. They finished 5th in the final. Now they split up and go head-to-head in the K1 500. We also followed the fortunes of Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhausen, who finished 7th in the K1 1000. They'll split up, go back together and go for the K2 1000. We've got Aussies in the C1 200, Bernadette Wallace and Josephine Bulmer as well, and Riley Fitzsimmons and Jordan Wood in action in the men's K2 1000. So haven't seen a shot yet of the Sea Forest Waterway, but it's a pretty nice day in Tokyo. Beautiful out at the Gulf as well.
You reckon it's hot out there, mate?
Yeah, I reckon it is. Beautiful out at the Gulf, mate. Minji Lee and Hannah Green will be getting underway in about 40 minutes. Round of the individual stroke play gets going as well. So big program. Poppy Olsen, the 21-year-old Australian, is not too far away in the skateboarding. So we'll take a quick break on the Temper text machine. Keep your thoughts coming. 0457 736 736. You got any questions for Steph? You want to know what footy team he follows? I don't even know that. I know you're in your motorsport. Hold on to that, and I'll let you know what his sure bet of the day is after this.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because it's a great time to get yours with a virtual consultation. Order yours now by calling 02 8459 7420 or visit seadoobeaches.com.au.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially, your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
In his high school years in Sudan, Manute Bol shot up in height. At the age of 18, he was about 7'7". That's about 2.3 metres tall. He played basketball for a local team and was discovered by a basketball coach visiting from New Jersey. Bol ended up in professional basketball and became known as one of the best shot blockers of all time. He was the only player to retire with more career blocked shots than points scored. In an interview, he said something interesting. He believed his life was a gift from from God to be used in the service of others. Manute spent all his money helping Sudanese refugees. He went to meet his maker early when he was only 47. In Matthew in the Bible, it records Jesus saying something quite radical. He says, if you want to be perfect, go and sell everything you have, give the money to those who are poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come and follow me.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Matt White with you alongside John Stephenson, Olympic silver medalist, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, all-round legend, and a man who wore exactly the same pair of underpants throughout his entire 11-year career. So if you missed this yesterday, folks, I asked Steph here about superstitions. And then he rolled out the fact that the same pair of Oroton undies, the black Oroton undies with the white band on the top, you wore them for every race meet throughout the entirety of your career.
I think that's perfectly normal.
That's perfectly not normal. What's also perfectly weird is that you've also now got them framed at your place, and they hold pride of place on the wall of into the guest bathroom.
I like to call it art.
It's a good thing they're behind glass. Now, what got me, however, was I reckon we were off with our times yesterday in terms of trying to determine how many hours you actually wore them for.
Oh.
I think we came up with about 4,000 hours or something.
Yeah, something
like that. So I went back this morning and redid the maths.
You did some analytics on this?
I did some analytics on this because I think we missed a key component here.
Go on.
That you wore them for every race meet. We worked out about 45 race meets a year across the 11 years of your competition for 5 hours a day. What we missed was that at those meets you're there for 3 days at a time. So we just counted it as 1 day. So my new figure for use on those undies is 7,425 hours.
Again, I think it's perfectly normal, and you're trying to put me in a position to feel weird, and I feel really good about myself today. So I'm just going to roll with this perfectly normal.
So when you get home tonight, I want you to
Did you see the look of those things?
Oh, I've seen the look of those things. We need to put them up on our socials.
We need.
I want you to look at them now in a different light and say, we thought you were 4,500 or 5,000 hours old, you undies, but you lasted me some 7,500
when
hours.
People see that, when they see the state of these things, they'll think you've gone 10,000 hours. They were just in bad shape. But anyway.
Oh, dear. On to more serious business. A news update thanks to Monarch Painting. Visit monarchpainting.com.au. A few of our athletes haven't been doing the right thing on the way home. There were reports, remember, out of the village that there was a bit of a party going on and some athletes had a bit of fun in the room and they damaged the beds and a hole in the wall. I got to tell you, folks, and you don't need to back any of this up, that it's kind of standard behaviour along the way, unfortunately. For a lot of athletes, doesn't matter which country you're from, they do turn things over as they leave. However, on the plane on the way back, Japan Airlines have made an official complaint to the Australian Olympic Committee about some of our, I think it's the Sevens team and the Olyroos as well, just getting a little bit rowdy on the plane. This morning, Matt Carroll spoke to Sunrise. He's the Australian Olympic Committee Chief Executive Officer based back here in Sydney, and he's made it very clear it's unacceptable.
So all I know is what happened on the plane. I don't know particularly of individuals. There was, as I said, 9 sports on the plane. Most were only 1s or 2s in some sports, but I know what happened, but I don't know who. So that's why I asked the sports themselves, the CEOs, who were very upset about it, as you would expect, and very displeased with their athletes. So that's what they're doing, and football has already done that, and has come back to me with the athlete concerning one particular bad behaviour, and has already apologised to Jal for it. Yes, it was bad behaviour. It was drinking in the aisles. It wasn't following instructions. athletes were saying, well, they were drinking, that's why they weren't wearing their mask. That's not good enough, particularly keeping people up late at night. There were other Australians returning on that flight, and so it's not the standard the Australian Olympic Committee expects, and not the standard the sports expect either.
So it sounds like, it's not a massive deal, but here is the problem with that one, that there were other people on that flight as well. So in years gone by, Qantas have put a flight on for all the athletes. You all come home together and you can have a bit of fun. I got no problems with that. But when the boys and girls, whoever was doing it, was on there without masks and obviously full of juice, that's when it gives it a bit of a black eye. The good thing, Steph, if you want to look for a good part of that, is it's on the way out, not on the way in.
You'd want to think it's on the way out, but no. Normally you're right, Matty. We have a charter flight, and those charter flights are dry flights, so there's no alcohol, there's no drinking, and you pretty much, if you're flying from overseas, it's a long way just to be on a flight, and then you've thrusted straight into the media calls that normally happen once you get off. So I don't know, Matty. I mean, it's right now we're speculating what happened. We're taking sort of guesses on who did what and how. You heard Matt talking there on his interview. It's such a hard. We live in such a sensitive society now. To what level was it? I mean, back when I was running in 2003, like my first championships, there was some wild men, hammer throwers, like Victor Chistakov. He was a pole vaulter that used to go with Tatiana Grigorieva, who was Olympic silver medalist for Australia. I flew from Japan, funny enough, on a JL flight, funny enough, and my man, he would have struck down a whole bottle of scotch by the time we got from Japan after the meet back to Australia, and we could not contain him. I reckon he kissed about 3 stewardesses on the way home. Like, it was just a mess. So it depends how sensitive you are of these things. I know you're wearing the Australian uniform. I know there's other people that are on the flight. I'd like to think that I have a lot of trust in the Australian Olympic team, that we know our responsibilities, especially now in today's day and age, that we wouldn't be too silly. But whenever there's alcohol involved, you sort of lose those sort of parameters on how you would act. So you've got to take that into account. I don't know. I don't like to blow these things up. There's so much more craziness going on in the world than to start hammering athletes on the way home.
100%. And I don't think there's too much hammering really going on of the athletes. And let me say this, if a couple of athletes getting full on the way home out of the games is our biggest problem behaviour-wise, then we've gone okay.
Yeah, I think we've done very, very well. But, I raise it as far as that, I talked about it this morning on the news. It's becoming a topic of conversation. As you know, it becomes like Chinese whispers. Before we have it, they've killed 2 people on the way home, by the time, you know what I mean? Like the way we build things up. So I think, look, these athletes have worked extremely hard. There's a lot of pressure on them coming into the games. Throw in a bit of COVID, throw in haven't seen your family, throw in haven't seen your friend, we don't know what they've gone through on the way leading up. I think we just leave it alone, and hopefully there's nothing more to it.
What about 2008 Beijing? In fact, here's one for you, which I haven't told. On the way into Beijing, and I remember I was one of the advanced party that went there for 7, but on the way through, they hadn't sorted out the accreditation/visa situation. So your accred was considered your visa. This is going into China.
I remember that. I do remember that.
Remember
yes.
that?
Yes.
And the name, I can't remember which way it was around, but say it was Matt White on my accreditation.
White Matt.
On my passport, it would be White Matt, right? And so what was happening at the airport was that the Chinese officials were going, hang on a second, the accreditation doesn't match up to the passport. The names are back to front.
Oh, no way.
And there was a logjam. You know who was ahead of the logjam? Your man, Usain.
You're kidding me.
Your man Usain was in the airport arriving at that time. He was 100 metres further ahead of us. That was just a by. So on the way in, it was so clunky to get in there. It was just really hard, and they had to work out.
I remember it was,
how to sort that out. On the way out, it was see you later, guys.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. We were on the plane waiting to come back. There was a whole stack of us, and they were just about to push back, but I looked out, and there were bags everywhere on the tarmac, like miles and mountains of bags.
That when you're in your plane, you see stuff like this, you know that could be your bag.
It was.
You're kidding.
And we knew that, and we ended up standing up. They allowed us to stand up. They allowed us to have a drink. So a couple of us, Chris Reason and I, were standing there. We're having a beer.
Right.
And then they said, we'll give you some food. So they actually came and put the food down so you could start to eat, because we were going to be there for ages. And then all of a sudden, they just pushed back. So while you had food on your plate in front of you, they pushed back. And I remember looking out the window going, 100%
They're my bags.
bags.
Yeah, I absolutely hate that. And, you know, as an athlete, it's your worst nightmare.
Yeah.
You know, you travel around the world, and we used to take a carry-on bag, which used to have a Spikes bodysuit, the main articles you needed to run.
Yeah.
Because you just knew somewhere through your domestic season or European season, your bag's going missing. So every time you hop on a plane, you look out that window, and you just hope you don't see your bag.
So what did you do with your undies? Did you? Were they always taken on board?
You keep going back to these underwear, man, and I'm telling you, Matt, it was perfectly normal what I did, and they did not stink. They had their own little separate little compartment which they travelled with.
It is not perfectly normal. Believe me, Tokyo Day 12 continues live here on SEN. It's time for the 11 o'clock news with Celeste.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good morning, I'm Celeste Mitsu with SEN News. 16 cases of COVID-19 have been detected in Queensland in the past day. Out of 51,000 tests, they're all linked to the West Brisbane cluster. One other case in Cairns is under investigation. The reef pilot was fully vaccinated. Chief Health Officer Jeanette Young has pleaded with people to rethink what essential shopping means to them.
Because it'd be really good if we could lift it. That's a big challenge, though, when I look at other states and how long it's taken before they could lift their restrictions. If we don't do something really, really, really special in Queensland, we'll be extending the lockdowns.
The state government will also reschedule the Brisbane Ekka public holiday. Positive cases from a Campbelltown unit complex in Sydney's southwest will be in today's figures. The Premier is giving an update. The building on Warby Street was put into lockdown late last night. It follows similar situations at apartments in Blacktown and Bondi Junction. Australia Post has agreed to pay out former CEO Christine Holgate. She will receive a $1 million termination payment and $100,000 to compensate her legal costs. Ms Holgate resigned following pressure from the Prime Minister over the Cartier watches saga last November. And the New South Wales government has backflipped on its decision to scrap mobile speed camera signs. More than $21 million in revenue has been collected since it was announced 9 months ago. 1,000 new signs will be erected by the middle of this month. sen.com.au sport coming up.
Get free delivery on KFC's Christmas in July feast, only on the KFC app. Get the Colonel's finest Kentucky Fried Chicken delivered right to your dinner table. Not available everywhere and not forever.
Mitchell Starc has become the 6th Australian to take 50 wickets in T20 internationals. He joins Elise Perry, Megan Schutt and Lisa Sthalekar. Despite losing to Bangladesh in the opener by 23 runs, Mitch Marsh says they will bounce back.
We were able to keep Bangladesh, who play in these conditions and have played in these conditions their whole life, to 130. It was tough for both teams, but ultimately I think, chasing 130, you're only ever one partnership away, and we just couldn't get that tonight, so that's where the game was lost.
And our medal tally in Tokyo has increased. This morning, 27-year-old Karina Lee claimed bronze in the women's 10K marathon swimming event.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Brook lights are flashing amber. Cowpasture Road and Airfield Drive. Gregory Hills, a crash on Gregory Hills Drive. Roselle, work on Victoria Road. Lane 3 closed westbound approaching Iron Cove Bridge. Speed down to 40 kilometres. And Strathfield, lights are flashing amber. Homebush Road and High Street. Simply Energy is for everyone who values value. See if you can save at simplyenergy.com.au. Simply Energy. It's that simple. That's the latest Sydney traffic.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
UPin Property. Dream it, find it, UPin it. Australia's first seeking property market app. Download now.
Made in Sydney. Independent curtains. Call 9756 2900.
Windy and sunny. We're heading for a top of 17 degrees in the city, 16 in the west, partly cloudy tomorrow and 19. And don't miss the Opals up against the United States live this afternoon on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero. Invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
A Monarch News update thanks to Monarch Painting. The leaders in paint accessories do the job right. Sydney COVID outbreak. We're getting the latest update from the government and the health department right now. 233 new cases, at least 47 infectious in the community, another death, and however there's also been traces of COVID detected in the sewage in Newcastle and the Hunter region as well. So that's some pretty bad news out of the COVID outbreak situation. The lockdown continues. On the Temper text machine, Mark says, how's Booney celebrated for sinking 50 cans and getting carried off the plane at Heathrow in an Aussie blazer? Mark, I've been through this story quite a few times, but let's just say this. Different times, different outcomes. Booney's a legend, by the way, and you do that these days and society just doesn't dig it, but it was a pretty crazy time, the way that they did that. You know how they did that, Steph?
Talk to me.
They coordinated a bit of a team plan. There were other players involved in Booney's attempt, from what I understand.
So it was a set-up attempt?
Yeah. Yeah, so from what I understand is that they had Booney in his seat and you operated in shifts. So other team members came up and had a couple of cans with him and then moved on. Another team member came up and had a couple of cans with him and then moved on. And meanwhile, part of the other thing at play was to keep the coach, Bobby Simpson, out of the loop. So then you would go and sit with Bob for a while and keep him busy, so he didn't want to go up and check, or down wherever they were, check on Booney, who's motoring through the beers.
You're kidding?
Yeah. So the Qantas flight attendants were on it. The players were into it, and from what I understand, Booney was well and truly on the way, and they almost got across. They got across the line in terms of how many he managed to get done.
And 50's the number. What was the number?
I thought it was 50 or 52.
Right.
I think it's 52. But the great part of the story is that they all thought that they'd achieved everything by getting him done. You know, next step was get him off the plane and get him to the hotel.
So he was completely buckled up.
Gonski, right? So they had obviously worked out a bit of a plan there to cover that.
Yeah.
What they didn't count on was when they landed at Heathrow, the pilot came over and said, "Welcome to Heathrow Airport. We'd particularly like to welcome the Australian cricket team as they head out on the Ashes, and congratulations to David Boone, who's knocked over the record for most beers." And the coach is sitting there going, "What?
You're kidding me."
Yeah.
So the stewardess obviously were talking in cahoots to the pilot. The Australian cricket team's on there. They're probably happy to see the Australian cricket. They thought, this is the greatest thing ever.
There you go.
How times have changed, eh, Matty?
Exactly. So, yeah, different time, Mark. I get what you're saying. But, look, it's gone down in folklore. Nobody got hurt out of it. Booney got dropped. They were going to send him home. They had made a decision to send him home. And I think they reversed it overnight while he slept it off.
Because he woke up brand new. They're like, he's still good to go.
Well, from my report too is he got into the room at the hotel on the luggage trolley.
You're kidding me.
There you go. We've digressed massively away from Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. So we're waiting for Poppy Olsen, who was third in the World Champs a few years ago, the 21-year-old, to come out and have her first 3 runs in the women's park preliminaries. An incredible story. She turned pro as a 16-year-old in 2016. She grew up near the Bondi Skate Park here in Sydney. One of her friends gave her an old skateboard as an 8-year-old, and she just got hooked. And now here she is at the Olympic level, about to go out and let rip at the women's park. It's a fantastic story. We'll take you there as soon as she heads out. What about the performance last night of the Boomers? So the Boomers 97-59 quarterfinal winners over Argentina. They now take on Team USA. Here's Paddy Mills after that win.
Paddy, since you've got here, this has felt like a team on a mission, a team with a bit of a destiny, and tonight you've just added to that. You're playing the US in the semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Obviously good to get that one tonight. Was a perfect example of the impact that each and every one on our team can make for the better of the group. Our guys that came off the bench entered the game, made big-time plays, big-time stops, and it was execution on the defensive end that got the job done tonight. So we're definitely on a mission here, and we're locked in.
You've said before that the goal is gold. You didn't want to just get a medal, you didn't want to just be competitive, you want to win this whole thing, and you're on track to do that.
100%, and that focus isn't going to change.
The US normally in an Olympic Games, they're terrifying for teams that they come up against. Are you guys scared of the Americans?
Not at all. To be the best, you've got to beat the best, and we've got a great opportunity here to do that. So this is what we've prepared for. We're back to where we've wanted to be. Now we just got to make the next step.
Paddy Mills, they've been so impressive, haven't they, the Boomers? Just the way that they've held themselves, the way that they've got themselves progressing through the tournament at just the right time. I'm expecting big things from them against the Americans.
Well, I was chatting with Shane Hill this morning, Australian basketball legend. He's back in Aussies all the way in to take down the Americans. He's not as confident about the Opals, but he said to me this morning, he said, John, this is probably the best Boomers side we've seen in Australian basketball history. So that's very big. But I just want to get back to David Boone, because that was really impressive. I know we're going straight to the canoeing. That's 26 litres of beer. I did the math. Yeah. Each can's 500 ml. That's 26. So that is.
Have you seen Booney though?
He's a big fan.
He's not. He can't fit it. You know, he's not height-wise. That 26 has got to go somewhere.
Pouch on him, hasn't he? Good on him.
It didn't go down to his toes, put it that way. What a legend. All right, let's take you out to the Sea Forest Waterway. The first of the Aussies in action today will be Bernadette Wallace. You might have recognised that last name in this sport because her older brother Ken won gold in Beijing in 2008 in the K1 500. He backed it up with bronze in the K2 1000 Rio. Now Bernadette has her chance on the big Olympic stage. This is her first Olympic campaign for somebody who's been to 6 World Championships now at the age of 31. So the C1 200, the second heat about to get underway at the Sea Forest Waterway.
Quarter-final later this morning, or later this afternoon. So quarter-finals this afternoon, semi-finals tomorrow. So one less race would be ideal from an athlete point of view.
So Maria Olarasu from Moldova in lane number 6. And we'll have a look at Bernadette Wallace. There she is in lane number 7.
This was a kayak paddler initially, so understood the craft of paddling. Now has moved into canoe. And her aim was to absolutely go to the Olympic Games and get into the A final.
So at this stage, the one time to beat from that first heat, 45.57, set by Lausanne from the Ukraine. So lining up.
Yeah, their boats will just pop into a little cone to hold their bow of their boat straight. It also helps them from the wind perspective, so they're not floating around as well or being pushed out by the wind.
So the reigning world champion in lane 5 from the USA, and Australia nearest to camera. Ready and away, and as expected, Harrison got a fast start. So too Chetverikova from the Ukraine next to her. And in the middle, Nuevo from Cuba. Wallace probably 4th away.
Yeah, just watching her start. A bit tentative out at the start. I think she took the first 5 strokes just to get her boat straight and up to running. Now she's up and running. She'll have a look at where she is. She'd ideally like to qualify in 1st or 2nd spot.
So 1st and 2nd through to the semi-final. The rest of the quarter-finals, which will be conducted later on this afternoon. Harrison looking strong in front, 3/4 of a boat length. From Nuevo from Cuba, 2nd. Balla from Hungary over on the far side is also lifting. Wallace in about 5th at this point as they hit the line. It's Harrison from the USA. Cuba go through as well. And then Balla from Hungary has to be content with the quarter-final. And we'll be seeing Bernadette Wallace later on in that quarter-final as well. As the times come through, remembering that first heat time was 45.57. And coming through in heat number 2, it was Nevin Harrison. There she is. That's the 19-year-old reigning world champion in C1 women's 200-metre canoes. And we haven't got that time through as yet. There's been a bit of an issue with the timing, I believe. Here we go. Harrison, 44.93. So that is certainly quicker, 0.6 quicker than Lausanne from that first heat. And then Nuevo from Cuba, 46.5. Balla 3rd. And the time's just starting to filter through, so we'll hopefully give you a time for Bernadette Wallace. Here we go, 48.2. 48.2, 3.2 off off the winner there, Harrison. And Bernadette, an admirable fifth, goes through to the quarterfinal.
She will. She'll have
Matt Hill with Nick Green there at the Sea Forest Waterway. So Bernadette Wallace, 48.2, good enough for fifth. She goes through to the quarters. The top two go straight into the semi-finals. Our next competitor will be up in about 5 minutes, Josephine Bulmer, the South Australian. So the C1 200 is kind of like Vikings, isn't it, Steph? You're up on one knee, you've got the one paddle to the side, and away you go.
Mate, she's strong. Look at that. Sorry, guys. I got mesmerised by this young lady from the USA. Wow, she's strong, Matty.
You've got to be strong to get through this. Ashley Maloney, by the way, after one event, is in second position overall in the men's decathlon as we get ready to go to the next event. So first attempt for Ash here in his next event, which will be the long jump.
And you can build from there. So Maloney on his way. You can see the running is fast, but the technique needs refinement. And that's the way it goes in the decathlon. He's built a lot of muscle. He's a bit stronger and heavier than he has been. Leans back, the head throws back. That's not ideal. And the hip position can do with some work as well. So that's being technical, but it's a good jump. So that's the upside here. 764. So when he set that Australian record, he ran 10:36 and jumped 7:67. So he's run faster just in the 100, and that's a good opening jump for Maloney, considering what he would expect. Here's Dubler. We talked about those hamstrings and the issue he had to have a couple of fitness tests to get here, but he ran 10:89. We're going to be a little within himself here, but see that Cedric runs off the board well. He's in a good position when he takes off. You can compare and contrast between Dubler and Maloney in terms of the technique of the long jump. Important to get the hips in the right position, drive up, and then let it flow off the board. So it's not a bad jump. Not going to be as far as Maloney's, but for Cedric, if he can get through these first two events, he could be okay. 7:27. First round of this decathlon long jump. Here's Thomas Van.
So there you go. Cedric Dubler, a 7:27 in the long jump, and Ash Maloney, a 7:64 after his 10.34 second run, a personal best. Ash in the 100 metres heats. He's looking very good on the overall scoreboard. So 10.34 a PB into a 7.64 jump in the long jump. Our two Aussie men continuing their way through the decathlon. We'll take a break. Thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all-Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass, like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Take you straight back to the Sea Forest Waterway. Australia's Josephine Bulmer in heat number 3 here of the women's C1 200. Little bit of a slow start. She's in lane 2.
They're stroking hard, and also Tiangatok from Thailand going well on the near side. Carrillo not far away from Cuba. That's first through to 4th, and Bello from Nigeria also really working hard. It's going to be very close for the first 2 to go through to the semi-final. That's Bulmer, who currently sits in 6th place.
Yeah, she's finding herself off the pace. Very quick out of the start by all the paddlers and the Australian Josephine Bulmer. Just off the pace.
So it is Katie Vincent, 25 years of age from Canada, so strong, and takes it by half a boat length to Carrillo from Cuba. And then it was Reed from Great Britain in 3rd place. Bulmer comes through in 6th and goes through to the quarter-final. 1st and 2nd going through to the semi. So that means that they don't have to paddle again today. They go through to that semi tomorrow. Semis and finals on the same day. And in the end, it was a strong performance by Katie Vincent, the 25-year-old from Canada. Her partner in the C2s, Vincent Lapointe from Canada, goes in the next heat in the single canoe in heat number 4. Katie Vincent 46.39, ahead of Carrillo Dubois from Cuba 47.26, 0.87 off the winner. And Bello looks strong from Nigeria. She really put in 1.14 in 3rd place. The time for Josephine Bulmer, 53.35. 53.35 for Josie Bulmer. Just got off to a...
Good on you, Matt. Thank you. So Josephine Bulmer, very sort of slow start out of the blocks, and she couldn't make up the ground. 53.35. So at least she has another crack in the quarter final. At 24 years of age, making her Olympic debut. She began the sport at the age of 10, and here she is 14 years later into the quarterfinals, which is what the rest of the field does in these heats. Top 2 go straight through to semis. The rest have to go through the quarterfinal, but she's a bit off the mark here in terms of pace. Bernadette Wallace a 48.2 and Josephine there with a 53.35. On the Temper text machine, John says, I think Dougie Walters had the previous record of 50. He disputes Booney because he drank 12 at the airport and a stopover.
Some technicalities there.
Dougie Walters was one of my heroes growing up. The first cricket bat I had a little photo of him just on the top of it up there. It was one of his signature bats. Also, this is Statsy from Freshwater, who's a regular contributor to the morning show as well. G'day, Matty and Steph. Let's hope the athletes get a tiny slap on the wrist. These are the ones that have messed up on the plane. These athletes have sacrificed a lot to get to the Olympics, probably more than what we have. I don't begrudge them letting their hair down, and I'm sure it was frustrating for other passengers, but getting to fly overseas is a luxury 99.9% of us don't have. Surely the powers that be can just give them a stern word and leave it at that. Thank God for the athletes in the Olympics for relieving my boredom during lockdown. Also, really enjoying Steph on the air. The enthusiasm and knowledge he brings to athletics is refreshing. You should do a podcast, says Statsy, or at least bring him to the Hilton once lockdown's over for a schooner. He'd be good to have a beer with.
I don't know if I could do 52, but I could definitely have 1 or 2. Thanks, Stats. That's pretty kind of you to say.
Do you know about the Hilton at Harbord down at Freshwater?
I haven't been. I'd love to go.
It's been redone.
Is that right?
It's a beautiful part of the world. Way back in the day, we used to call it the office.
I trust anything you tell me, Matty.
Well, once all this craziness is over, I'll go. I might know some people who know some people who can pour some beers down there for us.
I'd love that. I would love that.
Down there at Freshie. So we've still got Poppy Olsen to come. So they're into the 3rd set of heats in the skateboarding. So they do it in blocks, and they have 3 runs each. So Poppy's on the list, but she'll be in the 4th heat. They've got 2, 4, 5 competitors per heat here, so she'll be going out a little bit later on in the skateboarding. We'll be able to return to the Sea Forest Waterway where Elise Wood will be in the women's K1 500 after finishing 5th in the K2 500 yesterday. And at the athletics, so the decathlon continues with the long jump. That'll be their second last event of the day schedule in the decathlon. They'll finish it off with the shot put around about lunchtime. Then they'll break. They'll come back and do the high jump this evening. We've still got the women's heptathlon and the women's 400 metres hurdle. So don't forget that Steph's Sure Bet today is a multi, and it starts at midday. The semi-finals of the 110-metre hurdles. Ronald Levy is the pick. Roll that into Sydney McLaughlin at 12:30 for the women's 400 metres hurdles final. So Sydney McLaughlin to win is the second leg of the multi. We need Ronald to get us off to a start with semi-final number 1.
There will be no one more filthy than me if I get wiped out in this first leg today again. I'm just texting Shane Hill as we're talking, giving him some late mail. It's like, you need to get all amongst this because all our listeners right now are about to be wretched in about an hour.
Hammer doesn't like a bet, does he?
Oh, mate, I better be wrong. I think I've just exposed my boy. He doesn't mind a little flutter every now and then.
He doesn't mind a flutter. The Opals take on USA this afternoon. That'll begin at 20-3. You'll be hearing that right here on SEN. Matty Belcher and Will Ryan should complete the course out in the men's 470 and therefore collect that gold medal that is waiting for them. So we'll go up on the medal tally. The men's team pursuit will be cycling for bronze tonight. That's at 7 o'clock at the Velodrome. And a couple of finals of interest for Australia at the athletics this evening. Genevieve Gregson will be out there in the women's 3,000 metres steeplechase final. As you know, in that race, anything can happen. And then Peter Bowl. Australia's falling in love.
Super Bowl.
Australia is falling in love with Super Bowl, the men's 800 metres final. So when you break it all down and remove the emotion from it and everything like that,
okay,
what do you see in Peter and his chances tonight in the 800?
Okay, this is how it's going to play out tonight. You know, sorry, I shouldn't say Asbel. Kipro. The Kenyan in this race, he's the outright favourite, and I think the way he likes to run, he likes to position himself about 3 to 4 back. This is where Peter Bowl is the whole season loves to run, like in horse racing terms, 1 out, 1 back. He did that very, very well in the semi-final. I think the American Clayton Murphy, he's another one, likes to sit a little bit back, likes to see what the pace he's doing, and likes to pounce the last 200 metres. Now, most finals when it comes to Olympic Games have run quite slow because it comes quite tactical and it's always left to a sprint home. This is what worries me for Peter. He's got a good turn of foot, but it's not as good as like your Clayton Murphys, like your Nigel Amoses, who from Botswana, who, funny enough, fell in the semi-final and got put back into the final. So he's really the danger for me. He was the outright favourite before he tripped over in the semi-final. So, look, Peter's going to have it up against him here. But the perfect tactics he needs somebody like a Rotich Chiruit to go out front, to lead from the start. He needs to sit 1 out, 1 back from him. Let the mess unfold behind. He needs to get a bit of a gap in him. Hopefully when the last 100 metres comes, he can have enough of a lead and be able to sneak in there for a medal.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you start at sunrise with this energy. You get yourself all the way to the end of the athletics with this energy on a night, and then you come back in and you roll out that kind of stuff. That's why John Stephenson is in the house. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
At Rolled Vietnamese, we don't mind how you eat as long as it's fresh. We're talking Vietnamese dinner, like Mum made, without the messy kitchen, but all the love. So go on, bite into banh mi, French soldiers, slurp pho. Eat bao with your hands. Talk with your mouth full of gai. Keep your elbows on the table. That's how we roll. Rolled, fast, fresh Vietnamese. Download the Rolled app to order now.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131-806.
How many of you suffer from headaches or neck pain, snoring, or you just don't sleep well? You simply must try the Spinal Ease pillow. No other pillow comes close to the Spinal Ease. It contours around your head and neck to align your spine for a great night's sleep. So here's what you need to do. Jump onto spinalease.com.au, buy it and sleep better. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
The legendary reliability of Toro mowers has made them best on ground at Real Madrid and St Andrews. Then there's the legendary toughness of Toro irrigation that makes them best underground too. And now you can rely on Toro for your home ground. Check out Toro Walk Power mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and garden irrigation systems at your local Toro dealer. For the home ground advantage, you can count on Toro.
We're live at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tough start to the season for anyone who's not into mongrel boots. Tonight they're up against the old tradie boots and the balls with mongrel slip-on. Who passes decides it at the 40-metre line with steel cap. Who goes past the defence? That's a try for mongrel boots.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Cash flow, but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Welcome back at the golf. The women's individual stroke play is underway. We are counting down to a start for our two Australian ladies. Hannah Green, who'll be getting underway in about 5 minutes' time. And that must mean that the other Aussie in the field, yes, Minjee Lee is already out there. So she's completed one hole, is even with the card. The gold medal winner from Rio and multiple major champion Inbee Park from Korea leads the way at 3 under par through 7 holes. finals. So Hannah's about to get out onto the golf course, and Minjee Lee already in action. We'll keep you posted with that. Amazing scenes at the skateboarding. Sky Brown, the 13-year-old competitor from Great Britain, has done her first run out in the bowl here and gone straight to the top of the table. 55.26 is the leading score, which is 3 points clear of the next best, which is the Japanese skater. So Sky Brown, just one run in to this campaign at 13 years of age, is showing them how it's done. Australia's Poppy Olsen is still to come. So we've got the third set of heats going on. Why don't we take you out to the skate park right now with Mitch Tomlinson and Nick Bizzario, set the scene of what's in store for Poppy Olsen from Australia.
Yeah, I don't think she was too thrown off. She's obviously got that experience. She's got a cool head on her shoulders, like you said, and this is one of those skaters where it would kind of just be a chair. And there it is. Even on the frontside disaster, the wheels touched a little bit. It's a big risk to anyone out there watching. If you watch those wheels catch on the lip on the way in, it's almost why she kicked away there. She knew it was going to happen. It's really scary. And for her to continue twice in one run, you know what? I'm going to go for it. I don't know, it's good to see, but it's kind of scary. It's almost unnecessary risk. I like that.
Amelia Brudka locking in a second score of 20.10. All eyes on Sky Brown doing it for Great Britain right now. Currently leading the pack with a 55.26, kicking things off the same way she did in run number one with the frontside three.
People have been talking about Sky so much. Someone earlier today asked me if she was from Australia.
Really?
Because she's been getting spoken about so much before the events even come on.
Easily to confuse. Her mother's from Japan, her dad's from the UK. They live in America, and she's skating for Great Britain. So it can be confusing. I just got to take into account that Japan Air, that second or third hit, is so stylish.
Yeah, you like the way she holds through that grab.
If you saw a photo of that without knee pads, textbook.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Didn't take any time on that stall. Once she was in the nose one, she pulled straight back in. It's hard to do. Almost people need to take time in the stalls, which the judges want to see all the stalls go as fast as possible. She really did that.
Sky Brown, okay.
She's probably going to improve on the first score, which is already shocking and higher than anyone else. Wow. Almost like a bit upside down.
Yeah, it's a little off axis there.
It's like a little bit rodeo or something.
Yeah. Now, Sky's already skated the mega ramp at Elliot Sloan's house.
Yeah.
Like, she's 13 years of age, and you can see it on her YouTube channel. She went up there at the mega ramp. Took her a little while, as you can imagine, and then she did it. And now it's another feat that she's got, another notch on the belt of, she's going to go down in skateboarding history.
It's only in the last decade or less, that's somehow become a normal obstacle that people are skating. It's not that long ago. The mega ramp was some insane thing that Danny Way had come up with, and built all on his own, and it was unheard of.
A 57.40 for Sky Brown. Well, securing that top spot and definitely going to be in the top 8. And as you said,
she's outdoing herself.
Wow, so for the people at home, the scores are calculated out of 100. And right now we have Sky Brown in first position, Coco in second, and Sakura in third. The action is not slowing down. We've got Poppy Olsen up very shortly.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast. Here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Homebush vehicle fire, Marlborough Road, southbound on-ramp from Parramatta Road. Strathfield lights are flashing amber. Homebush Road and High Street also. Hitchinbrook, Cowpasture Road and Airfield Drive. And Roselle work on Victoria Road. Now the right-hand lane closed westbound, approaching the Iron Cove Bridge. Speed there down to 40 kilometres. Here's a great tax tip. Working from home can bring great tax benefits. For a contact-free and instant tax refund, visit taxtips.com.au. Now, conditions and charges apply.
When you're shivering in the winter chill, there's only one thing you need to remember. When the temperature hits you, just get a Fujitsu. And right now, when you buy a Fujitsu air conditioner, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard worth up to $450. Buying new or upgrading, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 31st August 21. Claim by 29th October 21. Prepaid gift card issued by EML Payment Solutions Limited, ABN 301314365532. T's and C's and exclusions apply. See website.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
The tyres your car travels on are critical. They need to deliver performance when it's wanted and safety when it's needed. Maxxis Tyres delivers great value without compromising on safety. Get award-winning Maxxis Tyres with the latest technology built in for you, your family and your car. Maxxis Tyres. Find out more at maxxistyres.com.au.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
A Red Energy update, Aussie update for you with Australia's Poppy Olsen not too far away in the skateboarding. They're heading towards her heats. We've had Josephine Bulmer and Bernadette Wallace out in the heats in the C1 200 in the canoe sprint. So Wallace, the leading Australian in terms of time. They both go through to the quarterfinals. If you're outside of the top two in your heat, you have to go through the quarterfinals. A 48.2 for Bernadette Wallace, fifth in her heat. A 53.3 for Josephine Bulmer, sixth in her heat. Elise Wood, Alyssa Bull, Thomas Green, Jean van der Westhuizen, Riley Fitzsimons and Jordan Wood, all still to come out at the Sea Forest Waterway. Thanks to Red Energy, which is proudly Australian. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. In terms of the medal tally for Rebel, the Chinese lead the way with 32 golds, 21 silver and 16 bronze for a total of 69 medals. The USA have more medals in total, 73 out of their 24 gold, 28 silver and 21 bronze. And then it's Japan, 19 gold, 36 in total, and Australia in fourth. So if you missed it this morning, we are already on the board on day 12 thanks to Karina Lee, who finished third in the women's women's 10K marathon swimming event. Her coach, John Rogers, was straight on the phone afterwards, or she was on the phone to a coach who's back here in Australia. And that's a fantastic performance from the 27-year-old who almost gave the sport away after missing it, the selection for Rio 2016. 5 years later, she is an Olympic bronze medalist. So our tally now steps up to 34. It will continue to climb, you'd think, today. Matt Belcher and Will Ryan, all but certainties to get the gold medal in the men's 470. We've got the women's quarterfinals in the basketball, so we're looking for the Opals to go through there against Team USA. Our men's team pursuit will be going for bronze at the Velodrome, and Peter Bowl is probably our biggest chance of the day out there at the athletics in the men's 800 metres final. Let's go back to the skateboarding, because this 13-year-old is about to have her final run in these first heat. She's just been incredible. Sky Brown.
I mean, not a victory lap, but this is just... Oh, my goodness.
That judo air as well, we didn't see that. So she's just trying some tricks that we haven't seen. Will she show us the 5?
This is almost like just another practice run for her. She's just trying some of the things that she wouldn't have done if she went for that same run.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you know what? I want to throw a judo in there. I want to mix it up. Just try a few things. And then pop out and just skate off.
So it's 3 runs, best run count. She's already locked in 2 scores that are the highest so far. She knows she's qualified. So that was very mature.
It is. It's very smart. Because she knows she hasn't got carried away.
Yeah.
She knows that there's a finals coming, and there's so much that she can do that she's holding off until then.
A few little extra tricks that we didn't see before. She showed us the nose grind as well. We know she's got the 540.
I'd love to be able to judo like that.
It's got to be one of the highlights of the day so far. This 13-year-old with an enormous smile, amazing talent. And our highlights thanks to Wolf Blass, the IWC Red Winemaker of the Year. And Sky Brown will go into the final. So the top 8 in terms of overall scores will go into the final. She leads the way with a 57.4. Her story, Steph, is incredible. May last year, she's on Tony Hawk's ramp, and she's trying to compete and train there on the vert ramp. She had a huge fall from 15 feet up. She ended up with a fractured skull, a broken left wrist and hands, lacerations to her lungs and her stomach. That was May last year. And we're now talking about this 13-year-old kid who started surfing and skateboarding when she was just 3 years of age, is now leading the Olympic competition.
She's tough, Maddie.
She's more than tough. She's great. She's going to be one of the stories of the games. So she got into it. Her dad was a surfer, liked to skate as well after he'd been out there in the water, and originally from Great Britain, but she now lives in America. So remember that name, Sky. She is the one to watch in the skateboarding, which means that Poppy Olsen is not too far away. Sky Brown leading the way. So Poppy will go out there. She'll get 3 runs. She needs to be in the top 8 to go into the final. So 8th position at the moment is a score of 34.06. So that's how it's going to work. So already we can lock in Brown, and the 2 Japanese riders have qualified to that final, and Poppy Olsen will be coming out as part of her 4th and the final heat of the skateboarding at the Women's Park. Quick break. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN UPIN.
We're calling live from at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tonight's game, it's the Steel Blue Boots versus the Old Tradie Boots. After the bounce, the ball's with Steel Blues Argyle, who kicks it down the centre where it finds Parks. Kicks it into the circle. What a mark by Steel Blues Southern Cross. It's a goal.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge, to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
Jono, do you know how you were telling me about how Crown does it all when it comes to materials handling?
Yes.
Well, I gave them a call about renting a forklift, and guess what?
What?
It was the best thing I've ever done. I got the forklift I needed, and with their rental guarantee, if I found a competitor's model cheaper, they'd beat it by 10%.
Oh, I told you, Mick, with Crown, you'll never go wrong.
Crown Rentals, best price guaranteed. Check them out at crown.com or call 131 604.
There is nothing like a Crown for picking it up and putting it down.
T's and C's apply.
Bingley have been bringing you the best brands and best advice since 1957. Ready to kick some goals with some of the best deals too? Check out the AFL Record Digital Edition now for Bingley's exclusive online deals. Also, the AFL Record Digital Edition includes feature articles, team lists, footy trivia, kids section and plenty more. Bingley and the AFL Record Digital Edition. All things Aussie rules and amazing online deals. Available now at sen.com.au and on the SEN app.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
On the Temper text machine this morning, 0457 736 736. Tony says, I saw John Stephenson on Sunrise this morning and he looked exactly the same as when he was running. Please tell me some surgery has been done or at very least Botox. Loving his insights and enthusiasm.
Well, Tony, I don't know if you watched the movie Coming to America, but I use Soul Glow on my hair and it's nothing but juices and berries, man, because my origins are from Africa. So that's what I put on my skin. There's no Botox there, brother. And I try, in all honesty, I try and stay fit, man, as much as I can.
Let's go back to the decathlon. Ash Maloney, second jump here, long jump.
Yeah, he's a bit tight on the runway, though. Like to see him loosen up a fraction. It's the white flag. It's very tight. You can see the facial expression, throws the head back. After that 10:34 personal best. See how tense he is and looking down, and then that head goes right back. This is the thing with the decathlete. You can't have all 10 go perfectly 740. You're going to have strengths and weaknesses, and it's about what do you expect to do? What's par? What's a birdie and what's a bogey? At the moment, he's got a birdie and a par, I reckon. Maloney. Here's Dubler, second attempt. Hamstring, holding together. Good stretch out. And a foul. So that's tough when you've got the dodgy strings.
So a foul on his second jump, 740 for Ash's second jump there. So Ash Maloney's best jump so far is 764 and a 727 for Cedric Dubler. The second event in the men's decathlon. So we can go back to the Sea Forest Waterway a bit because the women's K1 500 is about to get underway. So this will be Heat 3. Elise Wood, 5th in the K2 500, approaching the start line. Nick Green and Matt Hill, your commentators.
At the Olympic Games yesterday, the girls were delighted with that result in the K2 500. Absolutely delighted. So they'll use that energy today for today's racing.
But someone she's getting used to seeing is Caitlin Regal next to her in lane number 1, who won the pair with Lisa Carrington, who we see later in heat number 6. Great athletes they are from New Zealand. So expect a lot of the heat to come from over on the far side of the course.
Regal at top of the screen you talked about. Gold medal in the K2 200. Where this is over 500.
Austin's in lane. We've got a false start, by the way. Austin's in lane number 3, finished 7th in the K2s yesterday, so there'll be some heat from her as well. Manon Hostin from France.
Well, the second false start we've seen so far in this regatta, and it's quite simple. You know, the athletes will be warned.
So a full start there, so they'll turn around, go back, reset. That'll take a couple of minutes on the text machine. The Port Macquarie Pearl says, Matty, I'm a little concerned about the time you spent analysing John's Reggies. In saying that, I do want to know if you can still smell them through the glass. Port Macquarie Pearl, I'm a little bit concerned about your question. I just worked out the hours. That's all I did. I just did the Ks. Well, that's what we need to do.
These Ks.
We need to work out distance, kilometres run.
That'll be pretty hard. Or I reckon kilometres run in the race, like that amount, not the warm-up, because I do about 3Ks of running in the warm-up.
If we're going to do this properly,
is that right?
Yeah, we're going to do this. We need to send these Reggies off to the CSIRO.
Imagine if they were on CSI, the blue light on those bad boys. It's just all types
easy.
I was saying, the epidemiologists will be having a field day on this thing.
Easy. We're waiting for the reset here. Just a quick one on the spikes situation and the debate around that. I mean, we can sort of continue this as the day goes on, but the Nike spikes and the fast times that we're seeing out of the track. So what's going on?
Yeah, it's a very contentious issue, these spikes, Matty, and I reckon we're going to hear a lot more about it post these Olympics because for those that don't know, Nike brought out a new spike, and I don't know if you remember back in the day when the first Nike Airs came out, it had that little clear bubble in the back, and we all felt like we jumped as high as Michael Jordan. Well, this is similar what's going on with the spikes. They've taken that air, they haven't used air, they actually used a cushion and put in the front forefoot of the spike. Now, that front forefoot is the contact sort of point when you're running. That's sort of perfect. So for those that know what the forefoot is, that's from your big toe down to like the middle of your foot, and that's where the perfect sort of contact point is for when you're running stride. So they're thinking now putting that little bit of sponge or almost like a little bit of a spring is giving these athletes more of a hop. So a lot of the other athletes that are sponsored by Puma or Adidas really sort of were quite disgruntled, saying, hang on a minute, that's a bit of an advantage. So the heads of Puma, which I'm pretty close to the boss of Puma in Germany, they had a big discussion with World Athletics around allowing these athletes to wear these Nike spikes because unfortunately, most of the top athletes are sponsored by Nike. So, I reckon we're going to hear a lot more about this, about the spikes playing effect in all these records broken.
And it's great just to get that general explanation about that, and that detailed explanation, in fact, because a lot of people are hearing the spikes and they're thinking the actual spikes, but we're talking the spikes as in the shoe itself. So
Correct.
That little cushion just on the front part there is causing a little bit of angst out at the Olympic Stadium. Let's go back to the water. The Sea Forest Waterway, we're underway here in the women's K1 500 Heat 3.
Just leads, but two from the left. Elise Wood going quite strongly.
Caitlin Regal on the left hand, the top of the screen, New Zealander. He's a gold medalist in the over 200, as expected. Gone out start. From Elise Wood point of view, this is a perfect way to start your race. Be right next to the favourites, right in the top three. We know first three go into the final, into the semi-final. So a terrific start.
And getting straight through to the semi-final has its advantages because you can rest up. The other crews go through to quarterfinals. You can sleep on it and tuck yourself in and worry about it tomorrow. So it's New Zealand and Australia together at the moment, and then Stencils from Sweden. She's taking it pretty easily at the moment in that middle lane. A little bit of cat and mouse can go on in the early stages of the heats. And then 2 boat lengths away to Cherganovskaya from the ROC team, holding down fourth at the moment. Regal led by 8/100ths of a second at the halfway split. There's not going to be a great deal between these 3 athletes as they go down towards the line. So they're inside the final 100 metres of this third heat of the women's K1 500 metres, and the Australian Elise Wood, I think she wants to just about take this heat because Stencils is going with her. You can see the exertions on the face of Stencils. This is looking good for Wood. Will she take out the heat? She's just in front. Stencils coming at her, though, over the top of her, and it'll be just Stencils over the top of Wood, who was terrific. Third's going to be quite close in the end. Gee, Regal.
Well done, Elise. Elise Wood goes through there as top 2. Well done to Elise Wood out at the Sea Forest Waterway. All right, back to the Olympic Stadium we can go because it's time for the men's 110 metres hurdles semi-final number 1. This is featuring Australia's Nicholas Houth, so he will be in lane number 9, but it's the first leg of Steph Shaw-Bet multi. So you're on your man Ronald Levy here, the Jamaican, who'll be in lane 7. For the multi, we need him to win and then Sydney McLaughlin to win. So this is the first leg of the multi. Take a deep breath, Steph.
Mate, I've actually got hiccups. I'm getting nervous.
Take a deep breath. Let's focus on this. Out to the track we go.
Wasn't he? So he was so smooth. He had a really clean run in his heat and just surprised us all by coming away with that victory. But he looked good.
He's the European Under-23 champion. He ran a personal best of 13.32 in the heat. Levy, the Commonwealth champion from the Gold Coast.
Really like him. Really like him. I think if he can... Sometimes he manages to find reasons to get disqualified in the hurdles. He got disqualified in Doha in the semi-final. In London, he didn't finish. He hit that first hurdle and did his hamstring. So he has a smooth run. I think he's a middle chance, Levy.
Posey didn't look great, did he? He's been a fantastic world indoor man.
Well, hopefully he's in a really good mood because he would have seen his girlfriend, Katarina Johnson-Thompson, get away to a good hurdles race earlier in the day. And here he is, Nicholas Huff. He'll be talking to himself. He'll be focusing on that B of the bang that Colbert told us about. He knows that his weakness is his reaction to that gun, but he's so strong in the latter half of the race. Like Dave said, you've got to be careful. You'd be scared of if you were those hurdles because he does knock a few, but he manages to stay on his feet and hold his forward momentum.
He only had one finalist since Helsinki 1952. That was Kyle, of course, Kyle Vanderkuyp, who ran so magnificently in Atlanta. So it is a big ask for Nick. I mean, the favourites here, Levy, Roberts, 2+2. I think they're the two that get me firstly, and then maybe Martinez. From what we saw, the start for Nick will be crucial. Does he take a chance and try and beat the gun so that he's up there with them? Here we go. The Aussie closest to us. Better, a bit better, but Levy leads Martinez and Roberts got away well with Martineau Lagarde. Huff's a long, long way back, isn't he? Possey's having a better run with Levy. Top 2 to go through here. Levy just shading them. Oh, Martinez had a dive with Martineau Lagarde. Levy's got through, and Nick could never get part of the action, could he?
He's going to be so frustrated. He just couldn't keep his hip height high because he hit the first hurdle and then unfortunately he just kept hitting them because he couldn't get himself back up and tall enough to have that clean run. He would be a little disappointed with that race, Nick Huff, but he's still a semi-finalist in Olympic Games.
So not a great run from Australia's Nick Huff. He managed to hit pretty much every hurdle along the way. The pace was on for that 13.23. Ronald Levy has got through. Steph, your first leg is up. You're as happy as like you've just won Olympic gold. We need to go to the news and then we'll be back with more canoe after this.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm Celeste Mitsu with SEN News. A man in his 20s has died from COVID-19 as New South Wales records an additional 233 cases in the past day. The man had reached day 13 of his home isolation and had no underlying conditions. A woman in her 80s has also passed away from the virus overnight. At least 47 of today's cases were out in the community while infectious. Chief Health Officer Dr Kerry Chant says there's also been strong viral detections in the Hunter.
So there's been a detection from the Shortland sewage treatment plant and the Burwood Beach sewage treatment plant, and a lower detection in the Belmont sewage treatment plant. But a particular call out for all of Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, but particularly Birmingham Gardens, Shortland, Maryland, Fletcher, Minmi, Cameron Park, Mayfield, Stockton and Fern Bay.
Former Australia Post Chief Executive Christine Holgate has received a $1 million payout following her resignation. $100,000 of her legal costs will also be covered under the settlement. Ms Holgate stepped down last November amid the Cartier watches saga. HSC trials in person have been cancelled for more than 70 Catholic schools in New South Wales. Year 12 students will be required to sit them online. The cohort will return to class just before exams begin on the 18th of August. And a series of investigations are underway into bad behaviour by Australian athletes returning from Tokyo. The Australian Olympic Committee say they were made aware of unacceptable behaviour by members of the Rugby Sevens and Olyroos on a flight into Sydney on Friday night. The heads of the two football codes have issued apologies. sen.com.au sport coming up.
New South Wales, at Optus you can get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. Ends August 22nd. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Australia's Karina Lee has become an Olympic bronze medalist after finishing third in the women's 10K marathon swimming event. It's been a tough journey for the 27-year-old after she failed to qualify for Rio due to excessive exhaustion, but she says she never gave up.
I knew that I just had to put my head down and try my hardest for the next one, and it hurts so bad, but you have to think that everybody around you is hurting too, and it's who can hurt the most, and coming out third today is incredible for me.
Later today, the Opals take on USA in the quarterfinals, and then all eyes will be on Peter Bowl when he runs in the men's 800-metre final tonight.
New South Wales, at Optus you can get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. Ends August 22nd. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Bush West a car fire. Hammersmith Street southbound at Parramatta Road. That runs beside Centenary Drive. Roselle work on Victoria Road. Lane 3 closed westbound approaching the Ironcote Bridge. Speed down to 40 kilometres. And Hitchinbrook lights are flashing amber. Cowpasture Road and Airfield Drive. Win a Toyota Hilux with the Battery World. Purchase any US battery to go in the draw for your car, 4x4, camper and more. Visit batteryworld.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Mornings with Matt White, tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Windy and sunny. We're heading for a top of 17 degrees in the city, 16 in the west, partly cloudy tomorrow and 19. And don't miss the Opals up against the United States live this afternoon on SEN.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Zero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero, Xero.
Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy is proudly Australian. Call their Aussie team today on 131806. Ashley Maloney continues to hold down second place after two events in the men's decathlon. So the 100 metres and then the long jump. He's second overall on the point score. Cedric Dubler is 12th with the shot put to come this afternoon, and that'll complete their activities for the day session in the decathlon. Let's go back to the Sea Forest Waterway. So Elise Wood has qualified qualified through to the semi-finals in the K1 500. Her partner from yesterday in the K2s, Alyssa Bull, is up next, also hoping to qualify. Top three go straight through to the semis.
So off to a good start. Bull over on the near side. Also Jorgensen from Denmark's off to a good start. And we're watching for Kotsak in lane number 4 from Hungary. Expect her to go out pretty quickly too. And that is the case. Russell from Canada, Kerr from Great Britain, Jorgensen from Denmark, and then it's Kotsak from Hungary. And at this stage, Bull just slightly off the pace, would be about a boat length and a half off the lead.
Yeah, Jorgensen from Denmark won the bronze medal yesterday, so a sprinter over 200. And so what I know that Al will be watching, okay, well, with the sprinters in the 200, are they going to be able to maintain this pace and this intensity over the 500 metres? They should be able to, but that's what Al will be thinking about. Okay, will they start to tire in the last 100 and I can start to pip over the top of them?
So at the halfway mark, we have Kotsak coming through from Jorgensen, and then over on the far side, Russell, and watch for Bull on the near side, coming from that PB yesterday in the final, starting to lift now, lifting the intensity with 150 metres to go, remembering the first 3 make the semi-final. And then the rest go through to a quarter-final later, and you can tell that Bull really knows that and is really lifting. Kotsak leads with Jorgensen. They're both looking comfortable from Hungary and Denmark, respectively. The battles between Russell from Canada over on the far side and Bull from Australia on the near side. That's going to be the race we're watching here as they come down into the final 100 metres of this paddle. It is Kotsak Jorgensen. Watch for Bull on the near side. Is she going to get third in a semi-final berth? Yes, she is. Good work from Ali Bull, safely through in the end in that semi-final. So both Elise Wood and Ali Bull, they can get out of the water and know that they're safely there tomorrow. Great result for the Aussies.
Yeah, well done. So both of our Australian women going through in the K1 500, straight through to the semi-finals for Alyssa Bull and Elise Wood. All right, let's go to the skateboarding, because Australia's Poppy Olsen is out in her heat. She's ready to take on the skate park here. Sky Brown from Great Britain, the 13-year-old, leading the way, 57.4. So we're looking for the first 8 skaters from the combined ranking of the heats to qualify for the final.
Front of her, and it's a podium finish. Kicking things off.
Straight out of the gate, over that hip with a massive gap into the extension wall.
Oh, nice boneless.
She's come out of the gate strong. I'm so happy to see that. We were really waiting to see what kind of mentality she would have. No grab on that air. That's really cool to see. It's hard to keep the board on the feet without grabbing at all. That's extra points, extra difficulty. Keeping the air over the hump, clearing all the way into the other side of the transition. If she can keep going through this next 14 seconds. Ooh, that was quick, really fast. It was on a large part of the park. Board slide, rock in. She's got 3 seconds left.
Wow.
Perfect way to start.
And ending that with a rock and roll, just to put a little exclamation mark on it. Okay, we spoke about this before. Poppy Olsen, when she performs best, is when she locks in a score so she can build on it. Poppy has just locked in an amazing score. There's a mum at home. There's Thomas in tears. We are standing up as she gives Bryce Weston a hug. Now,
look at that, clearing all the way from the pool coping section, not from the hip where others have gone into that. She's come all the way from the back.
And that backside air with no grab into that transition, the fast plant.
She packed a lot into that run.
Wow.
And it's exactly how we said. We know that she's going to skate so well when she can get off to a good start.
Nick Pizzerio and Mitch Tomlinson there for 7. So that first run is a 44.03. That has put Poppy up into the top 4 after her first run. So the first 3 have already qualified. Brown, Hiraki and Yosasumi from Japan have already qualified. And now Poppy is well and truly up there with 44.03 that puts her inside the top 4 with 2 more runs for her to come, but that'll obviously count regardless anyway. Let's go back out to the Olympic Stadium. It's busy, isn't it? Let's go back out to Bruce as the men's 110 metres hurdles continues. This is semi-final number 2 after Steph's man Ronnie Levy kept the multi going with the win in semi-final 1.
way pretty well. Kenai got a good start on the outside, so did Dalmolen, but he's going strongly now, Alan. He's got a little bit of an advantage. Manga coming up to him, the Frenchman. Manga trying to go, the Japanese runner's had a big crash, and it's Alan over Manga. That was Kenai that came down, didn't he, and hit the dart.
So hit the deck pretty hard. Nicholas Huff in his semi-final that we heard just earlier, he is now having a chat to Channel 7, so we'll be able to get to that as soon as that is done. But he is finished in 7th position, a time of 13.88 for Nick after that run, and it was pretty quick, the semi-final of the 110 metres hurdles. He's an interesting story, Nick, 27 years of age, and you just wonder what he takes out of this. His mother actually represented Australia in sprint events in the university games. So his dad was an elite level athlete as well. He comes through there. He's had hamstring problems all the way through to the 2020 games, and he's seeing these as a stepping stone to Paris as well. So this is all about competing at the highest level. He's got through to the semi-final stage. Here he is with Richo.
Nick Huff's just finished his semi-finals of the men's 110 hurdles, Nick, and it's a brutal sport. One slight error at the start, hit that hurdle, it makes it tough for you, buddy.
Yeah, look, I'm just happy I got out there on the track today. I had a bit of a sore calf after the heat yesterday, so it's a bit of a struggle to warm up and just didn't have much power getting going and driving through the hurdles, but it's great to be out here, great to be representing Australia. Amazing to be competing in my first Olympic semi-final, and it's fueled the fire to go to the final next time.
Well, that's fantastic. So how much of a niggle was it? Was it touch and go whether you'd actually start?
Oh, look, I was able to run on it, but I did limit what I did in the warm-up. It was just one of those things, you know, I just didn't know how bad it was going to get, but I got through the race. Be a bit sore tomorrow, but that's okay.
It's great that it fuels the fire for you. You're second all-time. Number one all-time has been part of the team. Kyle Vanderkuyp's been one of the mentors. Have you had a chance to catch up with KVK?
Yeah, he was there in my warm-up today. He was there in my warm-up yesterday. He's my idol. He's my idol since I was a kid. Used to watch him back in the 2000 Olympics. So to have him here and, you know, give me some advice and calm me down, it was great to have him here.
Well, that's awesome, mate. So Com Games, World Champs, build up for 3 years for Paris.
Yeah, it's a big couple of years. You know, I think Paris is my time. That's going to be the big one for me. So just build towards that and see what happens.
Let it rip, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Nicholas Huff there in the men's 110 metres hurdles semi-finals. We have still got the women's 400 metres hurdles final, so the gold medal to be decided in about 15 minutes' time. Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhausen in the men's K2 1000. Riley Fitzsimmons and Jordan Wood in the K2 1000 as well. And Poppy continues to tear it up out at the skate park. She's got 2 more runs, so we'll be back after this break. Day 12, Tokyo 2020, live here on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Oh, we've been there for every game, a 4 and 20 pie. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Cregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Brandbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicks the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie. Oh!
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design, extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price, plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today and find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
We're live at the Coalface track in Chatswood for the Best Boot Championship. The cars are revving up and it could be anyone's race. This year the car boots are stronger than ever. First bend, oh no! Mungle Careers into Bloodston's boots. Hard Yakkers slammed into Steel Blue, but they'll all keep going with Steel Blue overtaking. Wow, strong boots indeed.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast, here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially, your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Look online at Tyre Power now.
At the Kasumi Gaseki Country Club, the women's individual stroke play golf is underway. So round one of four, Australia's Minjee Lee tied for 22nd. She's gone through 4 holes and is even with the card. Hannah Green is through 2 holes and is also even with the cards. So that's the situation at the golf. One of the big movers today has been Nelly Corder. She's now up into third at -2. She is the daughter, of course, of Peter Corder, who won the Australian Tennis Open back in 1998. Sue from Chinese Taipei leads it at 5 under through 6th. Inbee Park from Korea is 3 under through 10 holes, and Lydia Ko from New Zealand is in a tie for third, also at -2. So we'll keep tracking the progress of the Australian women in the golf. Poppy has gone out for her second run, so let's take you back out to the skateboarding. Second run here for Poppy Olsen from Australia.
Breath, leaning forward, like, thank goodness I got one run in the way I want to skate. She knows how good she can skate. She just wants to see herself perform that way. So do we. We're barracking for her. There's no hiding it. She qualified 4th. She's one of the best skaters out there.
So what she'll be looking to do now is better her score to get a better ranking come into the finals. So what that means is she will drop at the later of the positions. That means she gets to see everyone drop. So right now she's still going for broke, trying to better that score. Oh, and Poppy, no need to worry. She's locked in a score that's got her in the finals, and she's still got 1 run left.
Absolutely, and it's the same advantage we've seen play to her favour being in the 4th heat. Is the same way if she can get one of those higher rankings into the finals, she'll be able to watch some of the other skaters go first, and then she has more information, more understanding of the other skaters to base her run off of. So it is a little bit tactical. It is the it's a tactical play once you come down to thinking about the scores and really being one of the competitive skaters in the finals.
So we'll just take a look at where that leaves Poppy after her 2 runs. Currently, she is now in 6th position. So that was a 38.04. So can't match her first run of 44.03. Sky Brown continues to lead the way. So the earlier heats haven't been bothered. 57.4 is the leading score, and we're looking for Poppy to stay inside the top 8 and go straight through to the final at the Women's Park event. Out at the canoe sprint, the story so far, Elise Wood and Alyssa Bull both qualifying straight through to the semi-finals of the Women's K1 500. Earlier, Bernadette Wallace and Josephine Bulmer made it through, but into the quarterfinals. So top 2 in those go through, and the rest go through to the quarters. So Bernadette and Josephine will have to go through the quarterfinal. We're just waiting on Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen to go out in the K2 1000 heat. That will be up very, very soon. Earlier today, Karina Lee claimed a bronze medal in the women's 10K marathon swimming event. So another bronze for Australia takes our tally up to 34 overall, with more to come at 3:30. Matt Belcher and Will Ryan will head out on the sailing course to complete their gold medal run. For men's 470 medal race is on, but they've already got the gold medal. They just have to complete the course. The women's quarterfinal of the basketball will get underway before that. Australia v Team USA. John Stephenson, as we prepare for the women's 400 metres hurdles, still reeling after what happened in the men's 400 yesterday. The athletics world was collectively just dropped to its knees and just went, what on earth happened there?
What an amazing race that was. We witnessed history yesterday, seeing Karsten Warholm from Norway running 45.94 in the men's 400 metre hurdles, beating Rai Benjamin in 46.17. Now, to put this into perspective, if you understand, most people understand 100 metres, they understand breaking 10 seconds. We understand Usain Bolt 9.58. This run is the equivalent of Usain Bolt running 8.9 seconds for 100 metres, so that's how spectacular that is. This kid he's going to be the face of athletics. What he did, he beat, the legends of the sport. Kevin Young was the former world record holder. Edwin Moses, unbeaten for 10 years. 3 athletes in this race went under that world record. 3 athletes in one race went under the world record. We have never seen that in Olympic history, in an event where 3 athletes go under a world record. So an amazing race. I think the women's 400 hurdles, we're going to see something very similar here today. I'm looking forward to watching where I think Sydney McLaughlin will get the chocolates.
And we were talking about the Nike spikes earlier and the so-called benefit that's being given by them at these games. The interesting thing about the Norwegian guy, he's not in them. He's a Puma man, isn't he?
Well, that's what was very interesting is, all this this discussion around the spikes. And one of the greatest world records we'll ever see in our life is running in Puma spikes. So Puma right now are cheering all around the world because they backed the right horse, seeing him defeat a Nike athlete. So, there's some conjecture around these spikes, but then you see something like that yesterday, you go, okay, well, maybe it's not the spikes.
Poppy Olsen's out for a 3rd run. Let's tap in live.
It's important to point out there's a lot of people going from the hip into that extension, but it's only Poppy and 1 or 2 other skaters who are going all the way from the deep end out of the pool coping across over that whole gap and then into the extension. It's a lot more air, it's a lot more difficulty.
Yeah, she's such a powerful skater.
That's really, really true. You can see the way she carries her momentum through. She catches a lot of the transition. You want to land right at the top of the transition so you can get a lot of speed out. That's fine, honestly.
It doesn't matter. Look, she's in 6th position. So closer to the end, but nonetheless, Poppy Olsen is in the finals for her debut at the
Not
Olympics.
bad at all in the finals. So that was the 3rd and final run there. So we'll just make all that official when it comes through. Out at the canoe sprint, so the men's K2 1000 of Green and van der Westhuizen, they have won their heat there, so they'll go straight through to the semi-finals in an Olympic best time, 3:08.77, with another heat to come featuring the Aussies Riley Fitzsimmons and Jordan Wood. The 400 metres hurdles for women will be decided very soon. We'll have that on the other side of this break.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish styles. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Just a bloke in a bar. Made from the finest natural ingredients with no artificial flavours, Bloke in a Bar is a crisp lager with mild hops brewed to taste like real beer and enjoyed with best mates. You could even call it banter in a can. Get a taste of Bloke in a Bar. Visit blokeinabar.com, click on the store locator and enter your postcode to find your closest stockist. Brought to you by the Bloke in a Bar podcast. Enjoy responsibly.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
The legendary reliability of Toro has made it the first choice at many of the world's best sports grounds. Real Madrid and St Andrews. And now you'll find Toro walk power mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and irrigation equipment closer to home at your local Toro dealer. Whether it's above ground or underground, you can count on Toro to get the job done.
Day 12, Tokyo 2020, live here on SEN as we get set for the big one at the Olympic Stadium today in this afternoon session. It is the women's 400 metres hurdles. So we have 3 Americans making the final here, 2 Ukrainians, a runner from the Netherlands and also 1 runner from Jamaica. Sydney McLaughlin from Team USA is who John Stephenson is backing as part of our multi, and you want to see him get nervous. Well, this is it. Let's go out to the stadium now. Thanks to 7. Here's your commentators, Tamsin Manu and Bruce McAvaney.
Question. We're going to know the answer shortly.
I think it's going to come down to Mohamed's going to take it out really, really fast. She's just got that wonderful hurdling technique. She's so fast over the first hurdle. She'll set it up. She will lead into the front straight. It'll just be whether McLaughlin and Bowl can chase her down.
The Olympic record 52.64. Only in London do we have 2 women in an Olympic final under 53. That's going to happen here today for sure. Woodruff, an outsider. Cockrell, an outsider. And they're outstanding. A great chance to defend. No one's done that in this event. Russell. Could she step up from Commonwealth to Olympic champion? Can Bowl keep the unbeaten run going? Can McLaughlin go any faster than 51.9? Captured? No, I don't think so. As good as she is. And Ryzhkova, it's not a good draw, but she's got a big heart and she's quick at 52.9.
And seeing that lineup, McLaughlin is the one who looks really aggressive and switched on.
There she is. She's 21 years of age. Oh, this would be something. If Bowl could turn them over. And what about Dalila? It's that nervous moment. You know it's going to be big, don't you? Women's 400-metre hurdles final. Off they go. Mohamed's 3 from the right. Bowl in the centre. McLaughlin on her inside. Let's have a look at the first. I reckon McLaughlin is shade in front of Bowl, but Mohamed's right there, and maybe it's Dalila who's in front. So in the back straight, Mohamed, Bowl and McLaughlin. We concentrate on those. Russell's just behind them. Mohamed's so smooth. Bowl so strong. And McLaughlin so quick. So the big 3 sort themselves out. I reckon McLaughlin's a fraction in front of Bowl, and Mohamed's right with them. Nothing in it. Mohamed about a half a metre maybe up on 52.
Incredible, Bruce. That race did not disappoint. It lived up to its hype. McLaughlin, you almost thought, is she going to get there? Wow, off that last hurdle, it was just such a battle between the two of them.
She had to come from behind. And she was a long way away from her, wasn't she? You talked about that draw. 51.46 and 51.58. Oh, it's just awesome to produce those sorts of... And Bowl, 52.03. So Bowl becomes the third fastest ever, smashes the European record. The three of them have risen to the occasion, just like Vorholm and his mates yesterday.
And Dalila Muhammad, 51.58, and she is on the second rung of the podium. What an effort. I think she realises there's nothing else she could have done. She was incredible to the 8th hurdle, and even coming home, she held her form. But McLaughlin is just an incredible athlete, isn't she, Bruce?
She sure is. So yesterday, Vorholm took 0.76 off his own world record, and today McLaughlin takes 0.44 off her own world record. And before, 5 minutes ago, only one woman had broken 52, and that was a shock. But and now two, and not only have they broken it, they've smashed it. So again, we've seen the greatest 400-metre hurdles race in history for women.
So Dalila Muhammad ran to form. She came into these championships having been injured, but she's such a good technician and she has wonderful speed off the ground. Femke Bol was a surprise for me how fast she went out. She was actually up on McLaughlin for a long way. Now into that 9th hurdle, McLaughlin had a little stutter, but she had great forward momentum coming off this last hurdle. Fabulous dip for that line to make sure she got the win, but what a race between the two of them.
Magnificent. And then the gap to Russell at 53.08, a personal best. So similar to yesterday, not quite as stunning in terms of what happened behind them. She stayed pretty smooth, McLaughlin, didn't she? Muhammad's still a beautiful mover, even under stress.
Yeah, Dalila Muhammad's just a wonderful technician of this event. She's just, unfortunately for her, come up against Sydney McLaughlin, who is not only supreme over the flat 400 metres, she's got that mental toughness and aggression. You could see her before the race. She had it etched across her face that she was going to go for this and she was going to attack it the whole way. She was down, but she's fit. She's done the work, and incredible, Bruce, with what these three women on the podium have been able to produce today.
For the first time we've had a 1-2 from the same nation. You think about the Americans, they had 5 silver medals in this event until Rio. They hadn't won it, and they broke through in Rio. Have a look at that scoreboard. To us and Joe, it's like a piece of art, that scoreboard.
51.46, Bruce is talking about. The world record goes to Sydney McLaughlin. Muhammad, her Team USA teammate with a personal best to get silver, and Femke Bol from the Netherlands with bronze. John Stephenson, you know how to call it. You pick Ronald Levy in the semi-finals of the 110 men's, and then you rolled it into Sydney McLaughlin as Steph Shaw bet. What a race that was.
I'm speechless again. Two 400-metre hurdle races we've seen in the men and the women's, and both have left me speechless. You know, Dalila Muhammad ran, you know, a world record as well. He came up as a PB on the screens, but for those that didn't know, the past world record. So, you know, we saw the same yesterday with the two males running under the previous world record. There's something going on with that track. It is lightning fast, and it's even quicker in the day. And I know people probably don't understand. Going, what do you mean? How can a track get quicker? Well, there's different composites and compounds of rubber, and sometimes when they heat up, they get a bit more bouncy, or they get a bit more harder, and that can create a quick track. And there's a special surface called Mondo, which is an Italian brand of rubber. So anyway, we'll get into that tomorrow about what the track does and how it works. But back to the 4 hurdles, women's amazing race. She deserves it. I had a good chat with her coach right before we got on air, and he said, John, she's ready to go. She is trained by the great Bobby Kersey, who trained Flojo and also trained the great Jackie Joyner Kersey. So, it's no surprise to see her run that well. She was a phenom in college. She battled a little bit coming out of college, but wow, she is an absolute superstar.
It's interesting in both the men's and the women's 400 hurdles here, because both of those world records have only lasted a couple of months. It took a long time to knock them down, but Karsten said his in July and then knocked it over yesterday. Sydney said hers in June, the back end of June in Oregon there, and knocked it over today.
Well, what's really, really unfair about this, if we watched Delilah Muhammad, who came second, and we watched Rai Benjamin yesterday, who came second, run and take out Karsten and take out Sydney, we would be going, these two individuals are just absolute weapons. And unfortunately, they are second, you know, but that happens in different events. But yeah, it's just, I think this is not the last we're going to see of the battle between these two girls. I think the rest of the European season, I don't think Sydney's going to have it away. Delilah just lost to her. It wasn't like Sydney was handed the victory. She had to work extremely hard, and I think the lane draw is what did help her in the last 50 metres there.
21 years of age for another 3 days. She'll turn 22 in 3 days' time, so that's a hell of a way to celebrate. Another world record falls in the 400 hurdles yet again, this time to Team USA. We will take a break, but at the Olympic Stadium, the winner was Sydney.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
At Rolled Vietnamese, we don't mind how you eat as long as it's fresh. We're talking Vietnamese dinner, like Mum made, without the messy kitchen, but all the love. So go on, bite into banh mi, French soldiers, slurp pho. Eat bao with your hands. Talk with your mouth full of gai. Keep your elbows on the table. That's how we roll. Rolled, fast, fresh Vietnamese. Download the Rolled app to order now.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your back.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
I'm Lindy Morrison, former drummer of the Go-Betweens. And if you're like me and driving less these days, APIA's comprehensive car insurance rewards you with a drive less, pay less discount on your premiums.
Call APIA on 13 50 50 for a quote today. APIA, get set, go. APIA is an authorised representative of AAI Limited, the product issuer. Most optional covers are not discounted. Limits, exclusions and conditions apply. Before buying this insurance, read the PDS. Contact us for a copy.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because it's a great time to get yours with a virtual consultation. Order yours now by calling 02 8459 7420 or visit seadoobeaches.com.au.
To create a high-performance machine, equal parts art and automobile. That was the brief. Lauded and awarded like any masterpiece. There's always critics. But with 15 premium Harman Kardon speakers and the new bimodal exhaust, it's kinda hard to hear them. The new Kia Stinger.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot. Your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Many of us grew up on quad bikes and we still love them. But a few years back we started migrating to the utility, the comfort and manoeuvrability of the mid-size two-seat side-by-side and the genuine safety benefit they offer. And now it's happening in droves. 22 years of Polaris Ranger development mean these American-built workhorses remain at the front of the queue. So tow more, carry more, haul, heave and hunt and get into a Polaris dealer and see if maybe mid-size is your size.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Choose an internet and mobile provider you can trust, like a mate. Get internet from just $59 a month. Bundle your mobile plan and save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and award-winning Aussie service. Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Team USA celebrating an incredible victory in the women's 400 metres hurdles and a world record to boot for Sydney McLaughlin. So incredible effort from her to break her own world record. Before I let you go for the day, John Stephenson, tonight, we spoke about this earlier. We've got Genevieve Gregson in the women's 3,000 metres steeplechase final. And then about an hour after that, so it's going to be late tonight, Peter Bowl in the men's 800 metres final. What kind of preparation do you do when you've got a late event like that? You're a guy like Peter who wants to get out there and just rip into this 800 metres. What's the day like for you?
Yeah, good question, Matty. It varies for a lot of athletes, but the big, like the great Usain Bolt used to lay in his bedroom, play video games, and just basically veg out all day. And that's what most of the time you do. You go into the dining hall, have your lunch, come back, maybe get a little bit of physio. You try and keep yourself as calm as possible. I'll probably go over my race plan with my coach over again, just make sure everything's A-OK, check all my gear, make sure I got everything I need for the night, and then basically it's a waiting game and keeping those squirrels calm, in their head that start to get active and start to tell you you're not good enough to win the darn thing,
So how do you do that? How do you shut them out?
So for me, the easiest one is I knew the positive affirmations I need to say to myself, which is always going back to the hard work I put in to get there, and that would always sort of give me that sort of that sense of calm in that you've worked to get your number one. Number two, I'd go over my race plan and what I have to execute. So if I got proactive on that and understood this is my office, I've done this job many a times before, and if I go out there and execute it, it's going to allow me to focus on what I can control, which is my ability to go out there in a race, hit all my markers, and if I do that using the fitness that I've built over the last 9 months to get this championships in the last 4 years, the results should be there. So that's what I keep reminding myself throughout the day, and then have good company around me, good friends, good people that I knew that were positive, that I could have a laugh with. I'd watch a bit of the other events that's happening in Olympic Games, because you've got a closed circuit sort of network that's inside the village where you can watch other competitions and events and drive off their energy. Use that sort of what's happening around you to feed and give you the energy when you get back on, when you have to time to perform, that you're going to be the person they're going to be watching.
The last final tonight at the track will be the men's 200 metres. We've spoken about this 17-year-old sensation, Arian Knighton from the US. There will be 3 US runners in there, 2 Canadians, including Andre de Grasse. So what are you expecting out of this 200? Fireworks?
Okay, this is how it's going to play out. You got Noah Lyles that's coming out of lane 3. Now he was the red-hot favourite leading into the championships. He's just messed up throughout the rounds. He made the age-old mistake last night in the semi-finals, pulling up right before the line, which has given him a poor lane because he ended up coming third and qualifying as one of the fastest non-qualifiers to make it into the final. I think the race is going to be really controlled by Andre de Grasse. His last 100 metres in his top-end speed speed was unbelievable last night. I think that's what it takes to win a 200. He's won medals in a 200 before Olympic Games. He's a big-time performer. We saw him win a bronze medal in 100 metres final year in Tokyo. I think Kenny Bednarek, he's a bit of a danger for me in lane 7. And the young kid, Arian Knighton, he runs out of lane 5. What I'm worried about is going to have Lyles on the inside, Aaron Brown on the inside, and then he's going to DeGrasse on the outside and Kenny Bednarek. That's a bit of a washing machine we call in the 200 metres in running, where you can get caught up in other people's race patterns. And as a young kid, he's only 17 years of age. He's never been on the World Stage final. He's never been in an Olympic final. But in saying that, when you are young and you're naive, you sort of go out there and just run till the wheels fall off. And we saw that with the young Namibian girl who came second yesterday in the 200 metre women's final. So the race is wide open. I'm still staying with Andre de Grasse to take out the victory, but look for Noah Lyles to be coming late and for him to possibly win a medal. I'm going to give you the top 3. It's going to be Andre de Grasse into Noah Lyles into Kenny Bednarek to come third. I think Arian just misses out. Oh, you know what? I'm going to change that. I think Arian Knighton comes third, and he shocks the world, and he's a young kid, and he gets his first medal at 17 years of age.
You're picking Andre de Grasse into Noah Lyles and young Arian Knighton to collect a medal at 17 years of age. You have been on fire. Don't forget the Opals coming up this afternoon on 7. They've struck form at the right time. They're hoping to upset the mighty USA women's team, of course, for a spot in the semi-finals. That's Tokyo 2020 live, free, and in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. You'll be back on Sunrise tomorrow morning. You'll be back with us tomorrow. You need to go take a rest because you've had a delivery day. Steph's Sure Bet has delivered today.
It has gone back to back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on fire.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Yeah, g'day, it's Matty Johns here. When it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. Experience the difference with the Shed Company. They're all about offering you a premier experience that'll make the shed buying process easy and flawless. They deliver personal, premium service that you will remember. So call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company. Experience the difference.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
G'day, it's Matty White here. If you wake up with a sore neck or headaches or you snore too much, it's either too much booze or the bloody pillow. Problem solved, the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. I've made the switch to the Spinal Ease pillow and I've got to say, I love it. Aussie-owned, Aussie-made. I've made the switch, you should too. Here's what you need to do. To order your Spinal Ease pillow now with free delivery, just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
Kane has a carpentry business. Here's Chapman to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
AC Green was a pro basketballer in the NBA. He was nicknamed Iron Man for playing the most number of regular games in succession, 1,192 to be precise. It's an NBA record. He built up an impressive list of achievements. Some of those, he won 3 championships with the Lakers and was named an All-Star in 1990. But before all this, when he was at high school, he had an aha experience. He discovered the truths of Jesus. As a result of this, AC Green became known for his discipline and strength of character, not only on the court, but off it. For example, he made a decision that the world would consider bizarre. He decided to remain celibate until he got married. Pressure then came from others to make him change his mind, but he stood firm. In the Bible, James, who was Jesus' half-brother, put a call out to all of us to cleanse our hands and purify our hearts.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
Welcome back to our coverage, Tokyo 2020 live right here on SEN. Don't forget Joel and Fletch coming your way this afternoon from 3 o'clock. A busy night as well. Stay in touch with our Tokyo coverage via the SEN app. And the Temper text machine is open for business, 0457 736 736. Keeping our eyes on the next event in the men's decathlon, because they've already had the 100 metres and the long jump. Now they move to the shot put, which is their final event today before they regroup later on this afternoon. Cedric Dubler has had his first throw of 3 attempts. He's thrown 12.62, which puts him down 9th on the list. Ash Maloney is in the other group, but they're actually going side by side in this one time-wise. And I'm just trying to find where Ash Maloney, he's had a throw of 14.04. So thrown further than Cedric, but is in 10th in his group. First of 3 throws. Ash Maloney is second overall on the decathlon point score after the first 2 events completed, with a pretty good time, a personal best time, in fact, of 10.34 in the 100 metres and then jumping 7.64 in the long jump. That's compared to Cedric's 10.89 in the 100 metres and 7.27 in the long jump. The men's K2 1000 Heat 1 featuring Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen out at the Sea Forest Waterway. The top 2 here need to get into, the top 2 will go straight into the semi-finals.
Australians off to a good start with, in the middle, the Slovakians. Real experience and youth in the German crew. Max Hoff, who is at his 4th Olympic Games, 7 times gold medalist at the World Championships and 3 gold at the 2019 European Games. And up with Jacob Skop, who, as I mentioned, 4th in the K1 yesterday at 22 years of age. The Australians looking good, though, left of your screens. They're matching it early with also in the centre the Slovakians and also the Germans.
Yeah, I said mixed reactions about the Australians. They both raced the finals of the K1 1000, where Tom Green came 7th and Van der Hausen came 11th in their respective finals. They thought they could do better, but it's also the Olympic Games, and I know they're going to race this race very hard, put themselves in a winning position to go through into the semi-final.
Going hard early, the Kiwis over in lane 2. Furthest away from your camera, Max Brown and also Curtis Imrie. But the Australians in that scrap, if anything, just have their bows in front with, at this stage, Slovakia looking confident and comfortable, half a boat length in front. The Australians looking pretty good at this early stage.
Yeah, good turn of boat speed just in the last 200 metres. The Australians got out, they settled, they had a good spurt of boat speed. You can see that now they're still working quite hard to get back up into the lead where the Australians would like to be in this race. And, you know, they're finding good form. And they know there's some quality competitors around them, so they need to find very good form.
At halfway, they're doing a great job. 0.38 off Balaz and Botek at the moment. We're looking for their dangers because first 2 go through to the semi-finals. Looks as though Germany and New Zealand are being held off at this stage.
Great effort by the Aussies. They've now come through and their boat is surging towards the lead. So they're pushing hard in this third part of the race to try and dominate and get into the lead, which they've done at the moment. So they're working hard to get to that, but they do know that if they get through and win their semi-final or come second, given they have no further races today. So it's worth now in that position to physically put yourself on the line.
Keeping a watchful eye on the Belarusians in lane number 3. Ale Urenia showed a lot of speed in his heat in the K1s also a couple of days ago. But the Australians are really lifting here on the outside, and they've taken the lead with 250 metres to go. This is a terrific display, almost a canvas in front of Slovakia and Germany. So they are the 1, 2, 3. The Australians have to hang tough, remembering first two go through to the semi-final. They're looking good.
Yeah, you talked about the Germans being experienced paddlers. They've gone to many Olympic Games. They're showing a great turn of speed at the moment, one of the fastest on the course. The Australians will either consider, do they respond to them, or do they let the Germans come through them? Knowing the Aussies, I think they'll respond.
The Australians lifting that stroke rate from the 400 metres and the intensity. They're going well. Hoff and Skopf in the middle for Germany, going with them. Who's going to take this heat? It won't really matter as far as a spot in the semi-final, but can the Australians claim a heat in this K2 1,000 metres? Yes, they can. That is fantastic. Half a boat length in front of Germany. So well done to Team Australia. John van der Westhuizen and Tom Green. We thought from their work in the K1s they'd make a terrific pair, and that was strong. That was good.
Yeah, really impressive heat paddle for those guys. They were under pressure by some of the favourite crews coming at them, but they held the response and responded. You know, their finishing line, boat speed and effort was just exceptional.
So, John van der Westhuizen and Tom Green, they make it through in a time of 3:08.77 and an Olympic best time as well. So that is a big tick next to the Australians. That's exciting, and they can sleep on it now. They can get out of the water, rest up, especially after a really busy day of the K1s yesterday. They'll be looking forward to a bit of R&R, and that's exciting leading towards semis and finals tomorrow. They got a good start too.
Yeah, we've found that watching other races this morning, that those, particularly those over 1,000 metres, those crews that are getting out in front are holding their lead. So the Australians will know that there's no foxing at the moment. Everyone wants to get through directly into the semi-final, and so the Australians have to paddle on their game and be ready to race, which they've done, and they qualified through with Olympic best time, and that'll give these two young athletes a great deal of confidence.
Sport's biggest moments, called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. New South Wales has recorded 2 more deaths from COVID-19 overnight as the outbreak in Greater Sydney continues to grow. An unvaccinated woman in her 80s died in hospital, and a man in his 20s died while isolating at home. Premier Gladys Berejiklian spoke on the man's death earlier.
Obviously, our deepest condolences to his family and loved ones, but it demonstrates again how this disease is lethal, how it affects people of all ages. Unfortunately, the gentleman wasn't vaccinated, hadn't had any dose of the vaccine, and as we understand it, the death happened quite suddenly.
New South Wales recorded 233 new local coronavirus cases today. Only 92 of these were isolating, leading authorities to say it is unlikely the outbreak has reached its peak. Queensland, meanwhile, recorded 17 new local cases today in what is now their biggest COVID outbreak since the very first wave of the pandemic. 16 are linked to the Indooroopilly State High School cluster, and 1 is an unlinked case in Cairns, announced yesterday afternoon. Good news for Victoria today, though, with no new coronavirus cases for the first time in more than 3 weeks. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Shop online with Amart Furniture and spend $799 to receive $79 off your order. Online only for a limited time. Visit amartfurniture.com.au. Conditions apply.
There's been another world record set in the 400-metre hurdles at the Tokyo Olympics, with the USA's Sydney McLaughlin winning gold a short time ago in the women's event in a time of 51.46 seconds. It beats her previous record of 51.90. Elsewhere in Tokyo, Australia's Poppy Olsen has had a dream start in the women's park skateboarding, qualifying through to the upcoming final in 6th position off her first run score. The top 8 skaters qualified. Here's the audio of the end of Olsen's first run.
Ooh, that was quick, really fast. It was on a large part of the park. Board slide rock in. She's got 3 seconds left. Wow.
Perfect way to start.
and ending that with a rock and roll just to put a little exclamation mark on it.
Enjoy great deals at Snooze, plus free local delivery with orders over $999. Call or chat online. It's amazing what a little snooze can do. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Roselle Works, westbound Victoria Road Lane 3, taken out approaching the Iron Cove Bridge, Homebush. Some works after earlier crash. That's affecting Parramatta Road, Pot Street. Bexley C works and delays on cameras. Stony Creek Road, top left, turn Citybound to Forest Road. And on Forest Road, past the shops. Works in lane 1 approaching Bexley Road. No problems the M4 past the Cumberland Highway with M2 steady through the Epping tunnels. New South Wales, at Optus, you can get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. Ends August 22nd. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today. Windy near the coast, a top of 17. Partly cloudy, 19 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss Peter Bowl in the 800-metre final, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
It will be a golden afternoon for Australia at Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. In about 3 hours' time, Matt Belcher and Will Ryan will head out for the men's 470 medal race. They've already claimed the gold medal there. They just have to get through the course without any dramas and without being booted out. So it shouldn't be a problem for Matty Belcher and Will Ryan to claim another gold medal for Australia. That will move us up to 15 golds for these games. Puts us one shy of the gold medal tally that the Aussie athletes racked up in Sydney 2000 and two short of the gold medal tally that has led the way for Australia since 2004 at Athens when we won 17 golds, 50 medals overall in Athens, 16 golds in Sydney, 58 medals overall. And at the moment on the medal tally, we're on 14 medals, gold, and 34 overall. So things are looking pretty good for the Aussies this afternoon. At 20-3 this afternoon, the Opals will take to the court to have their quarter-final in the women's basketball against Team USA. Bronze on offer tonight at the Velodrome with the men's team pursuit final at about 7 o'clock. And Peter Bowl, a very big chance of jagging a medal in the men's 800 metres final later on this evening at the Olympic Stadium, with Genevieve Gregson also in action in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase final. So there is a lot going on. That's your Red Energy update. Red Energy's Aussie team, you can give them a call today on 131 806. Back out to the Sea Forest Waterway we go. Canoe sprint continues just before we start heading into the quarterfinals. The second heat here of the men's K2 1000. Riley Fitzsimmons and Jordan Wood lining up for Australia.
Virgo Baccaro from the Italian team in lane number 3. Nadas and Kopacz, expect heat from them over on the far side, and they're away. And you've got Joseph Dostal from Czech Republic, the silver medalist in the K1s from Rio 5 years ago, experienced campaigner. He'll be looking to go hard, and he is there in that number 1 seat with the Australians next to them, and they've gone out hard, the Aussies.
Yeah, we know the crew from Czech Republic are as strong campaigners, experienced paddlers, and the Aussies will just try and stay next to them. They've raced already yesterday. Most of these paddles, except for the Australians on the screen, so they're a bit fresh, they're raw, and they're jumping out of the skin to get going.
So it's Fitzsimmons and Wood looking very strong. Their first go here at Tokyo 2020. They're enjoying it early. about half a canvas in front. But Dostel and Radek Sluth from Czech Republic with Dostel, and then over on the far side it's Nades and also Kopat. So first two go through to the semi-final. So the Australians just have to hang tough here because they've got two very experienced crews breathing down their neck.
It's a long race in terms of this intensity and this pressure. So they got out through the first 250. They'll settle a little bit. There might be a bit of movement of shuffling positions, and then they'll start to build their momentum into the finishing line. Their aim of this race not only is to absorb the Olympic pressure, but to qualify into the semi-finals. And if they go through the quarters, that's okay, but ideally they'd like to go through straight to the semis.
Remembering that the quarterfinals, they compete in later on this afternoon, so they certainly get a second go at it. It's a repechage, if you like, and it's especially for a crew like Fitzsimmons and Wood, who haven't seen the water so far in this competition. It's not exactly a bad thing. So at this point, Nades and Kopats from Hungary, and also Dostel and Sluth, they're doing a good job, 1 and 2. They look confident, 3/4 of a boat length in front of the Australians. And then we've just got to watch the Italians, Burgo and Baccaro from Italy, just coming into your screens now, and they're about a boat length away from the Aussies.
Yeah, and again, they continue to look at their race plan to pace themselves. They're still at attacking distance if they wish to try and get up. But at the moment, they might think about their the next race and whether they need to, with 250 to go, whether they need just to conserve the energy. By the looks of things, they're not going to get through directly to the semi. They'll have to go through the quarterfinal system. So
it's just a case of holding their form now. They're clearly head and shoulders in front of the other crews at this point. They're still about 2.5 to 3 boat lengths in front. So what's the advice from here, Nick? Just hold your form and just preserve that energy.
Yes, they'll hold their form and they'll just paddle in. They'll use this a bit of it. Just paddle, look at their technique, look at their form. First time on the race course proper, so they'll just use that experience.
So taking stock, Fitzsimmons and Wood, they're about 3 boat lengths away from the top 2 crews at the moment. But this has been impressive from Nades and Kopats. Kopats, he really is in contention from multiple medals from this regatta, isn't he? 3/4 of a boat length in front. Czech Republic second, and then over the line Fitzsimmons and Wood. That's a really nice start to their Olympic tilt here at Tokyo 2020. Finishing third.
So finishing third there, the call from Matt Hill and Nick Green out at the canoe sprint. So Riley Fitzsimmons and Jordan Wood. That means that they'll have to go through the quarterfinal stage to make it through. They will be in quarterfinal number 2 later on this afternoon. That will be scheduled for, just trying to get up the time out there, which will come up right now. That'll be at about 2:30. So in an hour and 20 minutes time, that'll be quarterfinal number 2 for Riley and Jordan. Jordan Wood, his wife Elise earlier today went through to the semi-finals in the women's K1 500, so qualifying in second across the line in her heat. It's an amazing story, the Wood story, and Jordan's dad Steve won a bronze medal in Barcelona. His mother, Anna, won bronze in 1996. Tragically, however, Steve Wood passed away when Jordan was just 14 months old. He now comes in here at 27 years of age, and he's representing Australia with Riley Fitzsimmons in the men's K2, but will have to go through the quarters. Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen made it through in their heat earlier today. Let's have a listen to them, thanks to 7.
Guys, you just smashed that with an Olympic best time. How are you feeling?
I don't know. It's kind of weird, to be honest. Like, it's so strange. Like, I think it's because he's one of my best mates. We're quite relaxed out there, and we're like, before we got him, we were just like, let's go have some fun. And that's exactly what we did, and it turned out to be an Olympic best, which is pretty cool. Yeah, pretty stoked about it.
There was disappointment yesterday. How did you shake that off and then come out today and do what you guys have done?
Well, for me and I guess for both of us, we kind of just put it behind us because obviously it was a bit disappointing yesterday, but like I said yesterday in the interview, I was like, I've still got another job to do, so I was just going to try and reset and come back here today and trying to do our best. So.
And obviously you guys have such a good friendship. Is that a key to the success of this race?
I think absolutely. It just makes it a lot easier. I think a good friendship and also a great team. We have two amazing coaches, Jimmy and Dave, and yes, we just listen to them and take their advice. Overall, makes a great team, and we just like have a good friendship as well. I think it definitely helps. And like we train together in the K1 too, so we push each other in that, and then that just replicates into the K2, which is always nice. So.
Looking to tomorrow, what's the plan now for you guys?
I think the same thing as today. Just stay relaxed, have fun, and go out and have another good race, hopefully, and just execute. Nothing too different.
Tom and Jean are through to the semi-finals. Two good mates, arm in arm with the ice vests on out there at the Sea Forest Waterway. You can be part of our coverage at any time thanks to the Temper text machine. 0457 736 736 is the number. And don't forget, you can stream every sport on 7 Plus. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet to continue watching Tokyo 2020 on day 12 of coverage here live on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when or where or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au. Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here. First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. Their game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
There's a new way for footy fans to start their day with the AFL's newest podcast.
I think playing against the Bulldogs is scary. That's the coming-of-age game for Max King. It's not absolutely locked in that he's not there as coach. Jakovic, Glass, Worsfold, you're dealing with some Eagles rock stars, and he's not that.
Find out the biggest footy stories first on AFL Daily with me, Nat Edwards, and Damien Barrett from 7:30am weekdays. Subscribe to AFL Daily wherever you listen to podcasts.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
In this time of uncertainty, we're told we can only go to the supermarket and home again. Breakout River Meats can think of a great way to help our economy in this difficult time. Keep shopping at your independent greengrocer, baker, and butcher. If you don't, you'll lose more than your freedom. You'll lose your right to choose. Breakout River Meats, supporting free markets, independent family businesses, and our great Australian spirit.
This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. Matt White with you in our Olympic studio. Thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Zero online accounting to help you do business, but better. At the women's golf round one, Nelly Korda from the USA leads the way. She is 4 under through 15 holes. She's currently in a three-way tie for first with Chinese Taipei golfer Wei Ling Su and Madeline Sagström from Sweden. The two Australians in the field, Minjee Lee is at 1 under the card, so she is 3 shots back through 7 holes. A bogey on the third hole, followed by birdies on the 4th and the 6th. So Minjee Lee is currently in a tie for 11th at -1 through 7 holes. Hannah Green is at +1 through 7 holes. So she had a double on the par 4 third and has collected a birdie on the 5th. So +1 for Hannah Green, -1 for Minjee Lee, and the leaders are out there at -4 with Nelly Korda through 15 holes right now. So the final of the skateboard at the park will be coming up very soon, about 10 minutes time. So Poppy Olsen through to that final. It is top 8. They will have 3 runs and she will be out there skating for a medal for Australia, the 21-year-old. But let's go back to the third quarter last night, the start of the third quarter. Australia v Argentina in the men's basketball quarterfinals. Of course, we've got the Opals coming up this afternoon, but this is how it played out for the Boomers in their win over Argentina.
Ravitala exploring, got it to Deck, he missed initially, got his own rebound though, and with a putback. 6 points, 6 boards now for Gabriel Deck. And quick whistle again, and the foul's going to be called on Ravitala.
His knees Dellavedova requires a little bit of help. Kick back to Landale and he knocks it down. Jock Landale's been real efficient from the three-point line. Hasn't been pushing it, only taking what he's given.
60% Rory for the tournament.
Yeah.
Not a big number of shots taken, as you said, but that's why he's unique in an NBA player, in my opinion. He can roll and pick and pop the three.
Mills had to adjust the pass from Ingles, couldn't complete it. Mills got it back again after the good hustle from Landale, but eventually Placino gets a stop to it, hands over to Campazzo. No passing lane for the rolling Delia. Deck goes to work, off glass, can't complete it. Well done again by Marcos Delia. Can't keep it alive, and now Ingles feeds Dellavedova. 42 quick fouls called on Argentina in this third quarter. They couldn't really afford another. Dellavedova's left alone. He hit the first 3 of the game. Can't connect there.
I think Campazzo's been told to calm down on those one-handed slings because he had a few opportunities already and hasn't thrown them, so the turnovers might be in his head a little bit.
Laprovitala fires off the mark into Nick Kay. Ingles quickly up the floor. Paddy Mills was slapped off the cylinder. Great defensive play from Nicola Porcino.
There's the effort by Campazzo. Kept that alive. And good defensive transition, lucky transition for Argentina.
Campazzo started the play, looking to finish it, can't do so. Nick Kay snatches the rebound. Number 7 for him in that category. Now Dellavedova for Landale. Picks up the dribble. Nick Kay wants Mills. Shot clock to 10. Mills works to an opening mid-range jumper all the bottom of the net.
And that is just beautiful ball movement. Argentina playing catch-up almost in every pass of that possession. And boy, you need to be committed if you're going to guard Paddy Mills because he is constantly on the move. He's elite when he gets the ball in his hands. And that's the rule, Bogues, that I think the NBA should introduce. Have it that once it hits the rim, it's live. See here, it just hits the rim. Now in the NBA, that's goaltending because it's still in this imaginary cylinder that goes from the rim all the way.
And that's the problem. In the NBA, the imaginary cylinder is, as we see it, dunk through the middle, but the imaginary cylinder is the problem because a referee's then taking a 50-50 punt.
Correct.
Was it in that cylinder?
It's clear cut here.
Dante Exum onto the floor, playing with 3 fouls. It's the ball to Landale in the corner, and he continues to be hot from deep. Landale now into double figures with 10, including 2 or 4 from deep, and the margin is 10. Biggest lead of the game. 3 minutes played, term number 3. As Campazzo retreats away from Mills. Here's a scoop pass, finding Deck. Can't complete it. Exum the rebound. Just to push the issue here. Mills. Alley-oop play for Nick Kay was ambitious. And the Aussies are going to turn it over for the 9th time in the game.
NBA free agency, gentlemen. Jock Landale. What are your thoughts?
No, 100%. He is an NBA player in every sense of it. Offensively, he can shoot the 3. As you say, he's good as a diver, sees the floor, can pass, and
much improved defensively.
That's the big thing. He really does a good job. And these days, when you're switching 1 through 5, some of the times you got these 5 men guarding some of the little guys. He can move his feet and keep people in front.
I thought he did enough for the 2019 World Cup to earn a gig. So look inside. Mills denied the pass. Thibault with the crumbs. They've got it on their terms here. The Aussies 8-4 since half-time. Thibault takes them on. And Campazzo is going to be called for the foul. It's going to be the 3rd team foul on Argentina in this quarter.
Frustration on the sidelines with Argentina. This is the highest scoring game in the history of the Olympic competition. It may have been broken, but
Schmidt, I think.
And I'm talking about total score between Australia and Mexico.
So the Aussies on top here by 11. Great defensive job. This is Laprovitala. Shares it now with Gabriel Deck. Fires, and he was overdue. Gabriel Deck comes up with the finish.
This is a turning point for Argentina. I'm talking about them. The game could go either way right now. It could be a blowout. I think the timeout was important for them to get reset. If they want to make this a game, this is the time.
Landale finds Mills firing quickly. Can get the shot. 16 in the game now for Paddy Mills, including 3 of 3 from deep.
That's a super quick release. The defense closed out. Just really good offense.
Laprovitala, shot clock at 10, picks up the dribble. Dead, double team now by Mills, harassing work. Beat in the paint here. Campazzo takes the line and tough finish, he gets it done. First score since half-time for Facundo Campazzo, who has 9. Nick Kay surveys his options. Now exit. Shot clock to 10. Inside the last 5 minutes of the 3rd term. This is on top by 9. Kay with a height advantage here. Wants to post up Campazzo. He turns, fires, couldn't finish it. Landale got a piece of it. And now a chance for Gabriel Deck and Argentina to come forward.
Interested to see when we see. Will we see Australia back this quarter?
Good work. able to finish it there from Nicola Laprovitola. Nixon pushing the tempo. A lot on offer, so slows it down to Landale. Says, I'm feeling it at the moment. Can't complete it there. Rebound for Blasino. From Pazzo now. Takes on Bible. Found a way past. Laprovitola. Tricks away from Exum and now uses Blasino. Run it through sets of hands. Single digits on the shot clock. It's Dick. It's already hit one. Now he's hit back-to-back threes. The margin is cut to just 6.
And really open Jimmy this last 3 or 4 minutes. Just up and down. No real structure for either team. And that probably works in the advantage of Argentina.
Dante Exum from Mills. Guarded by Laprovitola. Now on a double-team trap. Needs help. Shot clock to 5 and beyond. Exum, and the blocking foul is going to be called on Gabriel Deck.
That's a good call. Didn't quite have his feet set. And he's out of position. And that's that 3 ball that we're talking about. Laprovitola did a really good job of trying to close it out. Down the other end, Campazzo answers that 3 with a nice drive to the basket. Now, that's not your orthodox technique from Deck, but being very effective when he gets his feet set.
It's been a very professional display by the Australians. Started slowly, but down by 8. They've found their rhythm since then. Goes exploring. One of the pass, Landau from close range. Turn, hook shot won't tumble. Campazzo the rebound. Front by Fiber. Now looking to get beyond Landale. Deck. Hands over. Laprovitola. Lost control of the ball against Paddy Mills. Now he's coming across the halfway line with 6 on the shot clock. He's going to fire from deep. And caught it a little long. Ingles up the floor. Bible against multiple opponents. Gets Exum a wide open look. And he splashes for 3.
Defender stuck in a tough position, leaves Paddy Mills for Dante Exum, decided not to. Great knockdown by Dante.
That's the right, as a defender, you made the right call. Test Dante from the 3-point line.
Gabriel Deck battling in for the offensive foul, points away for Wade. That was Exum's first score in the game, the previous 3.
There's that decision. He stayed with and ran to Paddy Mills. Really good ball fake to Paddy. Down low, just the left arm there with the push off. Paddy does a good job to sell it and picks up the offensive foul and the turnover.
Going back to that Dante 3, that's a shot he has to make on a consistent basis. A free agent right now. Interesting to see where he ends up.
Ingles gets it from Exum. One way, back the other. It's going to take long. Daisy was seen for the first time. Bible in traffic, needs help. Nick Kay, top of the key. His 3 is short. Gabriel Deck with the rebound. Another 10 for him to go with his 12 points. Impressive. Outside as well. Blasino knocks down the 3. Margin again, cut to 6. Blasino coming to the party.
And we're jabbing, we just can't land that big blow right now. It's just remaining close and a little too close for comfort at the moment.
Excellent. Good first step, got beyond Deck, and a nice athletic finish as well.
That's how it played out in the basketball last night. We need to cut that short because we're going straight to the Ariake Sports Park where Poppy Olsen is stepping up for the final in the Women's Skateboard Park event. Let's take you there right now.
Going to get underway very shortly and we'll be crowning some Olympic champions.
Mitch, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm not jealous of the job these judges have because it's been so close, and we know it's only going to step up from here. The skating that everyone has been holding off for themselves, they're gonna let it all loose here in the finals.
That looks like Sean White in the crowd with Amanda Reynolds. Actually, saw Sean practicing. Got a few runs on the park in between practice with the pros, but none other than Dora Vala from Brazil starting things off as we are in to the women's final.
I'm so glad she's starting her run with that frontside grind from the small quarter pipe into the deep. I really like that entrance, and I know the judges will too. looking comfortable, looking good. She is the 8th qualifier, so you know she's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, she's kind of going to set the standard now for the rest of the scores. So whatever she does, whatever she scores, it's like, okay, that's where it's at. Let's build on that.
That was a cool transition there from the vert extension over that gap. We haven't seen that before.
Yes, Dora, a similar run to what we saw, apart from what you were just saying, in the prelims, but nonetheless, 3 runs, best run counts for all competitors. Nice little 5-0 around the corner.
I'd play it safe too. If I'm being completely honest with you, if I was 8th qualifier, I knew I was skating in the first ever Women's Park skateboarding finals, I'd be struggling to shake it off. I'm a bit jittery here, sitting in the booth myself, and I'm not even out there skating. So
it's going to be really interesting what happens now, because we saw all these skaters drop such great scores to get into that top 8, but we do know when we come to the end of this, Poppy included, have a bunch of tricks we haven't seen yet.
Absolutely, absolutely. So they get 3 runs, and only the best one counts. So they know that they can take those risks. They can play it safe at the beginning, but they can also absolutely let loose. It's the finals. They shouldn't really be thinking about leaving anything on the course or on the skate park.
Exactly. Dora, a 40.42 for her first run.
Indy's my favourite style so far. Obviously, Poppy, I'm barracking for the most, but Indy really showed how aggressive and how strong her approach is. So I'm really excited to see her come through.
Yeah, Indy App starting things off with the fast plant on the extension. And as we said, from Florianopolis, Brazil, skates so much with Pedro and Murillo Perez and that. And you can see it in her skateboarding. The approach is so fast and aggressive.
Oh, she pushed so hard to that front feeble. The way the truck's locked in around that corner, it's difficult to go so strong through it. And she didn't even worry about it at all. Front 50 through that corner. I love hearing those pull tiles.
Yeah, there's such a great satisfying thing to that noise, isn't there? Okay, she didn't really get what was she going there for? Last time we saw the stall 50-50, I think, right?
I'm not sure what her actual plan was. It definitely wasn't that, but she's recovered quite well.
Yeah,
it's not going to be easy for the judges to score, but
hey, she's kicked things off. She ended it with the sailfish. It's very similar to what we saw. So it does seem so far, Indy, Apps, and Dora are just locking in a score that'll, they can build on.
Absolutely. I mean, you like to say it, Mitch. They like to build a house on a strong foundation, and making sure that you don't actually fall off on that run, that's the most important thing. And
it comes into a mental game as well. They do want to get that extra bit of confidence into finals. The jitters are going to be at an all-time high. This is Olympic time. I don't care who you are or what you are. When you drop in with your country's colours on, there is going to be an extra weight on the shoulders. Indy Apps scoring a 37.34.
Yeah, when she puts together the run she wants, it's definitely going to score a lot higher than that.
Yep, 100%. But right now, Poppy Olsen from Australia for her debut run in the finals. Let's go, Poppy.
I'm taking a big, deep breath with her as well before that.
Judo air to start things off. That was huge.
So strong. So good to see her start off like that. You can see her pumping out of the transition. She's not holding back. She's trying to keep gaining speed as she lands. She's not just holding on for dear life. She's pushing with intent to the next wall.
Yeah, we said it before. She's such a powerful, solid skater. That backside ollie over that gap there was insane. 50-50. I wonder what she's got over that.
We were talking about this in between heats and finals now. I think you might be right that she may be mixing it up over that volcano hump obstacle there in her next run.
Oh, oof. That's where she fell. Okay, so she came in from that fast plant, which is a boneless with your back foot, leading into that, and she fell in the prelims on the second run with that same trick, okay? There's the beautiful judo air. She's going to tidy this up. It's definitely not going to be Poppy's best score. Boneless on the extension there.
There's some comparison there between Indy and Poppy. They're the two oldest skaters in this. They have our favourite style. They have the most power, but I also feel like with that same passion and aggressive approach, there is some more variables, not necessarily inconsistency, but they're really pushing for those extra, whatever you want to call them, amplitude points, which they pay off, but they also have their own risks.
100%. Now, Poppy scoring a 35.20 for her first run in the finals. finals as we make our way back to the top of the park. Bryce Weston from the United States of America.
Shoelaces aren't even tied up properly. It's cool to see someone with a totally different style and mentality, taking different runs, going into the park in different ways.
It'll be interesting for Bryce with such a, carefree attitude. It'll be interesting. That backside ollie was really good into the boneless to disaster. As you said, she different attitude than everyone else, but it's really paying off.
Yeah, it definitely did. It's what the judges like to see. They like to see someone taking different lines and showing how they more. It's almost like showing you're more comfortable in the park than everyone else.
Yep.
Hitting different walls, starting off different ways. It's less predictable, and it definitely scores higher if it pays off. Little switch bloke. Ooh, frontside ollie, no grab. See a bump through the drain there? That's a real drain. It's the same as a pool. It does rain in these bowls, and it has to go somewhere.
Bryce Weston, pretty great way to start things off. She's squeezing in a lot of tricks.
She does hit a lot of.
She might have the amplitude,
yep,
but she is squeezing in so many tricks, and it's great to see.
I'm not surprised she's relying on that lip slide to Smith. The judges are going to like that. It's cool to see.
Backside air over the gap.
You could see her push a little bit further, I think, if she can get into it and get sort of behind herself and get a bit carried away almost.
Yep. First run. Okay, her and Poppy, as we said, have been hanging out in America the last few months. Bryce dropping a 44.50, moves her into first place, but we are not even we are just halfway through, I should say.
No, it's just heating up. You can tell by Poppy's iced vest that she's wearing. It's hot out there, and it's not just from the weather, it's from the skating too.
Sakura Yosuzumi from Japan. Okay, she started off the prelims absolutely beautiful. She really set the standard. We know she has some tricks that we have definitely not seen. She's holding them out for the finals. Lovely backside air there. Judo air.
Oh, really classic. Just so comfortable.
Yeah. You said this before the event started. Watching Sakura skate is such a beautiful thing. It's just, she's so smooth.
It is. It's really casual, but you can still see the power and control at the same time.
Ollie 5. Into a 5. There we go. So we said it. We saw tricks then that we hadn't seen Sakura do in her first run. Now,
she made us wait till the last 6 seconds of the run. We're like, is she going to 5? Is she going to 5?
Okay, so Nick and I in the prelims were kind of going, maybe she needs to do something more. She just completely shut us up then. And it's like, hey, Sakura just locked in a huge score. It's going to move her into the first position. And check the height on that method.
Looks so good. She's been doing that in every single run. Smith grind as well. You can see the board in the middle is touching the coping.
And around the corner.
So good to see. And really, really classic tricks all the way through her run.
Ollie 5 into a 540. So back-to-back 5s. It's going to be a high score. We haven't seen that so far.
You had to see her compress at the bottom there, so it's not going to be the highest scoring 5, but she's done it straight out of the grabless 5, so
it set the standard, and Sakura Suzumi a 60.09 catapulted into first position, and she set the standard now.
That's the highest score we've seen, even compared to everyone else's heats, including Sky Brown. That's the highest score of the day. And it's absolutely only going to go up from here.
Yes. Koko Ana Hikaraki, 12 years of age. She qualified third in the prelims. Now, every time she drops in, it's a pleasure to watch. She skates so maturely. And we saw her in the prelims lock in 2 good scores and basically just wash the third one away to save it all for the finals. Kickflip Indy in the deep end.
Just so casual about it. Oh, did she almost slide over the hip itself just then? I can't wait for that replay. Front Smith. So she only stalled with 2 trucks in the heats. She was saving that Smith stall. It's a higher difficulty stall. Just a little bit low on speed now. I bet she can pick it back up, though.
Yes. Nice backside 5-0 through the corner.
She's got 5 seconds left. I don't know what she's going to do rolling fakie.
Frontside 3.
She still made use of that time, but it's not...
The first part of that, that kickflip Indy was pretty sick.
Yeah.
So, Kokona Hikaraki, everything she does is with so much style, right?
I don't want to get super carried away talking about everyone's age, but I'm struggling to believe that she's 12 years old the way she skates. It's just really with a lot more power than even some of the older skaters have.
That was epic.
Really, really good Smith stall.
And you'll notice with her grinds throughout the pool coping, a lot of the time she's doing them in the corner, which is awesome. Okay, little front side.
I want to see her slide that lip over that hip. I wonder how the judges are going to react to her run, given that the first half was so strong, but not quite ending as strongly as she might want to.
There's room to improve.
You talked about how harsh she is on herself.
Yeah, she is. A 58.05, so that's a great score. That's the highest from the prelims, apart from Sakura, obviously, so that'll move her into second position. But now, the level has gone to a whole new stage of progression right now, and this girl is one of them that's leading the charge. Sky Brown from Great Britain. There's the frontside 3 to kick things off.
She's not messing around. The way she starts her run and follows through with them, she's so consistent.
Japan Air, invert.
She did seem like she was shaking off a little bit of nerves at the beginning. She's not putting that on. And we were talking about how maybe she wouldn't be shook at all by this Olympics world stage, but it feels like maybe she does feel it a little bit. She is human.
The amount of publicity that she's getting is unbelievable. There's people around the studio right now asking about Sky Brown. Everyone is talking about this young girl. So we saw the hand plant. We saw a start off with the frontside 5. The backside 3 into the hand plant. We know she has a 540. There's the frontside 360.
She also threw out the kickflip Indy there. It's the trick she came off on. It's a high level of difficulty. Don't let the Japanese skaters fool you. As soon as the board leaves your feet, as soon as you're flipping the board...
So there you go, our commentators out there at the skate park as the women's final continues at the Ariake Park skateboarding. So Australia's Poppy Olsen currently in 6th position as we still wait for the scores to come through for Sky Brown. So 1 run down, 2 to come. The 2 Japanese riders currently leading the way. So 47.53 for young Sky Brown, the 13-year-old. So she moves up to 3rd. That pushes Poppy down to 7th with 1 rider to come. Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. The skateboarding continues after this.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
G'day, it's Matt White here. You know, here at SEN, we're all sleeping like logs when we're not working. What's our secret? The Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It's helped me sleep so much better than I have in years. No neck pain, no headaches. So here's the deal. I'd like one of our listeners to go to spinalease.com.au right now and order one, because a great day starts with a good night's sleep. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleeze.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
We're live at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tough start to the season for anyone who's not into mongrel boots. Tonight they're up against the old tradie boots and the balls with mongrel slip-on. Who passes to side zip at the 40-metre line with steel cap? Who goes past the defence? That's a try for mongrel boots.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Win a Toyota Hilux with Battery World. Purchase any USA battery to go in the draw for your car, 4x4, camper and more. Visit batteryworld.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design. Extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price. Plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today. And find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Welcome back to Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. The Temper text machine is up and firing if you'd like to be part of it. 0457 736 736 is the number. Let's go out to the skating. Poppy Olsen back in action.
We know she can do it.
Yeah, such a powerful skater. She's been on the podium so much, whether it's at Boulder-Rama, whether it's at the X Games. She's got a bronze medal. She's a national champion. But right now, everything is about this course in front of her here in Tokyo. Okay, that's where she fell before on the fast plant, so that's great that she's held that together. Yes!
That seems like it shouldn't be as risky. Why are we on the edge of our seat every time with that? And she made it in time. Wow. With the front side air of the hip.
Yeah, and before that, the hand plant as well. Poppy Star really stepping things up, and we talk about getting that one score to make yourself feel secure. This is it. Okay.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Hands down better than a 37.34. Will that get her into the podium position? She needs a 47.53. That big backside ollie.
No grab. It's really hard to make that distance and have that much time in the air without holding onto the board to keep it to your feet.
The hand plant, look at this. She's got that on lock.
She's in the deep end. She's really upside down and really putting her head and her shoulders into it. That's extra points, extra style points. Back in the ice fest, everyone's cooking out there. It's definitely...
Okay, a 46.04, just shy of a podium position with one run left.
So Nick Bizzerio and Mitch Tomlinson calling the skateboarding here live, of course, on 7 and 7+. So that puts Olsen into fourth after her second run. 46.04 is the fourth best score of the day. Currently, Yosozumi from Japan leads with a 60.09. She's in the gold medal position. Hiraki, her Japanese teammate, is in the silver medal position at 58.05. Then we've got Sky Brown from Great Britain, 47.53, and Poppy Olsen knocking on the door of the podium finish with one run still to come. The American Bryce Wettstein, who's just gone out on the course, has stacked it, so she will not better her score of 44.5. So still another run to come for Poppy as she tries to make it through an incredible event out there at the skateboarding park. And the men's decathlon, so the three events that they've had today in the day session at the Olympic Stadium have wrapped up. They'll return tonight and continue on of this two-day event. Started with the 100 metres, and Ashley Maloney, the 21-year-old on debut, set a 10.34, which was the personal best. Cedric Dubler, a 10.89. They then moved to the long jump. Ashley posted a 7.64, which was right up there. Cedric, a 7.27. And then in the shot put events, they split up into two groups. Ash Maloney has thrown a 14.49 metre throw good enough for 10th in his group, and Cedric a 13.35, which is a PB for him in the shot put, and good enough for 10th in his group. So after 3 of the events, Ash Maloney is 3rd overall in the men's decathlon, and Cedric Dubler is 17th overall. Let's go back to the skating. The action continues out on the track, and this is the leader, the Japanese skater Yosazumi, who's currently in the gold medal position.
I think she's going for a varial over that.
That might make sense. That's true.
Let's look at that on the replay, but it would be unlike the board to
come off her feet
unless she wanted a varial.
Yeah.
Still a smile on her face as she's sitting in first position.
There's that method we've been talking about all day. Classic way to grab the trick and grab the board. Classic trick, the way to hold your body through the air. It looks good in a photo. You're just cruising, showing off your control.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. Maybe you're right, because she is actually trying to step up the difficulty at every chance that she gets. So that would make absolute sense. We'll see in the next run. What she was.
Third and final run. That was a 32.20. So she'll sit on that 60.09. Kokona Hikaraki. First run, a 58.05.
We are counting down so fast. I'm right on the edge of my seat. I really don't...
Okay, can she better a 60.09 that Sakura's holding on to? Oh, that backside nose grind.
She does it every time. She looks so good. It's a really high difficulty trick to be grinding on that front truck through the pull coping. She's a kickle bindi. She's really... She does. She slides over the hips, so you can see how the coping that she's sliding on is curved, and she still slides through it as if it's straight with no worry at all.
And she's going to get extra points for that Smith stall, right? As well, because that's something that no one else is doing.
Absolutely. It's a feature of the park. They put different things in at the top of the coping because they want to see that. This is how she wanted the first run to go. Absolutely. She thinks she's going to...
One more trick.
I almost thought she was going to go straight back to the other wall in the deep end and try a 5, but I'm not sure. It's hard to keep track of what's going on in their heads as they get through the run, because there's so many variables to get to the end and still be exactly where you want to be.
Incredible. Kokona Hiraki, the Japanese rider, out there for her second run while she waits for a score. It's just 12 years of age, and she's currently in the silver medal position behind her teammate. She needs a score of over 60.9 to go up to the gold medal position. Poppy Olsen still with 1 run to come. We will take a break and have more of this right after this.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local, trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local, recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
G'day, it's Matty White here. Hey, what's your daily routine? You wake up, you get showered, you get dressed, you go to work, you love SEN, of course, then you go home, you have dinner, you watch telly, and then you go to bed? Nah, mate, you're actually awake during all of these, and the only time you're not awake is while you're sleeping. That's why you need to trust a pillow that'll do the best job while you sleep, and that's why you need the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTP/00896. ACT TP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
Brett Kamoy here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers. More than 100,000 businesses around Australia trust Gallagher. That's 100,000 small, medium and large businesses facing their future with confidence. With Gallagher on your side, you'll be ready to tackle any challenge while covering gaps in your field and protecting your day-to-day. Gallagher, the official insurance broker of the NRL. Visit ajg.com.au or head into your local branch.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate,
Hey, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all-Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Triumph doesn't just happen, it comes about because we choose to chase it. Since 1966, Wolf Blass has chased greatness with more than 10,000 medals and trophies, including the recent International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year and the International Shiraz Trophy for Grey Label. Wolf Blass Grey Label wines are complex, distinctive and crafted with character. So chase Triumph boldly and raise a glass of Wolf Blass Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blass, here's to the chase. wolfblasswines.com.au.
For over 100 years, Trojan Tools have been helping tradies and DIYers get the job done. And since then, Trojan has added heaps of tools to its range. Everything from screwdrivers, pliers and hammers to tape measures, hand saws and paint scrapers. Trojan Tools are tried and tested and come with a lifetime warranty. And we mean it. You break it, we'll replace it. No questions asked. With Trojan Tools, there's no substitute for quality. Whatever the job, Trojan Tools are up to the task. Trojan, tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles for immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
At the skateboarding, currently it is a 1-2-3 for the Japanese skaters. So Yosazumi leads with a 60.09. Hiraki, the 12-year-old, a 59.04 in the silver medal position. And Okamoto in third, so the bronze medal position with 53.58. Poppy Olsen is currently in fifth position with all of the riders completing their second runs. That means one more run to come to try and get yourself onto the podium at the skateboarding. We've got a big afternoon and evening at the track cycling velodrome with the women's Kieran first round heat coming up, men's sprint qualifying and the men's team pursuit going for bronze later on. After the 2 o'clock news, we'll be catching up with one of the legends of this sport of cycling, the great Anna Mears.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world right here on SEN.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. Queensland has recorded 17 new local coronavirus cases today in what is now their biggest outbreak since the very first wave of the pandemic. 16 are linked to the Indooroopilly State High School cluster and one is an unlinked case in Cairns, announced yesterday afternoon. Deputy Premier Stephen Miles gave more details on this last case earlier.
It's confirmed to be the Delta strain, but is not linked to the current outbreak in Brisbane. The Reef Park pilot, was vaccinated, as are all of our reef pilots, which of course is very good, but we will be continuing to ramp up testing in Cairns in order to ensure there's been no further transmission.
The COVID situation in New South Wales, meanwhile, is continuing to worsen, with case numbers continuing to rise and still no real improvement on the number of new cases isolating while infectious. 2 more people died from the virus in the state overnight, a man in his 20s and a woman in her 80s. The outbreaks in Victoria and South Australia are remaining under control, and 12.8 million COVID-19 vaccine doses have now been administered across the country, with 20% of Australians fully vaccinated. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Save $45 on Revolution Plus cat, flea, tick and worm 6-packs at Pet Barn. Conditions apply. Ends August 16th. Pet Barn, life's a treat.
At the Olympics, Australia's Ashley Maloney is sitting in 3rd place in the men's decathlon after 3 events. Earlier today, marathon swimmer Karina Lee added to our medal tally, taking home a bronze. She spoke to SEN's Jared Waitley afterwards.
I think it's still trying to sink in. I'm just so happy with the result. To be the first Australian to get a medal in this event is, it's such an honour.
And back home in rugby league, Brisbane coach Kevin Walters has once again insisted departing winger Xavier Coates will appear for the Broncos again this year, despite not being selected since returning to the club after Queensland's State of Origin 3 triumph last month.
It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au, authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Punchbowl, currents of traffic lights, Punchbowl Road, Canterbury Road, emergency work at North City, 2 lanes affected northbound, Pacific Highway near Berry Street, seeing delays around Homebush, westbound affected, 2 lanes taken out, power pole being replaced, Parramatta Road, Pot Street, and delays at Bexley, Stony Creek Road, Citybound Lane 1, that's closed with works approaching Forest Road, around the corner, Forest Road Lane 1, Citybound also closed. Get free delivery on KFC's Christmas and July feast, only on the KFC app. Get the Colonel's finest Kentucky Fried Chicken delivered right to your dinner table. Not available everywhere and not forever.
The newspaper, back to front. Breakfast with Andrew Voss, tomorrow from 6.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today. Windy near the coast, a top of 17. Partly cloudy, 19 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss Peter Bowl in the 800-metre final, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
It is getting rather exciting at the skateboard, the Ariake Urban Park, where Australia's Poppy Wilson is having her third and final run. Poppy Olsen, rather, having her third and final run here. Let's take you out to that.
Okay, Poppy Olsen, what can we do? Let's bring it home for Australia. 45 seconds on the clock. Starting things off with that beautiful judo air.
Really strong. She goes from the further away point, she goes to the larger air. She's got a strong boneless. She doesn't want to let this go. She is competitive. And she has the skills to come through with a really high score.
Really pumping the transitions there into that 50-50.
5-0 through the corner. She's got 10 seconds left.
Fast plant.
She's come out of it with speed, which gives her a lot of chance to step up the difficulty. Oh, it was worth it.
And,
it was worth it. Look at that.
Stand up, give Poppy Olsen the biggest round of applause because she absolutely went for it on that last trick. She could have played it safe, but she knew what she needed to hopefully get on the podium, and she didn't leave anything left in the bag. She's the Australian queen of concrete in my eyes.
We talked about this from the beginning of the day. We weren't just talking about Poppy, just taking those risks, saying, you know what, I'm here to put it all out on the park, and she went for it. absolutely went for it. Kicking that foot out on that invert, really going for the highest.
So 39.28 is Poppy's final run. So her best score was her second run, 46.04. That will mean that she will finish in 5th position at these Olympic Games in this event, because the 3 Japanese riders and the 13-year-old Sky Brown are going to fight it out for the medal positions. They've got their final runs happening as we speak. Another busy night out at the Velodrome tonight. It's been controversial out there. It's been dynamic. It's been spectacular. And I'm pleased to say that the great Anna Mears is on the line, courtesy of Channel 7, doing a wonderful job. Hi, Anna.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. Hey, how are you doing? Because this is the first time since 2004 that we haven't heard the call of Anna Mears out onto the Velodrome. 17 years, buddy.
I know, it's insane. And when you think of multi-sport competition, it's actually nearly 20, because my first games was Manchester Com Games in 02. So, look, I'm absolutely a nervous wreck. I feel like I would have recovered better had I been out there racing than sitting here calling and commentating. I'm still emotionally invested. I'm 7.5 months pregnant. It's just full on. I would just, whatever's happening out at the Izzy Velodrome, I just wanted to stop. Just stop.
Honestly, you are a machine. You're just incredible with the energy that you bring and the insights that you bring. And Scott alongside you as well. The calling's just been absolutely fantastic from the whole moment that this Olympics started. And I actually want to take you to that moment too, because you carried the flag in 2016, and then we saw Kate and Paddy carry the flag out here under completely different circumstances. When these games got underway without crowds a year late, how were you viewing it?
Well, I think for me, like so many people, just the doubt as to whether it was actually going to happen. And Ian Thorpe summed it up really well when he said that, you know, the games had to be delayed because they unite people and they bring people together. And unfortunately, with COVID circumstances, you just can't do that. But so many people globally have been impacted in such a negative way. So many Australians are in lockdown, and the relief, the inspiration, the distraction that these games have brought so many people is what the world needed.
Yeah, I think you're right too, and I think the way that the Australian team has reacted is a reflection of that. I mean, you've been part of so many Australian teams, both within your sport and at Olympic and obviously World Championship level. Do you get the sense from what you're seeing and what you're hearing and reading and the insights from Tokyo that this is a very united, very, very cohesive Australian team across all sports?
Absolutely. And I think, you know, they've done Australia really, really proud with how they've conducted themselves. And perhaps that's really contributing to the overall team success. I mean, we're sitting 4th on the overall medal tally, which is just phenomenal. And it's not all about the result, which is what I'm really finding great about these games, because we know the challenges that so many people have been through. Just being there is an achievement, and we're so proud of the fact that they're still out there fighting and representing us. So, yeah, it's a whole different ball game now.
There are about 1 million events tonight at the Velodrome, so you're going to be busy. Our focus...
Yeah, and I'll tell you what,
yeah,
carnage has insane already, and the Kieran racing hasn't even started, and that's where the carnage generally is. So.
Well, let's start there. Let's start at the Kieran first round, because K-Mac, Carly McCulloch is going to be out there. You guys won bronze together in 2012 as part of the team sprint. So give me an insight into what type of competitor we're talking about. 33 years of age. She's as tough as all get out, and she goes into this lottery that is the Kieran.
There is no one that I know who dots the I's and crosses the T's more than Carly McCulloch. There is no one that will do more to get herself the best opportunity to have success than Carly McCulloch. But she finds herself in an event where she has very, very little control, and there are 5 other women, really trying to just mess up her race plan. So she has had one of the most tumultuous lead-ins to the Olympic Games as well. Her teammate Steph Morton, who they were world champions in the team sprint, silver medalist as well, retired. That went her best chance at a medal. And then there was selection issues because they chose the selection through the team sprint, which means she had the risk of losing her ability to ride the individual events. So her emotional roller coaster has just been up and down. Look, I think if Carly can stay calm tonight and execute her race plan, she is opting for a very risky race plan. But if it comes off, she'll be rewarded handsomely. If it doesn't, it will just add to the drama of the velodrome.
and seriously, what is going on with the McCulloch family? I mean, Jack was the younger brother. He won a gold in the Madison about 9 years ago. Sister Abby's played professional. Even her partner represented Australia in the diving in Rio. I mean, this is just sporting pedigree left, right and centre. She's one of those athletes, isn't she? Drives you nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. But she's also one of those athletes that you want all good for, because she does have to work so hard for the rewards that she gets. And, she was in an extremely difficult position in Rio where she was the reserve, and she went to the games and had to watch from the sidelines. And now that's extremely difficult because you have to continue to train and prepare as though you're going to race on race day, but you stop training the day before competition and then watch the rest of it carry on. So, look, she has incredible pedigree around her, that's for sure. She has incredible understanding of the people, of what she goes through. And, look, she'll have a big audience cheering for her tonight, myself included.
Men's sprint qualifying will kick us off for Australia. That is 4:30. So Matty Glotzer and Nathan Hart in that one. Everybody's got a story, no matter which way you come through to your games. And Matty's,
I know.
Yeah, Matty's is a roller coaster as well. But talk about physical and mental toughness to pick yourself up from thyroid cancer and the surgery that he went through in 2019. And here he is again at his third games.
Yes, third games. And look, he's had one of the best, but also one of the worst lead-ins to an Olympic Games that I think, an athlete possibly could have. 2017, he was the first man to ride under a minute for the kilometre at sea level, which was just a phenomenal achievement. 2017, in the latter part of the year, he lost his coach, Gary West, to motor neurone disease. 2018, he wins his maiden world championship in the sprint. Now, that hasn't happened for a male sprinter in Australia in 16 years. 2019, he's diagnosed with thyroid cancer. He goes through treatment and recovery. He gets selected for the 2020 World Championships. He gets injured, tears his calf. And as a result of all of that, he hasn't raced for 2 years. Now, last night, he was absolutely decimated physically and mentally and emotionally because our Australian men's sprint team finished for the 5th Olympic Games in a row, 4th. He has been 4th 4 times at the Olympic Games, and I would just love to see him come home with something on this occasion.
And wouldn't we love to see the men's team pursuit come out with a medal after all the dramas that they've had? I haven't seen Alex Porter in the last 24 hours, but I bet he's starting to scab up pretty badly after that.
Yeah, and the hard thing for him that he said is because they have to wear the mask, he's got no skin on his nose. So despite the fact that he's got deep cuts on both sides of his groin from, the body dragging over the head stem where the handlebars broke, plus his face planted, and he's lost a lot of skin. He's got quite severe burns on his arms, his face, his knees. He's actually in really good spirits. And if this Australian team's pursuit squad can pull off a bronze medal tonight, it's not going to be an easy task. New Zealand are in phenomenal form, and it was just unfortunate with where so much of the controversy happened in the team pursuit that they found themselves up against the fastest qualifiers in round 1. They are the second fastest team by 900ths of a second, but they will race for bronze. Look, home and away, I swear the producers should call me and just call for their drama script writer back, because I've never seen this at an Olympic Games for track cycling before.
Just a quick one before I let you go. Tape or no tape for the Danish team? Good, or is it?
No tape.
No tape.
No tape. Look, that's the controversy. They lined up in the qualifying. I'm hearing that they were told it was illegal. They were allowed to ride anyway. They qualified fastest. Then they were allowed to continue without the tape through the competition. So if they have been in breach of a regulation, they should have been disqualified and removed from competition, which would have put Australia back into contention for gold and silver. So it just, the drama is just phenomenal. Look, I'm going to sleep my 2 weeks in isolation when I get home after this because I am emotionally burnt.
Not to mention 7 months pregnant.
Yeah. Exactly.
Good on you. Great to catch up. You're doing a sterling job. It's so good to hear on the commentary. It's going to be another dramatic night out there at the Velodrome. So keep up the good work and we'll catch up soon yet again. Really appreciate your time.
Pleasure. Thanks so much.
This year's Anna Mears. So, we've got action left, right and centre. Jump online and take a look at the program from the cycling or for the cycling this afternoon and into the evening. It is just rat-a-tat-tat. Doesn't stop. Starts at 4:30 and then continues bang on all the way until about 8 o'clock. And in terms of the finals that we'll see out of all that, there'll just be the two medal races, the men's team pursuit finals, bronze medal race featuring Australia, and then the men's team pursuit gold medal race between Italy and Denmark. What an out-and-out legend we've just had on the line. 2-time Olympic champion, 11-time world champion, 5-time Commonwealth Games champion. She is one of the absolute best. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Catch up with the Matty Johns podcast, brought to you by Qualify Me. If you're a plumber and wanting your TMV and backflow prevention qualification, contact Qualify Me. Come on, hurry. Seats filling up fast. Visit qualifyme.edu.au and let Qualify Me qualify you today. How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound?
Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Love to shop and save? D-Shop really deliver with up to 90% off thousands of deals. D-Shop delivers with gym equipment half-price sale and up to 85% off a huge range of furniture. With D-Shop, there's more shopping, less waiting. D-Shop deliver fast because we're Aussie-owned and run, and our local warehouses are full of stock ready to send. Must be my dshop.com.au.
Be there for every game at 4 and 25. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Regan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Dan Stevens makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie he makes a 4 and 25.
Just when you thought you'd chosen your next car, the Kia online ordering system is here. Order your brand new Kia from the comfort of your own home, and one of our trusted dealers will deliver your new car right to your doorstep. It's never been easier. And with Australia's best 7-year warranty, it's easy to see why more people are choosing Kia than ever before. For more information on how you can order your new Kia online, visit kia.com/au.
Kia, movement that inspires. Penrite Oil, 100% Australian owned and made, celebrating great Aussie Olympians.
Dawn Fraser is Australia's most successful Olympian, having won 4 gold and 4 silver medals. Fraser held 39 records during her career and also became the first woman to ever swim the 100-metre freestyle in under a minute.
Great Aussie Olympians over the decades. Brought to you by another Aussie great, Penrite Oil. 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926. penriteoil.com.au.
just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot. Your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Great scenes out at the Odaiba Marine Park where Karina Lee, the 27-year-old from Noosa, has collected her bronze medal that she won this morning in the women's 10,000 metres marathon. So third overall in a time just under 2 hours. She missed out on Rio. She considered quitting the sport and she went out this morning and fought hard at the very back end of that race to claim another bronze medal for Australia. So it's our 34th medal overall and our 16th bronze to go with 14 golds and 4 silver, puts us on 4th on the medal tally thanks to Rebel Sporting Dreams. Start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. So just wrapping up what's been happening at the skateboarding since we were talking to Anna Mears. Australia's Poppy Olsen, as we know, has finished 5th. Her second run was her highest score, 46.04. Then dramatic scenes at the finish with the 2 Japanese riders squaring off, in fact 3 Japanese riders squaring off against young Sky Brown from Great Britain. In the end, it was Sakura Yosazumi from Japan who won it with a score of 60.09 to take the gold medal. Her teammate Kokona Hiraki claimed the silver medal, 59.04, and Sky Brown got into the bronze with a 56.47 on her final ride to get onto the podium, knocking out the other Japanese rider, Okamoto, into 4th, with Australia's Poppy Olsen in 5th. So we have a 19-year-old winner of the gold medal, a 12-year-old winner of the silver medal, and a 13-year-old winner of the bronze medal. The combined age of this podium at the Ariake Park skateboarding is 44, which is still 18 years younger than our Andrew Hoy, our 8-time equestrian rider at the age of 62. He's got a podium there that has a combined age of just 44. That is the new face of the Olympics, and that's how they finished. Congratulations to Poppy Olsen, just 2 spots away from the podium for the 21-year-old in her first, of course, Olympic Games, as skateboarding is making quite a big hit. So we've got the Opals coming our way in about 20 minutes' time. They'll take on Team USA. The quarterfinal will take you to that as soon as it does. Last night, the Boomers, 97-59 in the end over Argentina. Let's pick it up at the start of the 4th quarter here. Australia lead by 12 points.
Gets into the paint, couldn't finish it. Landau tried, that wouldn't work. Knocked down out of court by Boschino, so the Boomers will get it back. Great job Brian Goorjian has done. We'll talk about how well Paddy Mills has played and Jock Landale's played and what Thibel's done and what Exum's done. I think a lot of it has to go back to the coach as well. The defensive work that he has put in and has this team the way they're going and hasn't missed a beat in the absence of losing his starting centre. I think you've got to give the coach plenty of credit as well.
Absolutely. And the progress they've made each game, you see them just building and gaining momentum, looking a little bit sharper on the offensive end in particular.
Campazzo, shot clock to single digits against Thibel, not getting a lot of change there. This is Vildoza, who's had problems, still shooting problems for him. Trying to tick over 2 minutes here, and Argentina yet to score in this final quarter.
Well, he seems to think that he's a shooter, so I'll take his word for it, but it has not looked pretty.
Ingles adds 2, so he's up to 8 in the game. His first score since half-time. Margin out to 19. Bulldozer still can't get a reply, and Ingles the rebound.
He's not going to die wondering, is he? He's letting it fly every time he gets it.
Ingles left alone, peels off another triple, so he's got 9 points, and it is a rollicking start to this final quarter here. All the Boomers will open up a 22-point lead.
Loosen the belt a little, Gruy.
Yeah.
Loosen up, mate. Before the game, you said you'd like to see a nice little buffer there. Is this enough for you?
This is more than enough, and it's the way and the polish in which they're putting the foot down has been really encouraging.
Landale, for Golding. Takes on Scholar, fires over the top, and he joins the three-point party. Well, this is outstanding work by the Boomers here at the moment. It's a 13-0 run to start the fourth quarter. Timeout called, 6:39 left in the game.
And on the other end of the floor, the short fly from the three-point line, 15-33, 45% after a really shaky start from the three-point line.
They were. Mills and Landale just trying to work that to the advantage of Thibel that came off. They get Kaya. Nice look down low. He's got 8 points in the game. And Argentina still yet to score in this quarter. We played 4 minutes and it's a 15-0 run.
This is an Argentinian team that throughout the course of the tournament, their first 3 games, they've been averaging 89 points a game.
They scored 100 against Slovenia and 97 against Japan. So they have been shut down as Thibel shares it with Landale. Mills hasn't had to do it all in this game. Look away pass for Landale. They're toying with Argentina here at the moment. They've scored 17 unanswered points to start the final quarter.
This is an absolute thing of beauty we're seeing from this Australian team. The defence has gone right off the boil for Argentina.
Scholar off the mark. Landale can only succeed in knocking it down out of court.
32% Australia's been able to hold Argentina to from the field, and only 25%, 7 of 28, defended the three-point line exceptionally well.
Like about another minute, and I'll drag the starters out here just to protect from injury and fatigue, which looks like is going on behind the bench right now.
The off-break preparing to check in. Landale did well, and the shot clock expires on Argentina, not for the first time in the game. They have lost the play completely. Mills to the elbow, adds another 2.
And the other thing is, Joy, a proud nation like Argentina, great basketball history, some frustration could set in. We could see something silly happen along the ways of a hard foul or a little argy-bargy. So spot on. I will try to protect Paddy Millses of this lineup as much as I could. Just get him, just put the ice on the knees, the snap pants on, and whatever else they have to do.
It took Argentina 5.5 minutes to score in this final quarter. And they reached the half century. Mills in the corner is ready to go again. Couldn't finish it. Nick Kay can from close range. He's into double figures. 5 Boomers in double figures in this game. And a 31-point lead. Scholar, the 41-year-old, gets it done. 2:02 left to play. And timeout has been called here with Australia charging toward the semi-finals.
In this second half, 15 in the third and only got 4 so far in the fourth. That is exceptional work on the defensive end.
The margin back to 31, heading toward Australia's biggest ever win at the Olympics. And baseline, floater wouldn't work there for Vildoza. Nixon with it, quick release pass, Golding. Now Josh Green seeing minutes as well for the first time in the game. And Reed. So 5 bench players on the floor for the Boomers, I think for the first time in the tournament, and they're all enjoying their minutes as well. 34 the margin, tick over 3 minutes to play. They go inside from Scola. He's going to be sad farewell to his Olympics. He's done 5 Olympic Games. Gold medalist in 04 and bronze medalist in 08. But like the Gasol brothers, as we saw earlier with Spain, farewelling their Olympic journey, is Scola likewise. And this hasn't been the way that Argentina wanted to see them finish.
No faith in the 6th Olympics case?
3 years. Well, I wouldn't put it past him, but
I think we can tap that one on the head. I don't think that's going to happen. But
and Josh Green scores.
One of the most recognised athletes in Argentina because of his work that he's done with this Olympic basketball team. Carried the flag in the opening ceremony in Rio.
Indeed he did. So all 11 players that Brian Goorjian has at his disposal have scored in the game. And really, if you ask Brian Goorjian how he'd like to prepare for a semi-final clash with the United States, well, I think it would look something like this blueprint where you get out to a big lead and then rest your starters and get some minutes into the guys who don't play a lot.
And it's going to be an interesting game against the Team USA, mainly because it's the same philosophies. Switching 1 through 5, small ball lineups. The US don't play a traditional big. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we will adjust. We're going to have some tweaks in the arsenal, I think. I don't think we can match Team USA playing their style for 40 minutes. So I'll be interested to see what Brian Goorjian has up his sleeve.
Well, I think the Australians' defence has looked better than what the USA. Sure, the USA got the win today, but in that first half against Spain, at times their defence looked very passive, and there's some love for Campazzo and his efforts, not just in this tournament, for a long period of time with Argentina. Let's not forget, what was it, 2 years ago? They won a silver medal at the World Cup.
Who do you start on Kevin Durant, Drew?
Well, I don't think you play Kevin Durant one-on-one. I think you need some size, but if any type of on-ball situation, I don't think you just, or when he goes down to the box, they actually throw the ball to him down the low post. With his size and his step back, you can't just have single coverage.
He's starting to the 4, so it's the Nick Kay or Jock Landale right now.
That's right.
Do you move Matisse in? Do you change our lineup up? I don't think so. So I think probably Nick Kay's going to get the start, and then I think you will see Matisse come into that game very, very early.
Yeah, spot on. And I think it's more collectively what you do rather than just the individual matchups. It's going to be with a lot of those players with the United States team.
Well, Kevin Durant's the rare beast where you'll see the double team come and still shoot over both of you. The guy's 7 foot tall, amazing length, amazing shooting touch. So it's going to be tough even with an early double team at times.
On the play as Laprovidla works his way into the paint, and as you can see, it's an emotional time for Argentina. Down 34 points. They would have come in with high expectations, but they just haven't been able to bring their best, and we'll credit the Australians for taking them out of their stuff, remembering that they led by 8 points in the first quarter. Burst out of the blocks. Once Australia got going, they have proved a class above us. Nicola Laprovidla comes up with the finish. 4 points for Laprovidla since quarter time. Sobey called for the offensive foul.
There's just a little frustration there with Sobey trying to get to the rim and the push off with the left arm. I think he was upset with some of the earlier contact that wasn't called.
And he won't stop playing.
No.
The score is irrelevant for Nathan Sobey. He's going 100 miles an hour every possession.
Active hands, well done Golding, and they've got a 3-on-2 fast break here. Green can go upstairs and add another 2. Olympic debut, scored for the first time in this game. The margin is 34. We started this quarter with Australia leading by 12. With a rejection as well. And Exum off and running. It's Green for the flush. So now he's enjoying himself. Australia, of course, scored 32 points to 8 in this quarter.
Josh Green on the play before. I think he wanted the alley-oop and got caught a little dead-legged and wasn't able to stuff it. But you see his athleticism on that last transition basket.
What a crushing performance this has been from the Australian Boomers, and that's an obvious foul there. Laprovitla just getting a little out of control.
It's been brewing. You can see it was brewing with Sobey, and like I said, he's not going to stop regardless of the score. But we have to be smart. You just can't afford to have a suspension, an injury, something stupid happen. Argentinians obviously frustrated, proud basketball nation. Just need to walk out of this one with the 40-odd point win and move on.
Now, to me, that's an unscored foul.
Surely. Louis Scholar,
the legend,
has a standing ovation from his teammates, and if the crowd were there, they'd be on their feet as well to farewell what has been an extraordinary career from the 41-year-old, and Brian Gorgie and the Boomers showed their respect as well. Look at gold medalist, done so much for his country, carried the flag into Rio, as Andrew mentioned, spent 10 years in the NBA, and a father of 4, he's got more important things to worry about now than trying to win another medal for Argentina.
This is nice, and emotional time for him with all that he's done and the way he's never walked away from the obligations of playing for his country, regardless of the circumstances. Always put his hand up, and this is genuine respect for one of the legends of the game.
Absolutely well said to Andrew Gaze there. So the Boomers go on to win at 97-59. That's the quarterfinal victory over Argentina. They will take on Team USA, which is heading our way very soon in terms of the women's basketball competition. So the Opals and the Americans are out on court warming up as we speak. We'll get to that straight after this break. It is time for the quarterfinals of the women's basketball competition at Tokyo 2020, live on SEN.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
It's time to complete your census. This year you can start as soon as you receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your back.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
If you're not sleeping well or you're waking up with a sore neck or back, well, here's your solution. It is the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It'll change the way you sleep. You will wake up refreshed and ready for each and every day. We use it here. We love it here. Thousands of Aussies now sleep better on a Spinal Ease pillow, and you can too. So start sleeping better. Visit spinalease.com.au and order with Afterpay to sleep now and pay later. You'll even get free delivery. That's spinaleze.com.au.
Brett Kamali here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers, proud partner of the Gallagher Kangaroos. If you name one of my 13 Gallagher Kangaroos must-have players of the round before the higher ground each Sunday on 1170 SEN, you could win an NRL double pass thanks to Gallagher and go into the draw for the major prize, a corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. To win, simply head to iCanWin.com.au and tell me your Gallagher Kangaroos must-have player.
Here's a great tax tip. Get a COVID-safe tax refund on the spot at Tax Tips. For an instant tax refund, visit taxtips.com.au now. Conditions and charges apply.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Since 1976, Cambridge Stud has been New Zealand's iconic thoroughbred nursery. Made famous by legendary stallions Sir Tristram and Zabelle, their current stallion roster includes European champion 3-year-old Al Manzor, Zaba Bell's Group 1 winning son Embellish, and Hello Yoomsang, winner of the Group 1 Diamond Jubilee Stakes at Royal Ascot. Cambridge Stud, a new era, a proud tradition. Visit cambridgestud.co.nz for more details.
At the Saitama Super Arena, the women's quarterfinals in the basketball about to get underway. Australia v the US. Earlier today, Serbia defeated China 77-70, but this is the big one. Coached by Sandy Brondello, the Opals are on court. Here's your commentators, John Casey and Rachel Spawn. Thanks to 7.
If we can get an all-round team effort, well, anything can happen as we get underway in this knockout quarterfinal, and the US control the tip with an opportunity to open the scoring, and they get Sue Bird an open look. She hasn't had a great tournament shooting-wise, and Griner keeps it alive with the offensive rebound, and a nervous start from her. She was looking inside there for Asia Wilson. It comes unstuck, and the Opals get possession.
Always good to get a stop on the first play against USA, and interesting too, John, USA haven't been leading any of their games at quarter time either, so this is a great opportunity for us to get a great start.
Good to see Steph Talbot in uniform on the bench as well, just behind Sandy Brondello. Don't know how much she'll play, but just having her there as an option is good. Reaching in from behind, Ebsbury almost had the ball dislodged. Leilani's Mitchell opening shot wouldn't go. George tried to control the offensive rebound and put it back up in one motion, and that didn't work either. As the US come forward once more. Tarazi lob pass, Griner. Well done, O'Hay. Looked like she travelled. Referees didn't see it that way, but they've coughed it up again, the US, and a chance here for the Opals to come up with the first points, and Kayla George right under the hoop does just that.
Well, we said they need to get steals, they need to get stops. What brilliant team defence and collapsing on Griner, and great running the floor by George.
Rihanna Stewart with it, guarded by O'Hay and Tarazi, who fires the three ball. She's fouled in the process, and Katie Ebsbury will come up with the first foul, and Diana Taurasi will go to the free throw line for 3 shots.
We know how much Taurasi loves coming off the pick and roll. Ebsbury not able to get over the screen all that well. Always trying to avoid fouling the shooter, especially out beyond the 3-point line.
86% free throw shooter in the WNBA, where she plays for the Phoenix Mercury, along with Brittany Griner, along with Skylar Diggins, who under the coaching of Sandy Brondello. So
there's so many connections on this group on the floor. It's incredible. We've got 9 WNBA players, 5 current. Obviously, all of them are WNBA players. Sandy coaches Phoenix Mercury. It's incredible.
So the US get their first points from the free throw line, and it's 2 apiece here. Early stages of this knockout quarterfinal. O'Hay with it, guarded there by Stewart. Ebsbury gets Mitchell a look. She fires and fills it up. The Aussies on top by 3.
And that's good signs for the Opals. Twice now, Leilani Mitchell's had time and space to get that 3 away, and she's so effective if she has time.
Stewart, inside, plenty of contact. Griner and George colliding. Whistle on the play, multiple whistles in fact. And foul's going to be called on the Opals, looking at the body language of those involved.
And that would be a tactic by the Opals for George to play really physical on Griner. She doesn't like that physicality.
And she can be fragile. So Tarazi's slow pass for Bird. They look inside. Stewart, dangerous, comes up with the goods.
And Stewart's an out-and-out champion. She's been in this national side since she was in high school, and I do love watching her play. She can do everything. She can handle the ball like a guard.
Mitchell getting close attention now from Bird after knocking down the 3. O'Hay, nice pass inside. George kicks outside. Open look from Ebzery is off the mark. Loose ball, well done. Kept alive there by O'Hay, and Ezzy Magbagor goes to work.
And it shows the benefits of absolutely having that hustle on any offensive board opportunity. They couldn't secure it, but tap it out, and it fell into Magbagor's hands.
You see it was the contest there from Jenna O'Hay that worked it back to Magbagor, and she's off to the free throw line. Led Australia in scoring against Belgium with 20 and against China with 15, and then had double figures again against Puerto Rico. She's had an outstanding tournament. At 21, the youngest player in our lineup, and she gives the Opals a 2-point edge here. It's a little over 2 minutes played in this opening quarter. As you see, reaching in, Mitchell thought she might have done enough to get that back for the Opals. Sue Bird's looked out of sorts at the tournament and continues to.
Yeah, she has, and it's just great to see the defensive intensity of the Opals. They're playing with that high energy that they absolutely need to have for the 40 minutes of this match.
Griner, Tarazi, they swing it again for Stewart, baseline against O'Hay, and they can't prevent Stewart from adding another 2. He's got 4 of the USA's 6. As they level it up once more, Ebzery exploring, stripped of it, active hands from Tarazi, feeds Bird. They've got Stewart working hard, and she gets it done and draws a foul as well. And the US hit the lead here for the first time in the game.
Well, just like we know we can run off the turnover, that's what USA do so well. And Brianna Stewart, she's an athlete. She's going to hurt you, and she's such a great finisher.
2020 WNBA Finals MVP. She's been MVP of the league and World Cup MVP as well. What an outstanding talent she is. The US on top by 3 here, almost 3 minutes played, and contact off the ball again, and George collides with Stewart. Looks as though Kayla George is going to be called for the foul here, and that's going to be her second personal. 4th team foul on the Opals inside 3 minutes was not on the agenda for Sandy Brondello.
No, not at all. My gosh. Well, we have Mariana Tolo coming in, who we know was the absolute champion in the win over Puerto Rico. 26 points, 17 rebounds, just a game for the ages. So we don't lose anything there, but yeah, Kayla George, we won't see her probably out of the second quarter.
Tolo had 8 points and 5 boards in that opening quarter when she had to come in earlier than anticipated. So the Opals with a chance now to bring it forward through Mitchell. Ebzery down low, Magbagor isolated against Wilson, and she travelled. So the Opals turn it over for the 3rd time in the game. And they've looked after the ball particularly well so far because they give it up fewer than any other team in the competition. Steph Talbot is on the floor.
How great is that? Steph had only played 10 minutes. I know she's got a plantar fasciitis injury, so she's tough to be back out here. That's so great for the Opals.
Griner against Magbagor, spins baseline. Nice finish from her. And the margin has skipped out to 5 here in favour of the USA.
That's expensive now. That's 3 times down the floor that we haven't even got a shot off it. 3 turnovers in a row.
It's a 9-1 run here in the last 2 minutes in favour of the US. And they've got the better of the opening middle stages of the first quarter. Stewart muffed it up. Tolo's got it. Now a chance for Steph Talbot. Quick outlet pass deflected. Sue Bird came up with it. We're out of sorts of the offensive end at the moment, the Opals. They get Stewart a wide open look, and she splashes the 3. She's got 10 points in the game now. And the margin out to 8.
If they score again, surely going to call a timeout.
The Opals come up empty. Sue Bird, cross-court, Tarazi. She fires just inside the 2-point line, and that now is a double-figure margin, and Sandy Brondello does oblige with a timeout. They've exploded here with a 14-1 run in the space of just 2 minutes, and the Opals have got problems. It's the USA 16, Australia 6.
Hi,
I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. Karaka's iconic sales has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, international buyers converge on Karaka each summer, seeking their next champion. Let New Zealand bloodstock open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. The journey begins at Karaka. NZB.co.nz.
And replan.
Well, after 90 seconds, Australia led 5-2. So 14-1 since then. And they need to steady the ship. Tess Lavy's onto the floor. Feeds McGregor and gain contact off the ball here, and an offensive foul is going to be called on Mariana Tolo. So that's 5 team fouls now on Australia. And an offensive foul, so no free throws to come, but with 5.5 minutes still on the clock, well, the Opals have got another wrinkle to worry about.
Yeah, and that's our 6th turnover. And we're actually leading the tournament in the least for 13 through games, so that's not a good sign.
Lob ball inside, Griner taking on McGregor, double teams and does draw contact, so free throws to come here. Beck Allen was in the vicinity as well.
You just need to push Griner off the block a little bit more down there by McGregor, because she's so good. She works so hard on her back to the basket game, and as we know, she's a great finisher.
Brittany Griner, 7 of 8 from the free throw line at 88% here at the Tokyo Olympics. And super talent. 21 points a game and 10 rebounds she averages in the WNBA, which is top 5 in both categories, and leads the competition in blocks. 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. She provides a lot, but only 1 from the stripe there, but the margin is 11. And the Opals with plenty on their plate here.
And Lana Smith's come into the game. She's only played 3 minutes of the tournament, with Kayla George in trouble, and to give McGregor a break. She's getting early minutes.
First shot from Beck Allen off the mark, but she gets after it. Now she looks inside, but active hands there from Griner. Just deflected the pass, and Sue Bird off and running. Back to Griner. One-way traffic here at the moment as Stewart fires up the triple. It's off the mark. Well positioned close to the hoop there, Asia Wilson, and she comes up with her first points.
So this is getting to dangerous territory, because you know USA does love being in front. We just have to get a good offensive set here, good ball movement, crash the boards.
Lavey exploring. Allen fires. It's off the mark. Tarazi the rebound. One starter on the floor here for Australia, and it's getting worse for them as well, because the margin's out to 15.
You know, Wilson loves running the floor like that. That's easy points for her. Brianna Stewart has found her range. Whatever she's putting up now is looking deadly.
Australia 2 of 8 from the field, including 1 of 4 from deep. And a little gun shy at the offensive end at the moment, unsurprisingly. Shot clock works to 5. Lavey taking on Sue Bird. Dishes outside. A prayer from half court. Couldn't even get that away. Stewart knocked it down. And they're going to deny them an easy layup, because they called the shot clock violation. Really could have let that play on. And they save Australia from further carnage. But at the moment, this has just been an outstanding start to the game by the world number 1. 21-6 after Australia led 5-2. So 19 points to 1 in the last 5 minutes. It's come unstuck very quickly here for the Opals. Tarazi fires quickly and off balance. Can't get it to go.
Well, we have to get a score on this time down the floor. We managed 6 points so far. The USA have lifted their defensive intensity. This is the best that they've looked the whole tournament. Of course, it's a quarter-final. You need to lift in every area.
So Australia hasn't scored for 5 minutes, and they've coughed it up once more. Turnover number 9 for Australia. And 7 different players have contributed in that category.
And Sandy Brondello is trying to find a rotation or group on the floor that's going to get it done. She's yet to find that.
Two birds zigzags away up the floor against Ebzery. A little over 3 minutes out from quarter time. That's an ambitious pass from Asia Wilson. Really didn't give.
So just over 3 minutes left in the first quarter. Team USA leading the Australian Opals 21 points to 6. As we head towards the 3 o'clock news, that means that Drive with Joel and Fletch is coming your way. After the news, you can keep everything going on the Temper text machine 0457 736 736. They'll be joined by Georgie Parker as well, who's covering the hockey for Channel 7. So Joel and Fletch coming your way soon. Our Olympic coverage back on from 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I'll join you with mornings with Matt White from 9 o'clock right here on 1170 SEN.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Telehealth within minutes. Get access to medical advice, prescriptions and more between 6 a.m. and midnight, 7 days a week, and best of all, it's bulk billed. Simply download the Instant Consult app, sign up and have a telehealth consultation with an experienced Australian registered doctor via video call within 15 minutes. Skip the waiting room with Instant Consult. Download Instant Consult today and get your next prescription emailed direct to your nominated chemist warehouse or pharmacy.
QBE Insurance have sponsored the Sydney Swans for 35 years, supporting them through thick and thin. And now they're supporting you, offering you the chance to save $75 on new comprehensive car insurance online before November 30. It's super easy. Just get a quote in minutes online at qbe.com/au. QBE, there for you before and after. Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast, here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Want award-winning service with your mobile plan? Mate! Get unlimited talk and text plus data banking up to 200 gigabytes from only $25 per month. Plus free Tidal music subscription included. Choose a provider you trust like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
We're calling live from at the Coalface in Chatswood. Tonight's game, it's the Steel Blue Boots versus the Old Tradie Boots. After the bounce, the ball's with Steel Blues Argyle, who kicks it down the centre where it finds Parks. Kicks it into the circle. What a mark by Steel Blues Southern Cross. It's a goal.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. 66 Lower Gibbs Street, Chatswood.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
There's a new way for footy fans to start their day with the AFL's newest podcast.
I think playing against the Bulldogs is scary. That's the coming-of-age game for Max King. It's not absolutely locked in that he's not there as coach. Jakovic, Glass, Worsfold, you're dealing with some Eagles rock stars, and he's not that.
Find out the biggest footy stories first on AFL Daily with me, Nat Edwards and Damien Barrett from 7:30am weekdays. Subscribe to AFL Daily wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
What's the right?
"60 kilometres per hour down the slopes. She crashed. Somehow she survived and went straight back into sport, this time equestrian events and in PR for Formula One racing. Iona said being successful in sport gave me a sense of acceptance and value, but over time she came to realise the truths about what Jesus said about her worth. In the Old Testament, the prophet Jeremiah wrote, 'For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope.'"
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. New South Wales has recorded 2 more deaths from COVID-19 overnight as the outbreak in Greater Sydney continues to grow. An unvaccinated woman in her 80s died in hospital and a man in his 20s died while isolating at home. Premier Gladys Berejiklian spoke on the man's death earlier today.
Obviously our deepest condolences to his family and loved ones, but it demonstrates again how this disease is lethal, how it affects people of all ages. Unfortunately, the gentleman wasn't vaccinated, hadn't had any dose of the vaccine, and as we understand it, the death happened quite suddenly.
New South Wales recorded 233 new local cases today. Only 92 of these were isolating, leading authorities to say it is unlikely the outbreak has reached its peak. Queensland's current outbreak is the worst the state has experienced since the early days of the pandemic, with the Indooroopilly State High School cluster growing by another 16 cases to a total of 63. Good news for Victoria today, though, with the first day of no new cases for more than 3 weeks. And from midnight, South Australian hospitality venues will be allowed to move to 50% capacity after just 1 new local case was recorded there in isolation. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
Switch to Power Shop and get $100 off your electricity bill. Sign-up credit available to New South Wales customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search Power Shop.
Australia's Poppy Olsen has finished 5th in the final of the inaugural women's park skateboarding competition at the Olympics. Japan dominated the competition, though, taking out gold, silver and 4th place. Elsewhere in Tokyo, marathon swimmer Karina Lee has won Australia's first ever medal in the event, picking up bronze this morning, and Aussie decathlete Ashley Maloney is in 3rd after 3 events. Back home in rugby league, Brisbane coach Kevin Walters has once again insisted departing winger Xavier Coates will appear for the Broncos this year, despite not being selected since returning to the club after State of Origin 3 last month.
New South Wales, at Optus, you can get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. Ends August 22nd. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
Bexley works and delays I'm seeing. Sturdy Creek Road, Lane 1 closed, approaching Forest Road around the corner. On Forest Road, Citybound Lane 1 also closed with works approaching Bexley Road. North Sydney, early works have been picked up off the Pacific Highway northbound approaching Berry Street. Punch Bowl, lights are out after earlier crash. Punch Bowl Road, Canterbury Road. No problems, the M5 I'm seeing through the main tunnels both ways. M2 tunnels looking good. From restaurants to hairdressers and everything in between, stop paying FPOS bills. Talk to SmartPay today. Visit smartpay.com.au. Minimum turnover and T's and C's apply.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
Turn your unwanted stock into dollars. Visit buymystock.com.au.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today. Windy near the coast, a top of 17. Partly cloudy, 19 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss Peter Bowl in the 800 metre final, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
After 4 long years and plus another 12 grueling months, it's finally here. The games of the 32nd Olympiad. The stage is set. Just under 500 Aussie athletes are in Tokyo chasing gold. But most likely, they'll bring home some bronze and silver too. And hopefully some of that tasty Japanese whiskey. Anyway, we are away. Tokyo 2020 in 2021. 3 hours of top sporting action coming your way. With thanks to the all-new Hyundai Tucson. Test drive the Tucson today. Listeners, take your mark. It's time for the Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch. With thanks to Hyundai, experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click and Buy today. We welcome our listeners through 1170 SEN Sydney, our listeners on the SEN app, our podcast listeners on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We gave the stats yesterday, didn't we? All those listeners at Canada and Bahrain, and let us know where you're listening from. 0457 736 736. Big show coming up, as it has been every day of the Olympics. Channel 7 hockey commentator Georgie Parker. We have the men through to the gold playoffs, so we're looking forward to that. Eric Gross Jr. and his lovely partner Laura Whaler, who once did 11.46 in the 100 metres. In What F World with the doyen of Talkback, Sparty. Now, there was some speculation around Big Sports Breakfast, maybe trying to trade the narc with our very own Sparty.
What?
Yes, absolutely.
Hang on. Grew up.
Well, I've gone back to him.
So what was exactly rumours? Tell us exactly.
Well,
what
it hit social media. It was quite the storm late last week.
The narc? We don't want the narc.
Where the narc was being offered up for Sparty. I don't know if this was coming direct from BSB Sports Breakfast. However, I've suggested we go back and maybe Sharky might be up for grabs. However, he has got 6 months running on his deal.
What about Rob?
Rob from Blacktown.
Can we trade a couple of them?
We might to get narc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some future callers in the deal.
Yeah.
The narc, Laurie loves the narc.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be coming from Laurie. But I've assured Sparty's been texting me. He's been quite insecure about it. You know, I've assured him that the board has giving him the reassurances that he will be part of
train and trial.
Yeah, train and trial. Drive with Joel and Fletch for the at least the interim anyway. He'll be coming up in What F World for that matter. The doyen of Talkback, Sparty. We're looking forward to that. Begging for bronze with Brendan Cowell, our man. A market update from Shawnee Ormerod, who's just fading away to a corner post. He's on this soup diet, and the quiz, of course, thanks to IMAR Insurance. Now today, being a Wednesday, you get the Ringers Western cap and the $100 pub voucher, thanks to the Royal Albert.
Oh, yes.
What would you get for $100?
You get beers, obviously, your takeaways.
So you got the takeaways open.
You got the barmies down there.
Yeah, is it? So the dining's all open for takeaway.
Yeah, get down there. A few bows.
Yeah.
We've gone the Vietnamese angle.
I like it.
Yeah. You'll get your growlers. You get your crowlers.
Yeah.
You get your Phil Howards. So it's all open. Takeaway. It's. But these vouchers are very hard to get.
It's Beta Meinhof. I live right near a pub in Paddington, the Lord Dudley, and it has growlers. Get your growlers, $10 on the window.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
I mean,
lure.
It does. It Adam Mewers, you're in. If you saw a sign that says growlers in here for $10, what are you doing?
Well,
you're stopping your car. Yeah. You're getting out. And you're going, where's my growler?
So the Royal Albert, we can confirm...
Have growlers.
Have growlers. Okay.
And we've also got tinned beer. So whatever beer you want, we'll can it for you.
Beautiful.
In litres. In Alan Thick.
I love that.
So you can take it away. So rather than get bowls of wine, the new fad is getting a litre of beer.
Good shout on the 400-metre hurdle, Sugar. Very, very close. Yeah. Hey there, Delilah. She was only beaten by a world record. in what world? Anyway, Gibbo, how are you, young fella?
G'day, boys. Yeah, well, thanks. I'm in to get the jab on Friday.
Are you?
Oh, yeah. So,
Mate.
what about the vac? Yeah, well, 2-for-1 deal down where I'm going, Fletch, and you can get a growler as well.
Well, mate, you know that it doesn't work unless you post on social media, it seems.
Yeah,
The jab doesn't work.
I'll be tagging all of you guys in just so I can get some bruising going.
Oh, man. Man, stop it, please. Anyway, 1300 01 1170 is the way to have your say. It is trading season when it comes to radio. I'm pleased to say this man's on the line. He comes at a price. Good afternoon. In fact, he's got his own song. This is what the trade comes at. The great man who rings up most days, and there's plenty of text messages coming through here as to, you know, those supporting a trade, those not supporting the trade. Anyway, let's go to this man now. Good afternoon, Sharky.
What's going on?
Well, mate, I'm saying nothing's going on. That's what I'm saying, but the rumour is out there's a trade on.
Well, I'm not part of that trade anyway. Look, they can keep the nuts. He's a fog, I'm telling you. You put him on your show, mate. I tell you what, I'm the DSP. I've been listening to that show for 20-odd years, right? How come he's only on once a week? Because he's a fog.
Yeah. I like it. Do you think he's he's really like that, Sharky, or he just puts it on?
I'll ask your mate Michael Slater.
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
Crash jumped out of a plane with him.
Really?
He what?
You didn't know the footy show years back.
No.
What, the narc went on the footy show? Is that right?
He done a skydive with Slater. He wasn't a footy show, yeah. I don't think you've seen his ugly head, but he's a large man, rotund man, yeah. I'm sure my mate Shane from America, big Shane, yeah, he wants to get him in a UFC ring and squash his head like a pimple, so...
Well, Shark, I can tell you this, Joel and Fletch, in what F world would you want the narc on your show, Tom? I'm not privy to the narc's contract over there, but people are saying, was there a swap deal on? And I have said...
Look, does he get paid? What am I getting? Nothing.
Well, okay. Well, for now, Sharky, we'll extend your contract for a further 3 months, but it is under review, okay? So stay right there. In the meantime, we need to move on to this man. It is trading season in radio world. What's happening, Robert?
Boys, what's going on here? Is SEN over the salary cap or something that you want to trade your loyal callers to another station? What's going on? I thought, it's gold medal time here. Am I a gold medalist, a bronze or a silver or nothing? What's going on?
You're one of those golds that you share, like the high jump, Rob. So you're not an out-and-out gold on your own, but you're a shared gold medal, or maybe a shared bronze. I don't know. But either way, I have been to the SEN board, and they have categorically suggested to me that you will not be part of any trades involving any other radio. Even Colin and Jackie O apparently have reached out to try and get your services, Rob. We say no.
I'm exclusive to only your show on SEN, no one else, anywhere else.
That's where Shark lets himself down.
You know where I've got a big gig coming up in the last week of September. You promised me you're going to give me a certain amount of minutes for a certain game of football. You remember that deal?
Yep.
So I'm hanging around at least till then.
Yep. Now, you're like the people at bonus time at work. You'll hang around till you get the bonus, and the next day the resignation papers come in. Now, I get that.
Yeah, by the way, Joel, how's the lockdown going in your area? Go on, Gibbsy, play the music.
No, I think that was a genuine question. I'm quite interested as well.
No, because we asked him yesterday. He's been facetious.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been facetious. How is it going, though, Rob, honestly?
It's tough out here, boys. It's really tough. I've got my family. They can't go anywhere within 5 kilometres anywhere. So, we're doing click and collect everywhere. Every suburb around our area is getting COVID. So, they reckon it's going to last for years. Forget about months, years.
Could you do me a favour, please, Rob? Because I'm trying to track down some tubes, tasty tubes. The packaged chips. So I can't find them anywhere. They've just been re-released because I was one of the thousands that signed the petition to bring them back in. They're all sold out, so I can't get them. They're only selling them at 7-Eleven at the moment. So if you run past the 7-Eleven and you see a packet of tubes, TOOBS, Could you get me a packet, please,
Now,
Rob?
Yes, now just how you want me to post it in or bring it into you personally at North Sydney?
Well, you can't. You're in lockdown.
I can't either, yeah. I'll have to send it by DHL or airmail or something.
We can work that
If you
out.
can. Yeah, I'll fix you up.
What is tubes? What is it? by the way?
Excuse me? You never heard of tubes? Tubes are the greatest packets of chips ever invented.
No, it's it's not true, Brian.
Tubes. Did you ever have them as a kid?
No, I've never heard of it.
Tubes. TOOBS. Tube.
It's a licked cheesel rolled in poo.
They're tasty, tangy.
Worst.
The cheesel is the gold medalist, and the tube doesn't qualify.
No. You're wrong there.
False start.
You're wrong. So you're saying the cheesel is better than the
Well,
tube?
100%.
Please.
Oh, mate.
I can't believe we've wasted 2 minutes talking about it.
Right, okay. Right.
Thanks, boys.
All right, see you, Rob.
You say Rob's bailed out of us. That's how boring the tube talk
Rob's
is.
played his own music on us.
What are some of the other big rivalries, when you go head-to-head in the food?
Shapes.
Shapes versus what?
Pizza v barbecue. No, which shape is the best?
Right. Well, you're in the same gang. You're in the same team.
Yeah, it's the same stable.
No, it's
So
not.
it's like Adidas versus Puma.
It's very parochial in terms of either barbecue or pizza.
No, but we want mortal enemies.
Chicken crimpies.
Yeah, but if you're the owner of Pizza Shapes, you're loving that.
Internal.
Still
a war. You should see it out there. It's carnage.
Who's your favourite child stuff? That is.
What about burger rings? Can I get your opinion on a burger ring?
Burger ring's fine.
That slots in between cheesels and daylight and then tubes.
Get off your head.
Yeah, burger ring's fine. I don't mind burger.
All right, well, text it. Let's get our listeners to basically adjudicate. 0457 736 736. What is the better chip, the tube or the cheesel?
Yeah, and other food wars. What are the real wars that are going down in the trenches? So the tubes come back up. The tubes come back up only to be popped back down this little corner.
They're sold out. That's how popular they are.
Yeah, because there's 3 packets.
I'll go out tomorrow and get a packet of cheesels.
Oh, there's 3 packets.
What about cheese and bacon balls?
They're not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah.
The thing that's going for the tube is you can put it on your finger, a la the cheesel and the burger ring.
Hey, Steve from Dubbo makes a good point here. He says, hey, Sugar Man, seeing that Rob is the doyen of boxing, can you ask him to find out the venue ring announcer for the boxing in Tokyo? Is it Michael Buffer? Sounds like him, but he can't be seen. Steve from Dubbo. He didn't mention the boxing. I thought he would have been up about Harry Garside.
Yeah.
He didn't mention
So
that.
he's, I think we're going to talk about it in the Olympic update, but he's guaranteed a bronze.
Guaranteed. Now, we were a bit confused. I said, Brooksy, what happens? Why is he guaranteed a bronze? Has the other side of the draw had somebody pull out? Is there no semi-final? What's the case? And what did you say, Brooksy? What happened?
So I went to the doyens, the producers of Matty White, Tommy and Al, and they said semi-finalists who lose don't have to fight for bronze. They've both given a bronze medal.
So that's it. They're not wearing the headgear these days.
Yeah.
Are they?
So it's probably one less fight that they need. Yeah. And it's good. It's sort of up there with the double gold sort of scenario. Yeah, but
I can cop the bronze being shared, but not a gold.
Contacts.
No, not a gold. Anyway, Brian, I understand that you're back on the Traveller circuit. Is that right?
No, well, not really. So I've decided what I've decided to do. Basically, the paper this morning, I don't know if you saw the front page of the paper. Actually, let's just do this. Let's do this. The new segment, Joel.
What's this called?
This is called Fletchy's Forensic Journalism Files. So what I've done, we saw on the front page of the paper, plain stupid party boys. We understand that the Ollie Roos and the Rugby Sevens men's played up. So not only did the rugby boys play up yesterday with the rowers, well, they're obviously bending.
Yeah.
They're having a big Larry Emder, and they just decided to kick on the big bird coming home on the big Airbus. And what I like to do, and having been in media a while now, I know sometimes it's not true.
Right.
So what I've decided, because I've connected in at News Corp, I went in and spoke to a certain journalist. And this is what happened. So over to you, Brian. Yeah, thanks very much, Brian. Now, I'm here with award-winning Daily Telegraph journalist Phil Rothfield. I'm just going to go straight to the source. We saw on the front page of the Daily Telegraph today, plain stupid party boys, the Olympians under fire over boozy antics. I'm just going to cut to the chase here, Buzz. What have you heard and what sort of antics did they get up to?
Coming in and out of there and they were pooing in hotel corridors.
I'm sorry, Phil, but could you please repeat that? Because what I heard was very, very disturbing. Just say that again.
Pooing in hotel corridors.
Oh, my gosh. Buzz, your language, please.
Didn't know any other way to put it, but...
Okay, well, there you have it. Straight from the horse's mouth. Back to you in the studio, Brian. Thanks, Fletch. See you there. So they're pooing in corridors,
right?
Allegedly,
yes.
There's no corridors. He means the aisles.
The aisles.
The Gomers.
Yeah,
Simone Biles.
Yeah, Simone Biles. Oh, that's it. That is. So that was called the Fletchy's Forensic
Journalistic Files.
Oh, yes. That
and just let's give the intro again. Gibbo?
Yeah.
That's a long line.
Oh, that's great.
Where did you grab that from?
That's heavy hitting.
Get someone to make that.
Someone's made that, yeah.
Wow, that's good.
I hope there's
we
more
haven't
to come.
plagiarised that everywhere.
No.
Oh, there will be.
Yeah.
I'm becoming quite the scoop.
Yes.
The news hound.
I love that. I love that. Olympic update we need to go to. Opals versus Team USA by 15. USA 42 lead the Opals 27. They just look... It looks like, stature-wise, it dead set looks like an under-21s team versus an under-16s team. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, they're quite tall, the US team, with Brianna Stewart, who's just knocked down a three there, and Brittany Griner, 6'9". So that's where Liz Cambage would have been.
Oh, Nick.
Massive in that situation coming up against Griner.
So Griner's 6'9".
6'9", number 15 for the US there.
See these girls, Brooksy, what sort of dosh are they getting? What's the WNBA sort of...
It's not... It pales in comparison to the
I understand,
NBA.
But what are we talking?
I'm not
would
too
it be
sure.
$1 million contracts?
There probably would be. I reckon Diana Taurasi and Asia Wilson would probably be on that sort of coin. So Diana Taurasi's been in the WNBA for probably over a decade now. Asia Wilson's one of the young stars. I think she's a teammate of Liz Cambage.
Would you say it's comparable to NRL players' salaries?
Yeah, probably. They'd probably have a similar sort of... I'll have a look in the next break and see. Yeah,
I know you are the doyen of...
Yeah, I haven't really caught up on the contract situation, but they have been pushing for more parity in terms of contracts. Like it's quite significantly lower, as we've talked about yesterday with the free agency. Like, they're not signing these $200 million contracts that you're seeing Steph and Trae Young sign.
Why don't you throw it in a pointer? You've got your own seggy coming up a bit later. You're debuting Brooksy's Basketball Bank Balance Rap Show.
Yeah.
What?
So throw it in there.
It's a spin-off from the Fletcher's Fiscal.
Hey, guys, so I've got a lot of fans. Andrew from Newey, tubes all the way, Fletch. Tubes are the greatest chips ever. Cheeses are awful. They taste like a backpacker's...
Shaminda.
Well, it depends. If you're into that. Cheese and bacon balls. Okay, best the cheese and bacon balls or new chili cheesels.
Wow. Ooh, chili cheesels, yeah.
Yeah, keep them coming through. Smith versus Ruffles. Bring back Ruffles, salt and vinegar. Yeah, it's a landslide. Smith's all the way, if you don't mind. 1300 01 1170. Let's do a bit of an Olympic update. No, we're happy to do that. The Olympic update will be coming up after this. That's what we'll do there. Harry Garside will speak about him. And also the big bronze medal we got in the women's 10-kilometre marathon. This is driving for gold, or bronze if you like your twos, but driving for gold with Joel and Fletch. A break and back with more.
Be part of the story on the new home of sport, 1170 SEN. Text 0457 736 736.
Punchbowl lights are out. Crews are on site after a car hit one of the poles. Punchbowl Road, Canterbury Road. Works on camera through Bexley, causing delays. Stony Creek Road, Citybound Lane 1 taken out, approaching the lights at Forest Road. And around the corner, Lane 1 taken out for Forest Road, approaching Bexley Road. No problems at Harbour Tunnel off the freeway north, Sydney up towards the ED, Anzac Bridge. Travelling well both ways. No problems, James Roos Drive in and out of Northmead. Tomorrow is Telstra Day. Save up to $500 on a range of phones, tablets and accessories for one day only. Don't miss it. Call your local store or shop online tomorrow at Telstra.
SEN, the official radio broadcaster of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Norbank, or abbytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. As the footy heats up, so do your winter showers. And we've found the best try of the season. You just gotta try Palmer's Glass. Just like Tommy Turbo, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. And while the footy lights up the screen, this is the world-class shower screen that has to be seen. Try Palmer's Glass. First class, world-class glass. You can't go past Palmer's Glass.
When you're shivering in the winter chill, there's only one thing you need to remember. When the temperature hits you, just get a Fujitsu. And right now, when you buy a Fujitsu air conditioner, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard worth up to $450. Buying new or upgrading, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 31st August 21. Claim by 29th October 21. Prepaid gift card issued by EML Payment Solutions Limited, ABN 301314365532. T's and C's and exclusions apply. See website.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Guys like it simple. That's why Stuff keeps personal care simple for men. Stuff for your face, stuff for your head and body, stuff for your pits, which can come in handy. There's even stuff for your, other bits. And the best bit, not only will you smell good, but it helps fund mental health programs for young men too. How good is that? So, want to get on the good stuff? We bet you do. Just head to websiteofstuff.com. That's some good stuff.
The new crunchy fried chicken from Red Rooster is the crunchiest, tastiest crunchy fried chicken around. Just listen to this. Crunchy outside, juicy, tender inside. So what are you waiting for? It's crunch time. Get into your nearest Red Rooster for crunchy fried chicken today. The Rooster's calling.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Time now for an Olympics update with thanks to Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories. Do the job right. monarchpainting.com.au.
We have been inundated with text messages. We'll pick those up very, very shortly. Just in the meantime, an Olympic update. We added a bronze in the past 24 hours. This would be brutal. This would be absolutely brutal. Like Karina Lee in the women's 10-kilometre marathon swimming was the first Aussie to win an Olympic medal in marathon swimming. So congratulations to Karina Lee getting the
what's the marathon?
10K.
10K. Oh.
10K. Well, you're a handy swimmer, Fletch. What would be harder, the 42K running or the 10K swimming?
For me, personally, running all day.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'd rather do the 10K swimming.
Carry this big sweet around.
Yeah, that's very true. What about Harry Garside? Harry was brilliant. He's now guaranteed a medal. We explained that before in the last segment. First boxing medal since Spike Cheney took silver in Seoul back in 1988. Wow. Gosh. So he's guaranteed bronze. Imagine if he got the gold. Now, I think he's taken on the world champ in the semi-final. He defeated Zakir Zafulin of Kazakhstan. That was a close fight. Did you get to see it?
I did. I watched the first couple of rounds. Geez, he's lanky.
Yeah.
Unorthodox. Yeah.
What do you
Unorthodox. Yeah. It could have gone either way.
Yeah, flip of the coin.
Could have gone either way, but went to the good guys.
And here was the decision.
The winner on points by split decision.
So, split the decision.
I can't agree. In the blue, Harry Garside.
Well, the young man from Victoria has assured himself of a bronze medal. Good on you, Harry. Australia's wild about Harry, and why wouldn't they be? 3-2. It was a razor-thin margin. Two tremendous performances in his first fights, and then he's come up a class here against the men.
Yeah, outstanding work. Well done to Harry Garside. And the men's hockey team, by the way, they through to the semi-final. Or, in fact, they won the semi-final. Hockeyroos 3 defeated Germany 1. Georgie Parker, Channel 7 commentator, is going to join us after the news.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Here are the headlines making SEN News this hour. A new case of COVID-19 has been found in Victoria this afternoon on what had been the state's first zero cases day in more than 3 weeks. More details to come. New South Wales, meanwhile, recorded 233 new infections today. Only 92 of these were in isolation during their infectious period. Another 2 people have died from the virus in the state, including a man in his 20s. And Queensland's COVID outbreak has grown again with 17 new local cases recorded today. SEN.com.au sport coming up next.
Don't miss the must-see comedy action, The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. Fast track from cinemas to your home. The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. New to buy or rent on digital now.
Starting with rugby union, where Brumbies coach Dan McKellar will leave his role at the end of the 2022 Super Rugby season in what shapes as a major step towards him becoming the next Wallabies coach. And to basketball, Jock Landale's success for the Boomers and Melbourne United has earned him a 2-year NBA contract with the San Antonio Spurs.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
You're listening to the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games on SEN.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today. Windy near the coast, a top of 17. Partly cloudy, 19 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss Peter Bowl in the 800-metre final, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Oh, absolutely pumped for that, Fletch. Peter Bowl, Super Bowl, Bag Bowl, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, Bollywood.
Skate Bowl. Oh, I'm pumped. I'm pumped for that. Can't wait for that. In the meantime, pumped for this chat as well. And I'm pleased to say Channel 7 commentator Georgie Parker's on the line. G'day, Georgie.
Hello, Shug. How are you, mate?
I'm going all right, mate. How are you holding up through this Olympic campaign, being a former Olympian yourself?
Oh, it's been stressful. There's been heartbreak, of course, with the Hockeyroos going out in the quarter-final. There's been close to heart attacks with the men going into shootouts. And then yesterday, them, of course, winning their semi-final. And it looked like a 3-1. It doesn't look like it was close, but it was a very, very close match. And the Germans are really tough opposition. So in the end, they got the job done, and they're taking on the world number 2 side tomorrow night. And I'm absolutely pumped for it.
Hey, Georgie, can you just explain the shootout? So it's not like in soccer where they just have one shot. Well, how does it work, and how long have you got to have a crack at the goal?
Yeah, they changed about 10 years ago, and it's been so good for the sport. So instead of just the penalty strokes, which we call it like the penalty shootout in soccer, where you've got it from a dot and you just have one shot, it's called a one-on-one, and you have 8 seconds. You start with the ball on the 25, and you have 8 seconds to be able to beat the keeper. So if the keeper makes the save and the ball's still in play, you can still go on and play it out and have another shot if the keeper hasn't done a good enough job in clearing it. So it showcases the skill. It showcases how quickly and dynamic these goalkeepers are, who is in a huge amount of goalkeeping gear, and just how powerful and dynamic they are and how well they can move in all their gear. So they're really exciting, and I think a lot of people who had never seen them before were really shocked with just how skillful it is and how well these goalkeepers move. So Australia had that one against Holland, and Holland, of course, is a very skillful team. They live and breathe hockey over there. It was a really good display of skill there, and Andrew Charter was the hero of the match. He's the Australian goalkeeper and didn't let one in. So a really good showcase for our sport with our one-on-ones, which, like I said, came in about 10 years ago.
Hey, Georgie, tell me about the penalty spots. So when you see the penalty spots, it's the keeper back there with all the players, and they rush out, and it's like being in what's that game when you shoot people with the plastic bullets, Fletch? Paintball. It's like paintball, where you're flying out and you're just preparing for this ball to go crack.
You know what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know exactly what's coming, and especially in the men game. You have to be absolutely bonkers to want to be one of those people that run out. So, yeah, the penalty corner, and essentially you've got 4 defenders, and the ball pings out to top. There's about 7 or 8 attackers, and these guys, they do a drag flick, it's what it's called, and they can fling it up to 150 k's an hour, this ball. It's a very, very hard ball. It's harder than a cricket ball. It's about the same size, but it's way harder because there's no give in it. It's not leather. It's hard plastic. And they fling it from about 150 k's an hour at you, and they're getting hit from about 5 metres away. It's absolutely, you've got to be absolutely mad to be one of those people running out. But it's again another skillful part of the sport that these guys can train and specialise in this skill. It's like a kicker in NRL, right? So you've got the people who can go and do this one skill, and not everyone's able to do it. So it just shows just how not dangerous it is, the sport is, but just how brave some of these players are, because it is absolutely mad. I'm down the other end waiting for a breakdown for the ball to come down for me to score down the other end. There's no way I'll be defending one of them.
So, Georgie, tell us about Belgium. So they're the world champions. I gather they're going in as favourites.
Yep. Well, Australia are world number 1, though, so it's going to be a really, really tough affair. Before the competition started, I hate to say it, Belgium were my team that I thought were going to win it. I thought Australia would make it. I would love to be wrong, of course, though. Australia, we've gone into Olympics as number 1 team a lot, though, and so this is the first time since 2004 we've been able to make it to the gold medal match. So they've already gone through that kind of bogey round, but Belgium is so dangerous. They've got this guy called Alex Hendricks. He scored 13 goals in 7 matches already. He is an absolute superstar who can just score goals willy-nilly. So it's going to be a really, really tough opposition. Belgium, silver medalists from Rio as well, so they're absolutely flying. And what the Europeans have had that we haven't had here in Australia is some international competition. Our guys, before coming into Rio, they only had 6 matches in 18 months, and they were all against New Zealand, just because of COVID. So the Europeans have had a little bit of a better preparation, which is going to give them a little bit of advantage, though. But it should be a ripper match. It's world number 1 versus world number 2, so it's going to be exciting, skillful, fast hockey. So I just can't wait for it, and it's going to be prime time. Everyone's going to be watching this sport that people don't really give a toss about us any other time of the year. So it's really exciting that it's going to be getting, some really good attention on it, because it is such a fun sport to watch, a fun sport to play. So I'm just so excited for the rest of the country to be able to see it.
Hey, Georgie, 5 years ago, time flies, but you are there representing Australia at Rio.
Yeah.
Take us back to that, maybe some of the things that happened behind the closed doors that the regular public don't get to see or hear about. Things you can.
There's a lot of stuff that you can't talk about, of course, in the village.
Well, you can hear.
It's really surreal. You're walking around and you've got absolute superstars there that you're kind of like, what? There's Usain Bolt standing up there looking down in the village. You got Serena Williams in line with you at McDonald's in the village as well. Like, it's really surreal that you're there with all these different athletes who all come from different countries, all looking different, because you're clearly competing in different sports, and what is an athlete, you know. There's the sprinters, there's a marathon, there's gymnasts, there's so many different types of athlete, and it's so surreal, and it's something that I guess I was 10 telling Mum I'm going to go to the Olympics, and, you know, she's there going, okay, sure you are, Georgie, of course. You know, every 10-year-old says stuff like that when the Olympics are on. So it's pretty cool to be able to live your childhood dream. It's pretty cool to be able to compete and be on the same competition as all these absolute superstars in world sport. And it's a weird one. It's really something that you never get over, I don't think, because so few people get to experience it. It's a weird one. I mean, I tried to put a little bit of that behind me because, of course, we bombed out in a quarterfinal. So watching the Hockeyroos girls lose in a quarterfinal a couple of nights ago made me just so sad because it just brought up some of those emotions from there. Because I guess, you know, you can have a lot of fun in the village, but first and foremost, you're there to perform. And when you don't, they're the memories that stick strongest in your mind. So it's a bit of a weird one, the old Olympics.
We are speaking with Georgie Parker, Channel 7 commentator, part of the SEN stable with Gillian Goss as well. But now, Georgie, just to really prove to us, all the listeners out there, that you are a true Olympic champion, Fletcher's got a very basic question.
It's not a basic question.
It is a very basic question.
It's quite a controversial topic.
No, it's a very basic question. And throughout this answer, Georgie's going to really come through as to why she's a true Olympian.
Okay. Georgie, are you familiar with Cheezels? Packets of chips, Cheezels.
Yes, I am. I prefer Burger Rings myself. But...
Okay, all right, okay. Throw them in the mix. What about, have you ever heard of Tasty Tangy Tubes?
Tubes are so good. Tubes are podium. They're gold medalists.
There you go, Georgie.
Come on.
Georgie, well done.
They're the best. I've already bought a packet.
And that was Channel 7 commentator Georgie Parker. Thank you very much.
I can't get a packet. Where'd you buy them from? Because I know they've got them 7-Eleven and Coles. But
bought them at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, they're all sold.
Yeah, 7-Eleven.
Georgie, I liked you before. Now I love you. Well done on your decision to say the tubes.
Now, Georgie, also your fine work with Sportsbet. Is there any tip you can give us when it comes to the remaining parts of the Olympics? It might be hockey, it might be a goal scorer, it might be whatever it is. Have you got something for us?
Look, I'd go with the overs for the goals scored tomorrow night with the hockey. It should be about 3.5, 4.5. I'd be going the overs. It'll be a high-scoring match.
Love it.
With the women, there is no way that the Dutch girls can't lose in the hockey. Not a single chance at all that they will lose.
Okay.
And look, let's go for Peter Bowl tonight. Let's see if he can get a medal, hey?
Let's get him to get a medal.
Have a bowl, spaghetti bowl for him as well while you're at it.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely right. Georgie, outstanding work. Now, we'll get our people to contact your people when we eventually get our after-hours show, Fletch.
Oh, like the goings-on in
the goings-on, and Georgie will be our conduit to the Rio Olympics in 2016.
And Bozza as well.
What Bozza?
Bozza's got the diary, so he could bring about all those things he did in 1992, was it?
That's it.
I reckon they probably did worse things back then.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. Georgie, thank you very much, mate. We'll catch up soon.
You're welcome. See you, mate. Bye.
There's Georgie Parker, Channel 7 commentator, doing a fine job there. By the way, as far as the Olympic update is concerned, in the third quarter, it is USA 53 defeating Australia 32. So a break of 21 now. There is 7 minutes 10 remaining in the third quarter. This is the Olympic update thanks to Monarch Painting, premium brushes, rollers, trays and tools.
Okay, so Rob, our friend, has said, boys, the reason there are 2 bronze medals up for grabs in boxing, that the recovery time for the 2 losses isn't long enough for them to fight for 1 medal.
Okay, so that's fair enough.
Pretty much spot on.
But they're only 3-minute rounds.
Yeah, still getting punched. You've been punching there for 3 minutes?
No, I haven't.
It's not fun.
Only 3-minute rounds. There's famous last words, isn't it? By the way, another world record falls in the 400-metre hurdles. Sydney McLaughlin won the 400-metre hurdles gold, which Davey Colbert declared with us yesterday. That's Wednesday in Tokyo. Broke her own world record with a 51.46. Now, you've got something around that, haven't you?
Well, might have the bodgy spikes. Yes. So there's a pair of spikes that are banned. So Nike Super Spikes are so fast that rivals are starting to wear them.
What do you mean they are banned?
Well, there's a certain pair that was banned in January this year. So Usain Bolt had been questioning, and so they banned them, but they've got around them. And some people, not me, some conspiracy theorists are saying that the reason why there's so many so many world records are being broken.
Yes.
Especially yesterday with the what's our man name? Karsten?
Yep.
He smashed the...
Voston. Yeah.
Voston. He smashed the world record. Some are saying it could be due to the spikes and the track and the rubber track.
But he smashed the record to add a bit of substance to your investigative journalism again, Fletch. Well, he only just won the race. And
the other bloke had a pair on as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The other bloke would have smashed the record also.
I don't think so. I think it's got something to do with the crowd. Lack of.
Do you? So they're not getting over the top on it?
No.
They're in their state?
There's no nervous energy. So they're conserving energy. Yes, Brooks.
Johnny Stephenson was saying it's the track, the rubber that they've got on the track in the heat is making it a bit more spongy, giving you a bit more drive off the track.
There's definitely something in it.
The heat.
There's no wind too. There's no headwind or tailwind. It's pretty much still.
Yeah, perfection. I told you the time, and I was a pop gun kicker, Fletch.
Yep.
And I'm going to find this on tape. I kicked the ball 70 metres on the fly, and I was a pop gun kicker, and I reckon it was the atmosphere at North Queensland. Everything was just perfectly still.
Yeah.
Because I'd never, ever go anywhere near that. So that I think if the climate's right, maybe it just takes you to a new level.
Maybe.
You never know.
No, pop gun.
Old pop gun. That was the Olympic update. Thanks to Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories. Do the job right. monarchpainting.com.au. And we've got plenty more still to come. This is Driving for Gold with Joel and Fletch. We're going to catch up on all your calls and texts, by the way, as well, right after this.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Every Friday from 9 on SEN, Morning Glory with Matty Johns.
Greg Alexander.
Matthew.
It is so good to have you here. After last week, that moronic display from my brother Andrew. Second break, he's talking to one of his moron mates on the phone while we're on air, and I said, "Are you right?" And he goes, "Oh, mate, I'm ready to launch," whatever that means.
Morning Glory with Matty Johns for Spinal Ease. Visit spinaleze.com.au and Harley Heaven, the home of Harley Davidson in Sydney.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German-engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-Tires.com.au.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Hi, I'm Lionel Lee. What do you do in lockdown if you need a new laptop, a microwave or a heater? And you need it soon. Contactless click and collect, ready in 30 minutes at Bingley. Just go to bingley.com.au and find your nearest click and collect location. We'll email you when your order is ready, then just call the store when you get there and we can even load your car. It's easy, safe and fast. Contactless click and collect in 30 minutes at Bingley. And we're offering customers same-day delivery in selected areas of Sydney. Conditions apply.
Hey, Fletch, if you ran into somebody, right, and they said, "Oh, geez, I'm having some sleeping problems," what would be your recommendation?
Change pillows immediately and change it to Spinal Ease without a doubt.
Yep, and you need to know whether you're a back sleeper, side sleeper, whatever the case may be, because they tailor-made it and it might just change your life. So the way to do it, order your Spinal Ease pillow. We both have one with free delivery. Go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au and you can thank us later.
One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer.
One classic lager, one standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
what's for dinner? Try Coles Easy Lamb and Black Bean Burgers recipe. Made with 5 ingredients in 20 minutes for just $4 per serve. Discover all the new delicious what's for dinner recipes online at Coles & Co.
Matty Johns here. If you're a tradie with years of experience on the tools, get in touch with Qualify Me and turn your experience into a nationally recognised qualification in weeks. Take the Qualify Me 60 seconds free skills check. Visit qualifyme.edu.au and let Qualify Me qualify you today.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint, and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hey guys, it's Zach Lomax here from the St George Illawarra Dragons. Join the conversation on the new home of sport 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Oh, the boards lead up here. Kenny from Ulladulla. He says Cheetos have got a new rock, paper, scissors. Pizza flavour only at Woolies, better than tubes. This one here I particularly like, Fletch. And this is the update, all thanks to 4 Pines, of course. And this is Drive with Joel and Fletch. Driving for goal with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click and Buy today. Clicking on these text messages here. Competition table top 8, right? So what they've got here is they've used the equivalents. Melbourne are Cheezels.
Melbourne are Cheezels, gotcha.
Panthers are cheese twisties. South are chicken twisties. Parramatta are the cheese and bacon balls. The Roosters are the Cheetos. Manly the Doritos. Titans are tasty cheese CCs. The Sharks are the cheese and onion chips. The cheese and onion chips is outstanding, by the way. The Broncos are the Burger Rings, and the Bulldogs.
Oh, please. Who said that? Who brought that up? Who
No
brought that
name.
up?
No name.
Yeah, that's why. Gutless.
There you go.
Gutless. BG's on my team.
Let's hope Peter Salad Bowl gets gold or silver. No more bronzes, please. Can we get a new segment below Brendan's bronze bit out of his backside? Statsy from Freshwater. Thank you very much, Statsmeister.
Can I just say something about the tubes issue? So you've heard of the phrase supply and demand.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
This is Mark from Mortdale. Mark saw a lady with 5 bags of tubes in her shopping trolley today. I wouldn't be looking for tubes at Woolworths if I was you, Brian.
Yeah.
So basically what he's saying is tubes are so popular, they're selling out.
Yeah.
I could go downstairs and the shop's not even open and I could still go get a packet of twisties or Cheezels.
Are you suggesting tubes have gone with the De Beers diamond strategy where they hold back the supply to boost up the value? Is that what you're saying?
They get sold out. They sold out. They do give you ulcers.
Yeah.
In summer, they're no good when you've got sunburnt lips, but other than that, Michael Mouse. Oh, boys, I've got a WBW. Sorry. It's Moe in 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Race 7, number 10, Kalani Kiss.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to take you through the next minute and a half or so you can readjust yourself and get that one. So what price roughly?
$3.50.
If you don't mind. If you do not mind.
Damien Oliver on board.
If you do not mind. What's brewing in the NRL thanks to 4 Pines Brewing Co. Now, the Rugby League World Cup is set to be postponed until 2022. You could read this a long way away, couldn't you? As soon as the big dogs pulled out, it was always going to be shuffled back. That's according to Adrian Przenko in the Sydney Morning Herald. The Rugby League World Cup is expected to be officially postponed within 24 hours amid hopes the British government will agree to bankroll the event next year. Kevin Waller's set to scrap plans for Katoni Stags to move to 5'8". Yeah, he's a gun centre. I don't mind that at all. Brisbane have given Brodie Croft permission to negotiate with rival teams with the Broncos halfback shop to 7 clubs. No, Brian, we haven't give Sharky permission to negotiate, despite what you say.
I'm happy. I'm open to all offers.
No,
you never burn bridges, I've discovered in this game.
Yeah.
Who else is going to give you your scoops with your forensic files journalistic?
You never know. You never know. But in the meantime, keep your text messages coming through. 0457
Jimmy Smith.
He's very learned researcher. Yeah.
You've been bumping him on the way in that Centennial Park walk, haven't you?
Oh, mate, he's with someone different. That's why. He's just, like, gaining knowledge.
What do you mean he's with someone different?
Every time I see him at Centennial Park, he's with someone different.
Other than his wife?
It's gentlemen.
Oh, okay.
So,
hang on, so you're
somebody
saying...
different every time.
Yeah, someone
Jimmy
different
Smith,
every time.
Not the same person.
Not the same
Centennial
person.
Park.
Not his wife.
What?
Oh.
1300 01 1170 is the way to do that. We need to move that one to the top button.
Around the grounds, Joel, USA 66 and 43 seconds to go. Australia 39, brought to you by Tony Packard Holden.
Getting beat by 27. A break and back with your calls and texts.
Bush power pole being replaced. 2 lanes affected westbound. Parramatta Road and Pot Street. Earlier works has been cleared up and delays easing now through Bexley past the shops on Forest Road past Stony Creek Road and Bexley Road. Up Rumsey M5. I'm sitting through the main tunnel heading up towards Bexley North and up towards Moorebank Avenue. Earlier smash at Moorebank. Motorcycle down Heathcote Road. That's been cleared off at Church Road. Get Metrocon's Bentley. A large 4-bed double-storey home from $299,870. T's and C's apply. NSW Contractors Licence 1746996C.
Mornings with Matt White, tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN. Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or abbeytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Head to the grand final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass, like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
To create a high-performance machine, equal parts art and automobile. That was the brief. Lauded and awarded like any masterpiece. There's always critics. But with 15 premium Harman Kardon speakers and the new bimodal exhaust, it's kinda hard to hear them. The new Kia Stinger.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Your first property investment is usually your first home, but you can invest sensibly in property long before then. Talk to Prestige Australian Financial Services to learn how you can build wealth through starting or growing your real estate holdings and save tax at the same time. Prestige help by advising on tax, helping you secure a loan and find the right property. Prestige Australian Financial Services. Your success is their business. To learn more, visit ilovepafs.com.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blass chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year, Complex Distinctive Wine wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast. Here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Save that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, he makes a 4 and 20 pie.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Rooster Man, he says, bugger me now. I find myself heading to convenience store to buy essential goods, burger rings, twisties and cheese balls, maybe a 2-pack of toilet rolls. Rooster Man. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. To be honest with you, Fletch, I'd take either. Burger rings, twisties, tubes.
No, you can't get now.
Right now I would take them.
No, you're not. You're just trying to get on board with all my tubes gang.
Yeah. Subscribe to the Drive.
We've got an Olympian who loves tubes.
Yeah. Ex-Olympian. Subscribe to the Drive with Joel and Fletch podcast.
Spotify
and Apple Podcast. Story time with old mates coming up. Eric Growth Jr. He's getting better every week, and he's chiming into the back line with his better half, so to speak. Laura Whaler, who once ran 11:46, which is very, very close to semi-final times at the Olympics. Begging for bronze with Brendan Cowell. IMAR quiz as well. We have got the prize pack thanks to Ringers Western, and we have also got what, Fletch?
$100 voucher for the Royal Albert Hotel.
Yep.
Beers, squid, dumplings. What more do you want?
Perfect.
There's a little park around the corner if you want to.
Yep.
Just near the cop station.
Yep.
Just get your takeaway. Plonk down. There's a homeless dude there who does yoga. He's the Mickey.
He's the Mickey. Okay, listen up, all you tilers. If you're a tiler, Beaumont has over 110 stores with the best range of RLA glues, grouts and waterproofing, and you can win 25 grand's worth. Jump onto iCanWin.com.au. Plenty more still to come. Coming up tonight, SEN Tokyo 2020 coverage continues. Evenings with Sam Hargraves and Peter Bowl tonight from 10 p.m. right here on SEN via Channel 7. We do appreciate that. Off to the news, and then we're back with plenty more.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. A new case of COVID-19 has been found in Victoria this afternoon on what had been the state's first zero cases day in more than 3 weeks. Health authorities are investigating, so more information is to come. Queensland, meanwhile, has recorded 17 new local coronavirus cases today in what is now their biggest outbreak since the very first wave of the pandemic. 16 are linked to the Indooroopilly State High School cluster, and 1 is an unlinked case in Cairns announced yesterday afternoon. Deputy Premier Stephen Miles gave more details on this last case earlier today.
It's confirmed to be the Delta strain, but is not linked to the current outbreak in Brisbane. The reef pilot was vaccinated, as are all of our reef pilots, which of course is very good, but we will be continuing to ramp up testing in Cairns in order to ensure there's been no further transmission.
New South Wales has recorded 2 more deaths from COVID-19 overnight. A man in his 20s who died at his home in southwest Sydney where he was isolating after testing positive to the virus, and a woman in her 80s who passed away in hospital. Only 92 of today's 233 new local cases were isolating while infectious. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Win a Toyota Hilux with Battery World. Purchase any UASA battery to go in the draw. For your car, 4x4, camper and more, visit batteryworld.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At the Olympics, Australia's Ashley Maloney is sitting in third place in the men's decathlon after 3 events. Earlier today, marathon swimmer Karina Lee added to our medal tally, taking home a bronze. She spoke to SEN's Jared Waitley afterwards.
I think it's still trying to sink in. I'm just so happy with the result. To be the first Australian to get a medal in this event is, it's such an honour.
And back home in rugby league, Brisbane coach Kevin Walters has once again insisted departing winger Xavier Coates will appear for the Broncos again this year, despite not being selected since returning to the club after Queensland's State of Origin 3 triumph last month.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Moorebank Motorcycle Town, that's been cleared off Heathcote Road, Church Road. Works on the run through Homebush, Parramatta Road, 2 lanes affected westbound at Pot Street, power pole being replaced. Traffic lights are being fixed after a car hit one of the poles on Punchbowl Road at Canterbury Road at Punchbowl. No problems I'm seeing for the M2 past Pennant Hills Road up towards the M7. M7 steady past the M4 down towards the Q Motorway. Get into Harris Farm for this great one-day special. Tender, juicy pork loin roasts, just $8.99 per kilo. Save $7. Today only, in-store and online at Harris Farm.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Got mountains of stock that you just can't move? Visit buymystock.com.au.
Mostly sunny in Sydney and Sydney's west today. Windy near the coast, a top of 17. Partly cloudy, 19 degrees tomorrow. And don't miss Peter Bowl in the 800-metre final, live tonight on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome back. It's Joel Kane and Brian Fletcher. Expect them to be higher, faster and stronger. The second hour of the Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the all-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today. Starts now.
Yeah, Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch with thanks to Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click and Buy today. Now it's story time with old mates thanks to the award-winning Aussie Service mobile plans from $20. And I'm pleased to say today it is Eric Groth Jr. and Laura Whaler, his lovely partner. Let's do this. Oh, when you're ready. No, Guru, if you're not got a rhyme today.
I've got one. I'm waiting for you to turn it down.
Oh, right. Righto.
You ready?
Yeah.
And the Opals will get it back with 12 on the shot clock.
It was the right drive again for Allen, but she just hasn't had any luck in the offense in this match. She's a great player in the WNBA, New York Liberty.
Levy restarts. Blitzarves. Madgen. Great sporting names there. Almost out of court. Well done, Levy, to keep the pass alive from Madgen, but the shot clock expires in the background. And not for the first time. The Opals get the ball in the basket and the points are denied.
Yes.
And on a lean scoring night, they can ill afford that.
That's right. We want to break that 50 barrier. That's our first short-term goal, and then and build on from there.
So inside the last 4 minutes, fouls, hands over. Diggins uses Gray. He works to the left-hand side against Levy, reaching in, dislodged the ball. They scoop it back up. Shot clock to 3. Going to have to get busy here, Jewel Lloyd. Yet to score in the game. And still waiting. Beck Allen grabs the rebound and feeds Levy. Tolo made some room for Levy's shot. She fires and gets a user-friendly roll as well.
Yes, and luck went our way. Great job, Tessa Levy. It's she has played. Hasn't been many, but she's had impact off the bench when she has come on.
First score in the game for Tess Lavin. We reached the half century. Lisa Collier into the game as well as the USA get their bench players involved, and Sylvia Fowles comes up with the finishing touches.
Look at the front court of USA. Wilson and Bryan are starting. Then you've got the rotation of Fowles and Charles. It's just so enviable amongst any team in the world.
We're up 26 here, 2.5 to play. Diggins picks up the dribble onto the passing lane, provided by Fowles. Good defensive pressure from Beck Allen there as she denies Nafisa Collier. Away to the bucket. Lavey gets it back from Tolo, fires the 3-ball quickly, but can't get it to go.
This USA team, John, they're actually wearing the singlets and shorts that they wore in the Atlanta Olympics when their dynasty began of winning 5 Olympic medals in a row, and because they hadn't actually done well in the previous Olympics before in Barcelona, won a bronze. So they got together 12 months before the Atlanta Games, and they played 52 matches. They won all of them. They played 22 against college and other international games. And that actually became the start of this amazing USA force. And unfortunately, this will be their 53rd win in a row, and we're waiting for a team to break that streak. And we hoped that it would be Australia today. Unfortunately, it's not going to be, but we just need to finish this game as hard as we can.
Here's Tina Charles, unsuccessfully, thought she was fouled. Still looking for her first points in the game, Charles. 1 of 7 from the field. Beck Allen gets it from Lavey and finds Hess Magbagor. Up to Madgen. Beck Allen had a seal down low, but they couldn't find it. Shot clock rolls to 7. Lavey outside. Here's Alana Smith firing from deep. It's off the front of the rim, and Collier the rebound. Less than 90 seconds left on the clock. US are marching into the semi-finals in ominous form here. They face Serbia in one semi-final. Shot from Diggins off the mark. Well, Lavey went down on the play and the ball came to her. Now she gets it back from Allen. And Alana Smith. Madgen. Izzy Magbagor. Allen, shot clock at 6, goes back to Magbagor from close range, adds the 2. She's got 5 in the game now, her first score in the second half.
And even though Magbagor hasn't contributed a lot in this match, she's 21 and she's the future of Australia. And she's had an amazing tournament, a top scorer in the first 2 games. And she's going to mature so much. She's playing the WNBA in Seattle, and it's just pretty exciting what Ezzy's got in the future.
Lavey picks up the dribble. Magbagor with it. Now Allen, who's overdue, and she knocks down the 3. First score in the game after missing her opening 9 shots for Beck Allen. So they'll slow it down here. Shot clock just a couple of seconds inside the game clock. Diggins keen to get her name on the score sheet as well, and obliges to get the margin back out to 24. Magbagor sits down and Blitzards will check in. The Opals campaign is going to conclude here, and you look at that scoreline, 79-55. There's some parallels there between the Sydney Olympic final game where they played off for gold with Australia. It was 76-54. On that occasion, Rachel, you were there.
I was there.
I don't need to remind you, do I?
And we had a similar situation of being down by 20 or so at half time.
So it has come to this. The Australian Opals are bowing out at Tokyo in the quarterfinal stage. They've been comprehensively beaten by the world number 1 to the tune of 24 points and restricted to their lowest score since the Sydney Olympics. And so 21 years since Australia's been restricted to such a low score. But full credit to the USA. They'll progress here and take on Serbia, and that's an interesting matchup.
It certainly will. You know, Serbia were tested against China in their quarterfinal match, but Serbia Serbia, they are on fire, EuroLeague champions, so that'll be a great contest. But of course, disappointment for the Opals. You know, we came into this tournament second ranked, but so much disruption to our preparation. You know, my hat goes off to them for the heart that they've shown. They've worked so hard. The euphoria of winning by 25 against Puerto Rico, that was the highlight. We were all there with them and really wanted to take them on this ride and get past USA today. So really disappointed for them that they haven't been able to do that.
No, but the USA, well, that's 53 in a row for them, and we know what a dominant force they have been. So they are, for the Opals, are bowing out, but for Dawn Staley and Team USA, they will progress here as they look to add to their gold medal haul. And they'll be up against Serbia in the semi-finals as the Australian Opals bid farewell to Tokyo 2020. The final score here from the Saitama Super Arena is the USA 79, Australia 55.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Rachel. Yes, a tough opposition. The USA haven't been beaten in Olympic competition in 29 years. We go from heartbreak and pain to champagne. And our Aussie boys, they've won gold on the water. The 470 crew, an outstanding performance from Matt Belcher and Will Ryan. We'll celebrate after the break.
I recently did a big spring clean. My cleaning was taking everything out and then decluttering, looking at things and saying, do you really love it? If you don't love it, out with the old and then in with the new.
Storage container, only $12.50. Double folding clothesline, $209. Velvet clothes hangers, $16. Microfiber cleaning cloths, just $10.
Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item will beat it by 10%. Shop at Bunnings wherever you are, whenever you want.
There's fast, then there's the fastest. Optus, Australia's fastest 5G. It starts with yes.
Here we see Aware Super working beautifully together.
And this teamwork is certainly paying off because I've never seen numbers like this.
Yes, they've delivered an annual average return of over 9% in the past 5 years.
That's a winning performance from one of the best.
There are those out there who value their homes a little differently. At Macquarie, we call them good borrowers. They understand a home loan helps them progress in life and doesn't stop them from living it. If you look at your home in the same way, we'd like to welcome you into ours. So you can say, I bank with Macquarie, the home of good borrowers.
Celebrating Australian fresh. With Everyday Rewards, boost and spend $10 on fresh fruit and veg in a single transaction and collect 5 times points on your total shop. Boost online now. Simply shop and scan your card. T's and C's apply. That's today's fresh food people.
Take your home from ordinary to extraordinary with Beacon's Makeover Sale. Get 30% off your second item when you mix and match from our entire range. That's 30% off your second. Sale ends next Sunday.
With Beacon.
Clock off. Are you ready to go? And check in. Weekdays 5:30. And let's go. Oh, that's the the lowdown. It's time to pick out a killer bargain.
You can really burn some time with that.
Time to pawn your way to a fortune. Money, 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 money. Time to open the door to a storage war.
Jackpot, baby.
Get your Mantiques fix weekdays 5:30. 2021 on...
This is a singer, a real singer.
Oh my gosh.
Who are you?
That was beautiful.
The Voice starts Sunday at 7 on 7.
Games time. We kick it off with the archery. Oh, there you go. Nailed it. 2 backyard dressage event in lockdown. This is definitely our youngest competitor from home games. Bit of backstroke, boxing, very clever there from a DJ who can't do gigs right now, so took to replicating the opening ceremony. And that little pictogram sequence as well. And finally, the Genius Early Learning Centre in Bayside, Victoria. They staged their very own cute Olympic Games. Well done, guys. And it was very, very cool.
All got a medal. That is so cute. We both love the home games so much. We both wanted to do that. We absolutely love all the videos you're sending in. Keep them coming. #home games and share all your special Olympic memories. We've had a great one this afternoon, my lord, with Matt Belcher and Will Ryan securing our 15th gold of the Games. Once again, Nathan Templeton was there for it. He's at the Enoshima Yacht Harbour.
Well, talk about finishing it off in style. Matt Belcher and Will Ryan are now officially the Olympic champions. All the Aussie 470 team had to do today was complete this final medal race without getting into any trouble, and they secured gold. But clearly, they decided the best place to be to stay out of trouble was out in front, and they finished off by crossing the line first. A moment that they thoroughly deserve after dominating this entire competition. Now they can relax and enjoy it.
Speaking of enjoying it, they are going to lap it up in Newcastle as well. Family, friends celebrating. Matt Belcher, what a record he has at the Olympic Games. He's second. Oh, there you go, a little message from home.
Celebrations there at the Newcastle Cruising Yacht Club as well. I think Nathan Templeton is the only one that didn't end up in the drink as well, because they continued those celebrations Sydney Hobart style with a little dip in the water there as well. Great sportsmen. They're congratulating Spain, who ended up in bronze. Sweden. Oh, there they go. Oh, congratulating or pulling them in the water, I'm not quite sure, but Spain got the bronze, Sweden got the silver. We'll see them on the podium very, very soon. But even though they, quote, did a whirnie alongside Matt Wern, who also did the same thing, he was so far in front that he won the gold medal and secured it a few days beforehand. They were so superstitious, they didn't want to talk too much about it before this final race, because they just wanted the gold, wanted to see the gold in their hands.
And the final race, they could have sat back. They couldn't be beaten in that race. All they needed to do was stay upright and finish, and they could have finished at the back of the pack. Instead, well, they got back to what they're typically known for, and that's winning races, and that's exactly what they did in that medal race. They crossed the line first. This is brilliant, isn't it? It's one of the great things that we've seen from Tokyo, and not having too many crowds around, not having other athletes being able to go to a lot of events, but we have definitely seen that in the sailing, and the tradition that they have of bringing the boat out of the water.
You don't see that in the Sydney Hobart, just slightly heavier on the super yachts, but amazing camaraderie between all these sailors. They spend a considerable amount of time overseas training together. This is even more poignant because this is the last time we'll see this pairing in Olympic competition. This particular event becomes a mixed event in Paris in 2024, so it's the last time that we'll see the two of them together pouring champagne over each other in this particular class. So we hopefully will see them again competing together soon, because they're a fantastic pairing, aren't they?
Yeah, and you wonder too if this is the last we'll see of Matt Belcher. His Olympic record is outstanding. 2 gold medals, a silver as well. His first gold coming in London 2012 with Malcolm Page, and then that silver with Will over in Rio as well. What does he move on to? Will he continue in the 470s into the future, or does he go like so many other sailors into different disciplines? We'll wait and see.
Well, drum roll, Shervo, because here we are, 15 gold medals, 4 silver, 16 bronze, a total of 35 medals for Australia. One of our most successful Olympic Games ever, and it's just been wonderful to watch every single one of these athletes. They're amazing stories, they're amazing friendships, and just the way they carry themselves is a credit to our nation.
The underlying thing that has happened throughout these games, and we keep hearing it, Eddie and I, anecdotally from Tokyo, is the gratitude, the humility the Aussies athletes have, not just for each other and their competitors, but for the volunteers, the organisers, the people of Tokyo, the Japanese people. It just is an amazing thing. We should all be so proud of this team. It's lifted us all up a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly has. We're very, very grateful. And there's plenty more to come. Here's what's coming up this afternoon and tonight for you. It is once again a massive night. Athletics will head to there soon. Peter Bowl, an amazing story. Shervo's going to fill you in a moment. And the men's 200-metre final. Peter Bowl, Shervo, a lot of people have been captivated by this story. The thing I love about it is his high school athletics sort of coach or the teacher in charge of putting athletics together at his school was looking for someone who could possibly run. Another student says, well, Peter can run, miss. And run, he certainly can.
He beat the field by almost 100 metres. Then he ran the 800 and did the same thing. And then he got a pair of shoes, joined the local athletics team, and that was 10 years ago. And here he is now lining up for the 800-metre final tonight, the first to do it since Ralph DeBell in 1968. And the great thing there was Ralph won the gold medal for Australia. I heard him on radio this morning, actually, and he relived his race and some advice to give Peter. And it was really interesting to hear that what he used to do is spot the favourite, pick their weaknesses and strengths, and just sit on their shoulder and pick the time to kick to the line. So we'll wait and see how Peter runs it tonight. But one thing he has done is he's come in at the best shape of his life. He broke the national record in the heats. He broke the national record again in the semi-final. And if it's that sort of pace that's required and it is a tactical race, who knows? I'm going to go with Bruce McAvaney. He said it a few days ago that Peter Bowl is in the mix for the gold.
All right, an amazing human, an amazing athlete. Here is Peter Bowl.
Well, Peter Bowl is the first Australian 800-metre runner of African descent. He moved to Australia from war-torn Sudan when he was just 6 years old with his family.
What's up, guys? My name is Peter Bowl.
After going to high school on a full basketball scholarship, he decided to switch to full-time athletics about 6 years ago.
So I said to Peter, can you run the 800? And he said, how far is that, miss? He ran the race and he won the race by the 80 metres.
I had my first competition where I won, and I think I ran in the wrong lane the whole race.
And final heat of the 800-metre bowl of Australia from the St Kevin's Club goes in lane number 6. And Peter Bowl in about 6th position.
It's really tough when you're young and at your first Olympic Games. You have to know what your strength is.
So a learning curve for Peter Bowl, a learning curve for him for sure. Peter Bowl to go here, Australian record in the heat. Been to Rio and it's an experience journey there, and 5 years later, a confident athlete on the rise. Peter Bowl in the race of his life here. What's he got? Bowl's in second spot, moves up alongside a rock. They're coming 12. Bowl's there for the moment. 12 coming at him. Peter Bowl, 1968, the last time we've had a finalist at the 800. Hang on, Peter, he's going to. He's into the final. He has won the semi-final in 144.11.
Oh, Bruce, that was so exciting. Oh, that was fabulous, Peter Bowl.
If he can come back on Wednesday with the same game plan, I think he'll get a medal.
Given where he's come from as a young man and what he's doing for his community and, young Sudanese Australians, what that will mean to his community in Australian sport will be quite significant.
On 7 News, the secret behind our first boxing medal hope in more than 30 years. The Kookaburras stunned Germany and will now play off for the gold medal. Pressure to ease COVID restrictions after a double donut day. Huge traffic snarls after truck incidents in Melbourne's west. And how wearing masks can cause long-term skin problems. The treatment to avoid them. Details at 6.
You probably think Visa is a credit card company, huh? But it's actually a network. Connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. You can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone, everywhere. So, meet Visa, a network working for everyone.
In my army, there are no limits to what I can achieve. For myself and for others. This is my army. Discover yours.
Can't reaction when I step into the limelight. Easily adapted to the highlight. Dress to impress like it's prom night. And when you live in top shelf, you know you gotta set the bar high. Had the same dreams as we was kids. Big jigs, big cars, and even bigger cribs. Never thought that it would happen just the way it did. Fast forward that now, it's just the way we live. It's good food and drinks. My move makes you think that this life's made for a king. The room starts to shake so smooth. If you blink, you might just miss the whole thing. It's just like
You're welcome, young lady.
So many different things to do in life.
It takes a little longer to get to the best spots, but it's always worth it for the moment you realise you truly arrived.
With electric performance and hybrid versatility, what feels good is good. With the all-new MG HS plug-in hybrid from $47,990, drive away. Kia, movement that inspires.
Bunnings can help you make your spring cleaning easy.
3-section laundry hamper, only $30. Montgomery floating shelf, just $15.
Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stock item will beat it by 10%. Shop at Bunnings wherever you are, whenever you want.
Origin Internet is for the impatient. Yep, we're for the ones who cook their 2-minute noodles for a minute and a half. The ones who just can't wait. So don't. The ones who watch the 100 metres and fast forward. And most of all, Origin Internet has plans for the ones who demand fast speeds, with next day NBN connection when they sign up before 1 p.m. Or they'll claim up to $100 credit per day, including GST, until it is. Origin, where all good change starts.
Well, your afternoon of action continues. We're going to head just outside of Tokyo to the Izu Velodrome. It was a dramatic day there yesterday, and the drama continues today for a member of our Aussie team, Chevo.
Yeah, absolutely. We're hearing that Matt Glazer has been ruled out of the men's sprint today. Let's go to Scott McGrory and Anna Mears if they can shed a little bit of light on the situation at the moment. Scott, are you hearing that he's pulled out for any particular reason at this stage?
Shervo, all we're hearing is that it was a medical issue, so it could be just that he's feeling a bit under the weather. And we saw in the final of the team sprint yesterday, he just didn't get off the line very well. and lost the wheel, and what that means, he was just a bit too far behind outside of the draft, and it didn't look like the kind of Matt Glazer that we're used to, Anna.
Yeah, and he does have another individual event coming up, so we do hope whatever ailment he is struggling with at the moment, that he can recover in time for that. But Matthew Richardson steps in his place for Australia, and we'll see him with the 12th rider off.
So we're on to another day. We've had two incredibly dramatic days at the Izu Velodrome. Day 3 now, and we start with the men's sprint qualifying. So these are the fastest cyclists on the planet. And we get underway with Kwesi Brown from Trinidad and Tobago. 30 riders on the start line. And on the start list, 24 will go through into the next round. So very important to go as fast as you possibly can. And just these first early runners, Anna, not big favourites to go right through into the medals, but they're all very well trained. They know how to do this. And you can just tell us a little bit more about the intricacies of trying to go fast around this track.
Yeah, so this is Brown from Trinidad and Tobago. The clock will start and time his final 200 metres. So the riders have 3.5 laps. They're pushed up on the back straight as he comes to the finish line. 9.966. That's not too bad for Kwesi from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, a lot of people ask me when it comes to the individual sprint, why is it called a sprint when you go so slow? And this is the simple breakdown. We're seeing the qualification. You want a fast qualifying time so that you paired up with the slower rider as you go through the rounds. To win an Olympic gold medal, you have to win up to 10 races against 7 different people. So it's not just a matter of being the fastest and the smartest, it's about fatigue management. And as you go through the rounds, the less energy you can burn, the better to save more for the finals. But you have to make sure you get to the finals, as we see the Polish rider in Patrick Rejkowski coming up to the track. Now, the 200 qualifying, the riders will ride a very big gear, far bigger.
See that then when you get out of the saddle there, really muscling it.
Really muscling it, far bigger than you'll see in the matchups. And that's just to try and utilise the big drop off the hill here through the transition and down to the shortest part of the track, which is the black line, to try and maximise the so-called free speed you can get from the track to help launch you over that distance. 9.594, that's a great time for Rejkowski of Poland. And before this competition kicked off, I was estimating a time about 9.2 for the fastest. I think I'd like to recalculate that.
I think we might have to. That was a very rapid time. And what you typically see with these sprinters, you know, he just rode at 75 kilometres per hour average speed. So super quick. They are the fastest. However, normally there's a high cadence as well. But when we talk about the gearing's gone up, so it does look like they're just muscling the bike and it's not that fast. But 75 k's an hour average speed. Thomas Barbek now from the Czech Republic. He was the European champion in the Kirin last year. Doesn't mind the long form of sprinting. This is something a little bit different. He has to be super quick here today. Very experienced, in his mid-30s. He has been around for quite some time. As high on the track as he possibly can get to get that extra speed that you're talking about, coming down from a high elevation. And it does look slow because the gearing is so big and the pedal cadence isn't that high. Let's see if we get the halfway split. 1/10 of a second off the pace. A little bit more to do. Can he finish it off? And still 9.856. That's a little bit of work that needs to be done if he goes through to the next round. Plenty of riders still to come.
Know what's happening now. It's hitting home.
3,000 close contacts still quarantining.
Know the news. Join me for 7 News at 6.
The reunion is here.
I'm dying to find out. Is she here tonight? What?
Will there be another farmer wedding?
Made me look like the sappiest man this side of the Murrumbidgee.
The Farmer Wants a Wife reunion. Next Wednesday on 7.
Celebrate 50 years of Maccas with the Mac family. Grab a Grand Big Mac, Big Mac or Mac Jr. and get one of 6 free collectible glasses with any medium or large Mac family meal, but only for a limited time.
You could be me! You could be better than me. You could empower more girls than me.
It's called more
victory than me.
Because you don't need to be amazing to start, but you need to start to be amazing.
Toyota, start your impossible.
This is the women's 100-meter Olympic final. On your mark. Sky Brown, the 13-year-old Olympic skateboarder, up next.
Sky, we're here for you. Yeah, let's take it.
People don't realise when they play at the lot, they're contributing to important things, like our work at Zero Childhood Cancer and our exciting cancer research initiatives. And that's a lot more to play for.
Are you unable to work due to illness or injury? You could claim insurance as part of your super. Talk to Australia's #1 plaintiff law firm today. Morris Blackburn Lawyers will maximise your claim. Call for your free super check now. It costs nothing to know where you stand.
At Light and Easy, we believe eating well is at the heart of health and well-being. It's why we use the freshest quality ingredients to create over 160 delicious, nutritious meals that can be enjoyed by anyone. From those who want to lose weight, to those who want to gain more free time, from those who want to be a little healthier, to those a little older who want to age well. Try Light and Easy for yourself, and if you're not happy, we'll give you your money back. Visit lightandeasy.com.au or call us on 13 15 12.
This is my army. Our army. We might wear the same uniform, but we all have our own stories. There are no limits to what I can achieve, for myself and for others. This is my army. Discover yours.
Special. You have a talent they call genius.
We love it, Reed.
It's really good.
Respect.
Fantastic complex, the Izu Velodrome. It's a part of the Kirin School complex here in Japan. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the program. The Kirin racing in Japan, quite fascinating. One of the riders this year, so far with 4 races to go in the Japanese Kirin system, has won $1.4 million already this year. There's a lot of money in it. We'll talk about that a little bit later on.
Makes me want to cry, Scott.
This is the men's sprint qualifying. Maximilian Levy, big man from Berlin. Max Levy, 36 years of age now. He's been around for a long time. He's been a multiple world champion in several disciplines in the past. Kirin and Team Sprint, more this specialty, but he's got a lot of experience. Let's see how fast those aging legs can take him.
Yeah, he does have experience. He was 9th in the sprint in Rio and he was 4th in the sprint in Beijing. So he is capable. He drops down nicely. If he can get to that black line and hold it, it's the shortest route around the track, and he does have the quickest splits.
If he can bring this home, he might go to the top and just outside. So 3rd fastest for Max Levy from Germany. So we've got the fastest time being held by the Polish rider Rajakowski. Now, the big news for us as an Australian commentator, or as Australians, is that Matthew Glaetzer has withdrawn from this competition. He will be replaced by Matt Richardson. So pretty good like for like in terms of outright speed. But our man at the track, Matty Carmichael, do you know much more about why Matt Glaetzer has pulled out?
G'day, Scott and Anna. Yeah, we saw him last night after the team sprint. He really was cooked, and it took him a long, long time to recover. He was back here at the Velodrome long after everyone else, and he wasn't in a good way. He has to be listed as unwell to make sure that he's able to still come and ride the Kirin in a few days' time. That you can't just pull him out of this, because then he'd have to pull out of that as well. So they say, obviously, in these days, you want to just make it really clear that it's nothing sinister like COVID or anything like that, of course. they are confident he will be right to come back, but they're just trying to figure out why he wasn't feeling well in that race and what happened last night. But nothing sinister. We just want to make that clear.
Okay, all right, thanks, Matt. And can you also just keep an eye on the men's team pursuit for the Aussies? That's coming up later, and Alex Porter might possibly come back in to replace Luke Platt, who rode in the second round yesterday.
I can tell you right now, Scott, we've just found out from the team, no Alex Porter. He did try to have a hit out this afternoon, but they've just told us, so it'll be the same team that rode last night.
Okay, Porter, that crash, that's taken him out of the competition completely. That's such a shame, but Luke Platt gets another go. They will be racing against New Zealand for the bronze medal later on tonight, and it'll be the big race between Italy and Denmark for the gold. Have seen a new best time, Nick Wanis from Canada, 9.587. So that's the quickest time. We've had 8 riders take to the track so far, 30 in total. And this is Jean Spies. Now, he spent 5 years travelling the world to try and qualify himself to get into this sprint competition, self-funded. So fantastic for him to be here and having a real go. Not one of the favourites, but he certainly is very, very happy to be here.
He is. He's the African Sprint Champ from 2017, and he crosses the line with a 9.787. Now, the timing does go down to the thousandth of a second in track sprinting, or track cycling in particular. And we do on occasion see dead heats and extremely close times. And the 100 split time is very crucial if we do have a dead heat. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
6th best time for Spies from South Africa. That's fantastic. And he has said that the quote that he puts out there, he really focuses on, every difficulty is an opportunity for growth. There's always going to be a mountain to climb, so start climbing and enjoy the view.
A great quote. A great attitude as well, as we see the Frenchman here, Ryan Halal. Big gear out of the seat early. Still half a lap till he gets the bell, and he'll drop down off the banking from a high position to try and maximise the free speed that he can get. Down to the black line. That white timing strip is when the 200 metres starts. He crosses the halfway point. Just down. Comes up the finishing straight. He doesn't finish strong. He does finish stronger, but he is outside the fastest time of Nick Wames of Canada.
France have such a strong tradition in sprinting. Fair to say that this combination of athletes that they have here, perhaps not at the level that we've seen in the past.
I would agree. And France is one of the most successful nations on the track at a World Championships and an Olympic Games. So interesting to see their young crew coming through here. And as we see qualification rankings thus far, look at that, 7 thousandths of a second, 9 thousandths of a second. That's all that separates some of these riders, which is what makes the sprinting, when they get head-to-head and matched up competitions, so exciting, because it doesn't matter if you've got a fast engine, you've got to work out how to beat your opponents. We see the first of the British riders, Jack Carlin. He's the team sprint starter for the British team.
Let's see what these fancy bikes can do. They've all come up with some great equipment, and the GB very famously over the last couple of Olympic Games coming up with some amazing machinery. This is the bike that Hope Industries along with Lotus Automotive have designed, and it's going to be a fastest time. Can he hold on to it? Yes, indeed he can. Well, 9.306, a new Olympic record. We knew that was going to go. Yes. The world record of 9.1, that's looking in danger as well. However, that was set on the track in Bolivia at super high altitude. I think it's the highest altitude track in the world. Incredibly thin air. That's why that was so fast. But that, at sea level, almost, 9.3 on that very fancy machine. Not too bad at all.
Not too bad. He actually takes the Olympic record off his own teammate, Jason Kenny, who will be the last to qualify. Jason Kenny is the defending Olympic champion from 2012 and 16. But a great ride there from the British starter in the team sprint. He was 20th at the World Championships. He just isn't actually a sprinter. He's a specialised starter. speaking of specialised starter, here we have Matthew Richardson for Australia. He come across from a gymnastics background after an elbow injury. He's a junior champion for Australia in this discipline, made his World Championship debut in 2019. And he's got the late call-up for Australia in the Tokyo Olympics for the sprint.
Sees the opportunity. Lates are out. Richardson in. Let's see what the split is. He's a little bit outside. The best time. 0.2 down. And 0.3 at the end. So 7th fastest for the late call-up Matthew Richardson. The good news is that he is faster than 5 riders that have already come through. So that guarantees that he goes through into the next round. 30 riders on the start list, 24 progress to the next round. Richo is definitely going to be one of them.
Good job, Matty Richardson, as we see the next competitor up on the track, Zhao Zhu of China. He was 6th in Rio in this discipline. So we look for a good time and a good competition from him.
In terms of, we talk about the gearing, the positioning on the track, using the banking for speed when they come in to do the flying 200. What about the thought process around breathing? How much are you breathing leading into the effort? And is it 9 seconds? You're holding your breath the whole time? Do you have to breathe through it? How does that work?
Well, these bends on Tokyo track are so tight, it's actually difficult to breathe through the bend because the G-forces that you can get, which is what I loved in sprinting, was really, really phenomenal. Long straight. So breathing is important coming into the straights and in particular coming into the finish, as we see Zhu here of China coming up to the 100 split. He's 1/10 of a second slower thus far. He comes up to the finish line. It all happens so quickly. 9.584.
Now, for any of the hardcore old-time cycling fans like me that have been around for a long time, you're seeing these times. We're just in the middle of the start list here, and they're pumping out 9.5s. We've had 4 riders ride 9.5, with Jack Carlin still sitting on the top with a 9.3. Just extraordinary fast times.
Yeah.
And this is not high altitude, but we know the conditions here are super quick. The air is thin, the barometric pressure is low, but also the shape of this track really does adhere these riders to go fast.
It definitely does. And for those who are interested in what sort of gearing these male sprinters will be using on their bikes, as we see Yuta Wakimoto of Japan come up to the track, one of the first local riders. They didn't have a team qualified in either the pursuits or the team sprint. And very famous in the Keirin series. But the riders will ride gearing between 120 and 150 inches. That's massive.
That is massive. 120 is massive. 150 is ridiculous. Wakamoto now from Japan. He'll be doing everything he can. He's going to go into the Japanese Keirin series after this and retire from international cycling. A little bit outside. They're good races, the Japanese. Not necessarily super quick in qualifying, but they just know how to tactically be fantastic. And at the end, if it doesn't go that well for him, he will jump into his McLaren and drive home in comfort.
Yeah, so one of the things we have is 5 international riders are invited to the Keirin series each year. And I remember some stories of Shane Perkins telling us that they would rock up on their road bikes and their scooters because that's all they could afford. And the car park was full of Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Maseratis, McLarens. Yes, it's a whole nother league, and we will give you some more insight into that when we get to the women's Keirin later on this evening.
Just on money, it was before Lance Armstrong came into road cycling, he really took money to another level. And we've had Peter Sagan and Chris Froome and these guys also expand on that amount of money that they were earning as cyclists. Before that era, the highest paid cyclists in the world were Japanese Keirin riders, and no one outside of Japan knew their names. That's how much money is in the Japanese Keirin racing scene. But to earn the big dollars, you have to be Japanese. They won't let the foreigners come in and take it from them. And riders like Sebastian Vigier, he can come and ride the Japanese Keirins, but not for the really big dollar ones. Let's see what he can do here in Japan, though. Flying 200 for Vigier. He was also in the team sprint for France. Got the better of Australia, picked up the bronze medal, and qualifying here in the sprints, 3rd fastest, 0.2 of a second down, 9.551. That's just another rider to be added to the 9.5. So Jack Carlin on 9.3, and then we have right down to 606 riders very close, squeezing in on the 9.5 speed.
Incredible. Next rider on the track, Stefan Bodica of Germany, the 29-year-old. He was 6th at the World Championships last year, and he was actually the world champion back in 2013. He has pedigree, he has experience in this discipline. And one of the things that we will explain in terms of this track and the lines that they choose to take, particularly for the sprinters, is what we call the transition. You have the straight section, that's about 25 degrees steep, and you have the bank at 45. Then there's the drop and the hill to connect the straight to the bend. That's what we call the transition. You go uphill down the back straight and you come downhill here into the bend. And you want to cut into this 200-metre line, because otherwise you're going to start riding uphill again. So Bodica here, what can you do? 4.754 at the 100, and he brings it home.
Carl on the time to beat. He's not going to get there. Only 6th fastest for Bodica.
Slot another one into the 9.5s there, Scott. That's 7.
They're really stacking up in the 9.5s. Still waiting for someone to pop into the 9.4s. The big favourite still to come. Nathan Hart will be the next rider onto the track. So the second of our two Aussies. And he's also a very quick rider, 28-year-old Nathan Hart. So we'll see how he goes. Bodica perhaps hoping for a little bit more than that. And when you talk about the transition and the entry point, you've got to get it from each track. You come down into that 200-metre line at a different angle depending on the shape of the track. I know on television most of you watching will think the 250-metre velodrome, they all look the same, but they are slightly different between many of the tracks and depending on who the track builders are. Nathan Hart, the second of our two Australians, 17th rider to take to the start line in the men's sprint qualifying.
From Canberra, he was picked up in the Talent ID program, started in 2013. His father, Brahma, was actually a world champion track cyclist as well. He resides in Adelaide at the moment with the national program. 4.8, he's 1/10 of a second outside at the 100, and he comes home at 9.696. That's on par with his personal best time. So a good ride there from Nathan Hart.
What do you think about that, Anna?
Look, I think that's pretty good. Nathan is predominantly a team sprint starter. He did ride in second wheel in the lead-in and for the event here. Look, he's going to find it hard up against some of the big engines that are coming, but if he can get his tactics right and use his big acceleration, he can be a player to cause some upsets in this men's field.
Well, the two Aussies, they have ridden, and at the moment I can see that they are in front of enough riders that they both will progress, regardless of what happens as we go. Oh, one more. We need one more rider to be slower than Nathan Hart so that he progresses as a guarantee. So Matthew Richardson definitely through. Nathan Hart still waiting for one more rider to go slower. That's going to be interesting. This is Quintero from Colombia. So many incredible road cyclists that have come through Colombia, and a couple of reasonable trackies as well. And let's see how Quintero can come through to the line. 9th fastest for him, so 0.3 of a second down. Still, the big favourites in the men's sprint coming. They're up next.
So tell me, what have you got to prove?
Manu Feldel, my job as a chef is very similar to the army. There's one boss in the kitchen and you just zip it.
You've eaten too much of your own food, haven't you?
I'm mostly afraid of heights.
Step forward.
I want to prove to my kids anything's possible.
Step advance! New SAS Australia.
So, who wants the last piece of beef?
I've got a record to break.
Kelsey Lee Barber, world champion. Let's hope she had a decent meal last night.
Well, I've got a record to break too.
Greg.
Oh, come on, Kelsey. He's been trying to break that record for years.
Packed with protein. Feed your everyday greatness with beef.
Evidence.
So you've cracked it, Sarge?
Why so many Australians have been switching to budget direct?
Because they could save hundreds?
Yep. And because of this. Budget Direct are Australia's most award-winning car and home insurer. That's all the evidence people need.
Switch to Budget Direct, Money Magazine's Insurer of the Year. 5 years in a row. Budget Direct. Insurance solved.
Dairy's always been part of a healthy brekkie. Whether you're off to work, school...
Or play.
or play. If healthy start matters to you, choose Aussie Dairy.
Maybelline New York. New Colossal up to 36-hour mascara. Non-stop Big Bow Lashes up to 36 hours. Mega Brush Volume Lock Formula. Waterproof, smudge resistant, Colossal Volume. New Colossal up to 36-hour mascara. Maybelline New York.
At the Royal Melbourne Hospital, we're always there when it matters most. When you purchase a ticket in our home lottery, not only are you helping us to advance health for everyone every day, but you're also giving yourself a 1 in 15 chance to win from over 17,000 prizes. The $4 million grand prize is this stunning Matte home in Camberwell, plus $200,000 in gold. Thank you for your support and best of luck to everyone in the draws.
In my army, there are no limits to what I can achieve. For myself and for others. This is my army. Discover yours.
Seven's Olympic Games broadcast is brought to you by Aware Super, Money Magazine's best super fund for 2021. HP, diverse thinking for a more sustainable future.
The men's sprint competition is underway here at the Izu Velodrome, and the two Australians, Matthew Richardson and Nathan Hart, have done enough to make sure they go through into the next round. Still a few riders still to come, including Jason Kenny, the last man to take to the track in the qualifying, the defending champion. This is Yudai Nita from Japan, the second of the Japanese riders, and his teammate Wakimoto has the second fastest time. A little bit slower for Nita. He's a Kirin specialist. After these games, he is retiring from international cycling and just staying in the Japanese Kirin world. No doubt to go on and make a couple of $1 million a year in the meantime.
Indeed, but the next rider, Scott, is an interesting one. And Nicolas Paul from Trinidad and Tobago, he is the current world record holder, but that world record was set at the highest track in the world, which makes it really remarkable. 9.100 is his world record. I don't anticipate him going that fast. This track is fast, but let's see what he's got.
And that track in Bolivia, it's actually not a very good track. No. It's just that it's so high.
It's
concrete,
rough.
outdoor, rough. But there's virtually no air. And sprinting like this, 10 seconds, you don't have to suck in too much oxygen. And even if you were trying to at that altitude, you wouldn't be getting much in there. So let's see what Paul can do. He is the world record holder at 9.1. Fastest time has been set by Jack Carlin from Great Britain, 9.3. We get the halfway splits.
Whoa!
Faster, so he's certainly going very rapid indeed. Paul comes to the line. Does he hold on? Just outside. Second fastest for him, 9.3. That's a great ride. It's not as fast as his world record, but you've explained why that is. But a 9.3 for Nicolas Paul, top performance.
Very, very good, and interesting how fast. He was 0.2 of a second faster at the 100. And that's going to come into play when he actually matches up with different riders. So if I was studying him, I would know that he can accelerate very hard early, but he's going to die hard up the straight as well. So I would need to adjust my tactics if I drew Nicolas Paul in the matchup rounds.
Bit of a Bruce Willis. He might die hard. At the end of the race. Sammy Webster, he's a bit of a veteran, the Kiwi. Knows how to go fast around the track. Very smart rider.
Very smart.
Very, very good when they get into the races against each other. Against the clock, he's still pretty quick, but he's hoping to do a fast time so he doesn't get seeded up against any of the other top favourites. But in a match sprint, one-on-one, very, very intelligent young man, Sam Webster from New Zealand. You could see just the front of the bike just flexing as he was trying to put all the power through. Halfway split, 100 metres down. Only 1/10 off this time of Carlin. That's not too bad. And he goes into 11th place now, just under 75 kilometres per hour average speed. Carlin's time of 9.306 That's 77.3 kilometres per hour average speed.
You get a speeding ticket if you go that fast down the street in the residential zone, that's for sure.
Oh, you lose your licence if you go through a school zone at that speed.
Sammy Webster, one of the what we call riders like Sammy Webster is they have great tactical nous. They have an unbelievable ability to read a race, to execute a race, and really to impede their opponents, as we see Xiong and Fa from Suriname on the track. He is got an incredible story too, trained by Craig McLean at the UCI training centre in Switzerland.
How's your geography, Hannah?
Yeah, my cycling's better.
Suriname, it's wedged in between Guyana and French Guinea, just north of Brazil in South America. And the riders from Trinidad and Tobago have been a big influence on this part of the world. And we saw how fast Paul was just before with the second quickest time. And not too bad, 9.4. The only rider to be in the 9.4s. We have 2 in a 9.3, the rest are 9.5. He's wrapped with that.
He is very happy with that, as he should be. He was 16th at the World Championships last year, and he was 5th at the Pan Americans as well. So we saw him in action at the Brisbane World Cup at the end of 2019. And it looks like Craig McLean, the great Scottish sprinter, also represented Great Britain at the Olympic Games, has got it right for his charge. Let's talk about the next rider on the track, Azazul Awang. What a remarkable story this young man has. He grew up in Malaysia. He's got an Aussie passport, a family of 2 girls with his wife. He was a member, one of 12 brothers and sisters, grew up poor. He was then adopted out, and as a result was picked up through school at cycling, trains under the Aussie John Beasley, and now he is a superstar in Malaysia.
He absolutely is. Former Kirin World Champion. The bike he's riding, it would sell if you could buy it for $80,000. And he's going to see how fast it goes around this track. The first time split, 0.1 of a second out. He's also a racing specialist, not super quick. 9.62, 12th fastest for now. That guarantees he goes through, but he's a dangerous man in a match sprint, racing against another rider on the track and also in the Kirin, which is still to come.
Yeah, he's one of those riders that you just hate to draw, because you know that he is going to be what I would call a menace on the track. He's really difficult to control because he is so small and punchy. He's got a great ability just to zip around the outside or duck underneath, and he's a very exciting rider to watch.
Hate to race him, but he's a lovely guy.
Lovely guy.
Artus Riddick now from Poland. Second of the 2 Polish riders. 4 more riders to come after this in the men's sprint qualifying. 30 on the start list. 24 will go through. The 2 Australians, Matt Richardson and Nathan Hart, have progressed. We just don't know exactly where they are going to see. Richardson coming in at the last minute to replace Matt Glaitzer, who has a medical condition, and hopefully he'll be back for the Kirin racing. Riddick now will get the 100-metre split down the end of the back straight, trying to stay low on the track through the bends, as close to the black line as possible. Pretty close. This is a fast time. 4th fastest, 0.1 off the fastest time. 9.4. So that's quick. If you go down the list, the top 20 riders are spread between 9.3 seconds and 9.7.
It's very, very tight at the top of the tree. That's a great ride by Rudiak of Poland, and the 26-year-old, we are expecting him to be right in the mix of the sprint rounds. He was 4th at the World Championships last year, and he also picked up his first World Championship medal, a bronze, in 2019. This man, though, on track will have other things to say about where he might finish. Jeffrey Hoogland, 4-time world champion. He was a gold medalist in the team sprint. He was silver at the World Championships last year behind his own teammate, who's next to qualify.
Riders, Hoogland and Lavrieson, they are the big favourites. They've been the dominant force in sprinting. They are team sprint gold medalists from yesterday. They've already got golds around their necks. Let's hope it doesn't get in the front wheel of Hoogland as he comes around the final bend now. It's the fastest time. He's going to go to the top. Yes, indeed. 9.215. It's a new Olympic record, only 1/10 off the world record. 78 kilometres per hour average speed. It's what we were expecting from the men in orange.
Definitely. 9.2 was on par with what I predicted some of the fastest times would be. Look at the size of this gear. 78 k's an hour. It doesn't look like it. But I assume he will be one of the riders on the pointy end of 140, 150-inch gearing. And that is, obviously taken off of the pedal rotation and the amount of distance you can cover in one pedal rotation.
So next up, the second of the Dutch riders. Both of them big favourites. We still have Denis Dimitriev and Jason Kenny to come. But it's these two Dutchmen that really have stood out above the rest in the last couple of years. And Leverison now out of the saddle, right up high.
Reigning world champion in this discipline. Watch the time that he can post. He cuts down the transition. He gets right down low on that black line. He comes up to the halfway point and quicker.
He's quicker, just in front of Hoogland, his teammate. So Leverison, 9.215.
That's the exact same time as his teammate Jeffrey Hoogland. Now, how they will separate them in the ranking of seeding will come down to who rode the fastest last 100 metres.
Which would be Hoogland because Harry was in front at the split.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey did come home to the same time. So Jeffrey will go to number 1 and Harry in second position. But that's extraordinary. Super quick times. And you predicted 9.2 before the start.
I did.
And that's where we're at the moment. I don't see Dimitriev or Kenny going quicker than that. Can't put it past them, though. 2 more riders to come, and it's the 2 Dutchmen that lead the way, locked on the same time. But it will be Hoogland that will go to the top just for now, seated number 1, and Leverison in second position. This is the 2017 World Sprint Champion, the bronze medalist from 5 years ago in Rio. He's a big man, Denis Dimitriev from Russia.
Big man, big experience as well, and a big gear by the looks of it. The 35-year-old Russian, unfortunately, was the cause of the disqualification of the Russian team in the team sprint last night. He comes through to the 100-metre checkpoint. He goes through at 4.67. He's there or thereabouts. Comes up to the home straight, throws at the line.
5th fastest.
9.331. 1 rider to go. And he is sensational.
He was a little bit average in the final race of the team sprint last night. Just as Matthew Glaetzer lost the wheel off the start, so did Jason Kenny. This will be really intriguing to see how he comes out. So at the moment it's Hoogland, Leverison, Carlin, Paul and Dimitriev. That's the top 5. The 2 Australians are sitting in 20th and 21st place, but they have qualified. There are enough riders behind them, so the 2 Aussies, Hart and Richardson, will go through. Jason Kenny, 6 Olympic gold medals to his name. In terms of gold, equal with Sir Chris Hoy as the greatest track cyclist of all time. Picked up a medal last night, though, to go ahead in overall medal tally.
Yes, so his silver that he picked up in the team sprint last night makes him the most decorated British athlete of any sport, not just track cycling, as we see him here getting the bell, cutting into the transition. He hits the 200 line. What can the defending Olympic champion do? Goes high down the back straight. Oh, he's off.
Slightly out for now, but can he bring it home? It'll still be a good time. 8th fastest, so a little bit off what he has done in the past at the Olympic Games in terms of outright speed. He's a great racer well. But that's a little bit of a hurdle for him because it's not super quick compared to the Dutch. So 8th fastest, 9.5. He goes into that middle ranking as well. So there's so many riders on 9.5. It's actually incredibly tight in the middle of the field. Super fast bike, but are the aging legs starting to tire? So the 2 Dutchies, Hoogland and Leverison, they came in as the pre-race favourites, and that's exactly how it stands. Identical times, but on the count back, the second half of the 200-metre qualifying, the second 100 metres, Hoogland was slightly faster, so he goes into the top seed ahead of Leverison. And as we go further down, some interesting names. Azizul Awang, as we mentioned, from Malaysia, $80,000 bicycle, got into 17th fastest. And the two Aussies do go through. Top 24 qualify. They squeezed in at 21st and 22nd, Anna.
Yeah, they're going to have some tough runs coming up because they will be seated with the faster riders. And Nathan Hart will draw Jack Carlin of Great Britain. Nicholas Paul will take on Matthew Richardson.
The men in orange, they were gold medalists last night, and they've got the job done in qualifying. Heaps of racing, though, in the men's sprint coming through the rest of the day.
And lots of racing coming too with the men and women's Keirin as well. Scott McGauran and Amirs, we're going to keep you there to explain this race for us, because in Japan there are only 4 things you can bet on: horse racing, speedboat racing, motorbike racing, and the Keirin. It's a 1 trillion yen betting sport. It is massive in Japan, isn't it?
It is huge, Eddie. It's 1.1 trillion annually is how much money is bet on Keirin racing. And as a result, the riders who contest in the Keirin racing are actually isolated for a 4-day period around that racing. They're not allowed to have any technology with them. They cannot communicate with the outside world. They cannot give any tips as a result of how much money is put on this race. And they have up to 5 million people in attendance to those races as well. It really is incredible. It started in 1948 purely for gambling purposes to stimulate the economy. It became an official event at the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games, and they have so many applicants each year to be a part of the Keirin school that only 10% of applicants are accepted. They put through a 15-hour-a-day training and education regime. They then have to pass exams and graduations to become a professional Keirin rider. And when there is $1.1 million on the line for the biggest race at the end of the year, the protocol to be a part of it is phenomenal.
Yeah, you might forget about all of that when your Lamborghini's parked outside the velodrome, maybe.
And a slightly different isolation situation for the athletes that are about to walk out on the track at the moment. What can we expect to see?
Yeah, look, this is going to be really interesting. This is the women's Keirin. Women have only been allowed to partake in modern-day Keirin racing since 2012 in Japan, but they have been on the circuit internationally for far longer. This is only the 3rd time we see the Keirin at the Olympics for the women. It's great to see the equal event opportunity that they now have, or the parity that they have. We've got one representative here for Australia in Carly McCulloch. And look, it's going to be fast, it's going to be tight. And look, the drama that we've seen in the track for the last 2 days, this is where the carnage is going to come in the Keirin. And we haven't even had it start yet, so it's going to be intense.
Well, I don't know if we should be looking forward to this or keeping our eyes wide open. This is going to be unbelievable considering what happened yesterday. Please, 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 you being 7.5 months pregnant, please do everything you can to calm yourself down. If we do see another crash, Scott, I'll hand over to you. Anna, doing a great job as always.
Thanks, Chervo. Look, I actually went looking for the producer's number for Home and Away to come and get their script writer for drama, because I'm just over it. The track is just too intense.
Well, the women's Keirin, here we go, first rounds. And instead of doing research for this last night, I did look up how to be a midwife, just in case. I'm all ready to go, just so you know. I've got your back.
Thank you.
And maybe later on tonight, if pressure does come on, I'll have your baby as well. Let's see, I'll be ready to deliver. Here we go. Carly McCulloch, the one Australian that will be coming out in the 5th heat, and we think it's the 4th heat, sorry. Hang on, fifth heat. So we think it's a reasonable heat. When you look at the seedings and who's in there, Carly's got a good chance. The top 2 riders go through into the next round. Former Keirin world champion Jan van Eyden holding up Katie Marchant. Great tactician. We're talking about the sprinters before in the men's qualifying and who are good racers compared to good time triallers. And Jan van Eyden, as a coach, very, very good racer.
Indeed. We see the riders, they'll actually draw for position, 1 on the lowest of the track, 5 and 6 on the highest of the track. They have to ride in line in the position that they draw, and they are brought up to pace from 30 kilometres an hour to 50 kilometres an hour by this, the Derny bike. This is an e-bike used in Japan, and he will be the pacer, as we see. That is Lee of Hong Kong. She drew 1, so she has to take the front. The pacer will take 3 laps to get them up to 50 k's an hour. Then he gets out of the way, and it is a 3-lap mad dash to the finish line.
Now, once they draw for position, they must go into that position when they go off the start line, unless they want to let other riders pass. You can't force yourself in front of them, which you used to be able to do until you've done the first half lap, I think.
Yeah, and by force, we mean like throw an elbow, shoulder, shove them off. Like, it was so aggressive. It really has been tamed down by a lot of rules that have come in because of the amount of accidents that have happened as a result of the speeds that these riders can get to. So it is mellow compared to what it used to be.
So pile drivers and headbutts have gone out of it. Not allowed to do that anymore.
Straight DQ.
It used to be known as the roughest and toughest of all of the races. It's still very brutal, and you can see now the bike has come off, 3 laps to go. They're all giving themselves just a little bit of distance. Lee on the front, Van Riesen from the Netherlands. She'll be making sure she doesn't want to let too many riders come back past her. And you can see Marchant now from Great Britain also coming up, looking over the shoulder. First 2 riders go through to the next round.
Yeah, this is great for Katie Marchant. She's got Zhong in front of her, the dual Olympic champion from the team sprint. And she just steps outside because she's being challenged now by Lorien Van Riesen of the Netherlands as they come around to get the bell.
So it's Marchant that leads through. First 2 riders to go through into the next round. Van Riesen in a good position. She doesn't need to pass Marchant. She just needs to finish in the second position. That'll be enough to make sure she goes through. And with the speed of Marchant, that'll drag her through. Van Riesen will go with her as well. The other riders will go into the repechage. Not too long until we see the Aussie. She'll be in the 4th heat. That's Carly McCulloch.
Coming up tonight, breaking news on Melbourne's new COVID case. What really happened on our athletes' flight home? History in Tokyo as skateboarders become the youngest medalists in 85 years. An Olympian's emotional pilgrimage to the MCG. Families who fled Melbourne back in lockdown. Christine Holgate's $1 million payout. And Sarah Ferguson's defence of Prince Andrew. Details at 6.
Ding ding, back in the ring. Run, you've got this. Yes, yes, smash! Gotcha! Fitness, my way.
Tonight, I'll be eating 5 Neapolitan pizzas to share and a hot potato gnocchi.
Hot potato?
Hot potato?
Thank you. God help me.
Big night at the Olympic Stadium tonight. Genevieve Gregson's birthday. She'll go in the 3,000 steeplechase final. What about this? Peter Bowl, the first man since 1968 in the 800-metre final and the men's 200 final. Who is the fastest over the deuce, the 200? We'll wait and see. Let's go back to the velodrome.
Women's Keirin, first round, heat number 2. Carly McCulloch will be in the 5th heat. And this one is an interesting one. From Hong Kong, YZ Lee. Perhaps the favourite for this one.
Absolutely. Bronze medalist from the London Olympic Games for this discipline. She was 7th in Rio. She was the world champion in 2019. She definitely has one of the bigger engines as we see there. Sophie Lee Frederick from Germany also in this field. 2-time world champion and also a silver medalist in the team sprint. There's YZ Lee. Really fantastic woman. Sadly, her coach had a heart attack after the last Olympic Games, and he was lost to her. And we, sent her all our love because she was really affected by that. And she has been riding since Rio for him, and she became a dual world champion in that time. So she's here riding for her coach. We also have Daria Shmelova of Russia, Duprez of South Africa, Marazate of Lithuania, and then one Frenchie who's a very interesting starter here, never ridden a Keirin before. She's actually an enduro. So sometimes with this different cycling disciplines, if the country has a stronger, say, road program and they need an extra starter or an extra starter in the team pursuit, they'll actually need to throw someone into the sprint events because they had qualified a starter. So watch out for the Frenchie. It'll be interesting to see how she goes here.
Coralie Domain. That was Friedrich there from Germany. Big favourite. Right in the middle from Hong Kong, YZ Lee. First two riders to go through. And you can see the French rider, Demey, just drifting up around the outside there, perhaps not too comfortable with going so slow around the bend. Very interesting to see how she goes.
They won't be going slow for long. It's Maria Zeit of Lithuania who takes the bike. Behind her, Friedrich of Germany. Behind her, Shmelova of Russia. The next rider in line, fourth in line, Weitzi Lee. Watch her. She's going to be very, very strong. And the French rider, Demey and De Vries of South Africa.
You mentioned YZ and the challenges and the inspiration that she had from her coach and the passing of her coach. Something I'm sure you share, having lost a coach as well.
Yes, obviously we lost Gary West to motor neurone disease in 2017, and I have a great relationship with Weitzi Lee, and we've been in communication in the years since. Both of us have been through that experience. Coaches don't just write a program. They have to know their athletes inside out to draw the best out of them, and she rides for him tonight.
Big gaps as the bike comes off, 3 laps to go, and that's Marazaita. That's got a little bit of room there. Shmeleva from Russia. Weitzi Lee just seeing that there is a little bit of a challenge, and the gaps are starting to close up a little bit now, and it's Daria Shmeleva comes through, 2 laps to go. Weitzi Lee in third position, comfortably just controlling things from behind.
Yep.
She knows when to pounce, coming around to get the bell now. First 2 riders go through to the next round, and it's Weitzi Lee out of the saddle at the bell, coming up onto the wheel of Friedrich. Lev Friedrich, she's a young German rider, but she's really fast. She's showing that. Weitzi Lee stuck on the outside. She's in danger of not going through directly into the next round. That's going to be the case through the repechage for Weitzi Lee. That showed how fast Friedrich is.
That's a big surprise, but the Russian and the German, they go through. Weitzi Lee will have to come back through the repechage.
Wow, a little bit of a surprise in the Kirins. Weitzi Lee, she's going to have to do the long run to come back through the repechage.
Now we taking over, going global. I'm a mogul, flying coastal. To be honest, man, I still charge on my opals. In the city, I'm a local. You can hear it through my vocal. Hater buy a t-shirt, I'ma charge him extra postal.
Mama rang my phone and told me that she really proud. I heard you on the radio, you got some type of sound. With the speakers loud, got to hit your show, see what you bout. Call me going stupid, packing up the place, how?
Okay, Sal. This is your moment. Think about the people who helped you get here, who believe in you, and always have. Know that the support of your team is unconditional, and that together we unlock the best in ourselves and the best in us all. You got this.
As Money Magazine's best super fund for 2021, we know that our top performance comes from teamwork. Aware Super, doing well for our members and good for all.
Are you unable to work due to illness or injury? You could claim insurance as part of your super. Talk to Australia's #1 plaintiff law firm today. Morris Blackburn Lawyers will maximise your claim. Call for your free super check now. It costs nothing to know where you stand.
A lot of people don't realise when they play at the lot, they're contributing to important things, like our work at Zero Childhood Cancer and our exciting cancer research initiatives. And that's a lot more to play for.
This is the women's 100-meter Olympic final. On your mark. Sky Brown, the 13-year-old Olympic skateboarder, up next.
Sky, we're here for you. Got this, baby.
You could empower more girls than me.
Score more victories than me.
Because you don't need to be amazing to start, but you need to start to be amazing.
Toyota, start your impossible.
Celebrate 50 years of Maccas with the Mac family. Grab a Grand Big Mac or Mac Jr. and get one of 6 free collectible glasses with any medium or large Mac family meal, but only for a limited time.
For over 37 years, Cbus Super has returned an average of 9.25% per annum while investing in projects that not only create jobs, but something better. For all of us.
Introducing new ways to wear your charms at Pandora.
You are looking at Australia's latest gold medalists. Matt Belcher and Will Ryan today sailed away with the gold in the men's 470. Technically, they won it yesterday. They've been sailing for about a week now. Miss you, that said on his hand. Of course, their family can't be here, but they're having a great time with the people they sail with all around the world, including the Spaniards who got silver and the Swedes who got, the Swedes who got silver and the Spaniards who got bronze.
Our Aussies have been travelling the world for weeks and weeks and weeks. Some of them have been locked down, quarantined. It's been a tough road, but it all makes it worth it when you see pictures like that. And Nathan Templeton is with the boys right now.
Well, after an anxious 24-hour wait, our men's 470 class team can now finally say they are officially the gold medalists. Will, you had a long time to think about it, but tell us about that moment when it really became official as you crossed the line.
I think Matt and I are just such competitive people. We just didn't want to not win that last race, and I think that almost means just as much to us as the rest of it. I think you can see that's everything about our campaign. We're just we're like that together, and that's why we sailed well together. And I think when we get it in our hands, it'll be pretty special, but just so nice to share it with so many people.
Yeah, and Matt, when we spoke to you earlier, you promised us you were going to take it easy. What happened? I guess the safest place to be is in front of everyone. You can't
we just couldn't help ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, really conservative at the start, just didn't want to be over, and then we sort of had a bit of a sniff that we could, in a good position up the first half of the beat, and we thought, hey, let's just go for it.
Yeah.
You know, and it was just such an amazing feeling.
Tell us what this means to you. I know it's a team event, but you're now Australia's most successful sailor of all time. You know, London 9 years ago, it's a long time to be able to stay at the top of your game. It takes a huge effort and also a lot of support.
Yeah, I'm just so proud. You know, Australia's got such great success in sailing, and to have Malcolm here as well, you know, to do it the last 10 years with Will, just over the moon. You know, just so happy to have the opportunity and just to perform like we knew we could. With everything else that's just been happening the last few years, just so relieved that we're able to get this medal.
Will, we're told they're going absolutely bananas at your local sailing club. What do you want to say to everyone out there?
Yeah, I couldn't get my mum and dad off the phone. No, just thanks to everybody. Like, my grandfather taught me how to sail, and he's there celebrating with my family, and just really, really special. And a lot of people have played a big role in both our campaigns to get to here, and just thanks very much to everybody.
Yeah, well done to both of you. A great result. Another gold for Australia. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you for my wife, giving everything going at home to my kids, particularly Anton. I know it's been really hard being away in quarantine and being a lot of time overseas. I just want to say I love him so much, and coming home.
Yeah, beautifully said, mate. Well done.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Well, the dominance continues for the 470 crew. That's 3 gold in 4 Olympic Games, and this is what our medal tally looks like right now. Australia in 4th position, and we seem to be locking that down at the moment. Just a couple of days of the Olympics to go, but what a performance it was from the boys, and what a performance we saw at the skate park today. We saw the women's competition, the first time ever this has been in the Olympics. Australia's Poppy Olsen there, making it all the way to the final, finishing 5th overall. What a performance from her, but it was also some of the favourites at the skate park were outstanding too, Eddie.
This was absolutely amazing to watch, because in the end, 19-year-old Sakura Yoshizumi took out the gold. 12-year-old Kokona Hiraki won silver, and the bronze went to 13-year-old Sky Brown. That's who we're looking at right now from Team GB. So their collective ages still don't add up to how old we are, which I think it's half of Andrew Hoy. I mean, it's amazing what these girls can do. I mean, we've tried really hard to call them women in competition, women's teams, women athletes. These are literally girls, 19, 12 and 13, winning gold, silver, bronze medal. What that means to them is just awesome.
Japan have been outstanding in these new events as well, going very well in the street version of this, which was earlier in the week. The park version going very well too for them. The surfing they've been very good at as well. And Sky Brown came into these games as one of the biggest names of the Olympic Games. One of the faces, absolutely. She's got Japanese heritage. She skates for Great Britain. She lives in the States. It's a little bit confusing, but it was so nice to see, and the medal ceremony as well.
And love to see those shots too of how well all the girls get on. They clearly tour all the time. They spend so much time around from their own friends. You know, they're doing school on the run as well, so that's awesome to see how close they are as well. Fantastic also to see the dynamism that these new sports have brought to the games as well, in skateboarding and surfing and sports climbing as well. A new rejuvenated energy that of course was already there in athletics.
Well, the interesting thing with skating too is one of the pioneers was Tony Hawk, the greatest of all time, and we saw Shaun White, the snowboard champion, also a skater too, in the crowd watching on. So it's big deal. What about this at the Olympic Stadium? This is going to be a huge night. Genevieve Gregson in the 3K steeplechase. It's her birthday today. Can she do something in the final? Maybe a birthday wish. And Peter Bowl in the 800 final. This is going to be really special for Australia. First time since 1968. The men's 200 final is going to be huge as well, Eddie.
And for our viewers in Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria, switch now to 7-2 to keep watching the Olympic Games. We'll continue with the track cycling after the break. Stand by now for the chase, and thank you for your company.